Hello and welcome back, everybody, for day 2 of our spring 2025 NACL promotion tournament. We had one day of action yesterday where the teams from the OQs got to battle it out, and the winners advance in the upper bracket where we find ourselves today. I'm your play-by-play for the day. You can call me Kangas. I have the honor of being your back-to-back play-by-play for the first 2 days, but now I'm joined by Beat Down Boulevard. Beat, are you ready for some League of Legends gameplay today?
Oh, Kangas, I've casted with you more than anyone else this whole split. You should know I was born ready.
And we bring that up every time. The schedule had us not doing any days together, and then we just kept
for
being
the last
annoying
year and a half
to the beautiful people that put together the schedule and changing our own schedules.
Yeah, I was going to say, we had to take it into our own hands a little bit, but we made it happen.
I think we're the problem. I think that's what we're alerted right here. Yeah,
Hello,
production never does anything wrong. It's always caster's derogatory. But thank you for being on here with me, Beat. How's your heart rate doing? Because I got to say, mine's elevated already from the games yesterday. They were crazy.
I mean, I did nothing strenuous before this broadcast, so my heart rate is perfectly normal. I don't know why you asked.
Nothing at all?
No, nothing.
Okay.
I think we should talk about the bracket that I think I saw in our feed just now that we could show everybody. Yeah, what do we think?
I just lost you, Beat. I don't know if broadcast hears you or if that's just me. Oh, now I got your back. All right, cool. I'm sure whatever you're saying was awesome right there. Hopefully that was just on my end. But whatever you wanted to talk about, I'm sure that it's what I wanted to talk about. I want to talk about the bracket and update everybody on what's going on in the tournament, so that way we can catch everybody up on the teams that are competing as well as how the teams have performed. So if we can get the bracket up now, we can have the time to go over that, because we already saw 2 teams go into the lower bracket yesterday as 2 teams advanced in the upper bracket. Beatdown, I hear you again. Talk to me about the upper bracket semifinals.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I think revisiting CCG and AoE, especially us as casters after not having them seeing them since playoffs have started, is going to be interesting. They both had pretty rough ends to their split, and both of them have some tough matches ahead of them, especially I think on AoE side. I mean, Dragoon's Goon Squad, since this roster came together, a lot of people expected them to basically promote. as they ran through the Tier 3 scene. So now AoE, who hasn't had to win the entire split, is going to have to try and overcome them to get closer to coming back to NACL.
Yeah, the Goons did a great job of winning their series, but they were pushed to the limit.
Great job as a stretch.
By Polestars. Hey, you know what?
They won,
Fair.
though.
They did win. And their last 2 games looked much better than their first game. A bit of a draft gap. We got to talk with Dragoon himself about that one. But the big story, I think, on everyone's mind is the Ducky Getters, man. That team gave me maybe the most fun game of League of Legends I've ever had the privilege of casting. And I'm so happy.
Yeah, it was fun.
See them again today. As we take a look at the schedule, we will actually start with the Ducky Getters. And let me tell you, Beatdown, these guys are crazy. This team is psychopathic with how they play League of Legends.
Yeah, I was watching, and I gotta say, I pretty much agree with you, but they are a lot of fun to watch, as are, I think, all the teams coming up from the promotion tournament, and it is going to be interesting to see how they match up into CCG as well going into today's match.
Yeah, CCG is one of the teams coming down from the NACL. A reminder for the format is that, of course, we have the bottom 2 teams from the regular summer split from NACL moving into the promotion tournament with the top 4 teams from the OQs. So CCG will be defending their spot in the NACL. Very different vibes for this roster coming into a tournament like this, as well as different expectations. We talk about the excitement of Ducky Getters. Well, we got to talk about the pressure on CCG right now. I'll take a look at the roster here on screen, because this roster, it's got so many pieces that have so much potential, but it just wasn't able to come together well enough at the end of the summer split.
Yeah, and I think this is true for both of our teams coming down from the NACL, but they've gone through a number of roster changes, some more than others, but CCG's having Kryra come in partway through the split, having Rockboom come in at the very end has definitely been part of the growing process, this team getting used to playing for each other. But I agree, Steve, there is definitely a lot of potential on this roster. I'm looking especially on that top side from Kryra and Crimson. I think Crimson overall had a good split. I think he got a shout for Rookie of the Split, if I'm remembering our votes correctly, and I think Kryra's been pretty solid since he joined the league.
Got shouts for Rookie at the Split, but it's, of course, a regular season award, does not factor in playoff games, so he's not behind any of the other rookies that were able to qualify, but this is going to be our first time seeing Crimson again since the end of the regular season. Also want to give shout-outs to one player that we see on the screen here, Kryra. Coming in, he was listed on the starting roster, but didn't get any games early on. It was actually Chad who was jungling for CCG early on in the summer split. Kryra came in towards the tail end, and honestly, I'm very impressed with how Kryra looked. Beat, I don't know what your opinion is of the player, but I think his last 2 games in particular, stellar performance, and I think that Kryra could be a difference maker for this roster to really give them that push that they need.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do think that Kryra is actually pretty good. I like some of the games we saw towards the end of the split, and I'm only sad that we didn't see him for the entirety of the NACL, but now, you know, he has that chance along with the rest of CCG to be able to actually try and make it back. They do got to win a couple more matches to make it happen, but I think of the 2 teams coming down from NACL, I'm worried about CCG less.
Yeah, I think CCG do have really high chances of making it back in, and they're up against the young guns, the new kids on the block. Let's take a look at them next, because the opposition on the Rift here will be Ducky Getters. Look at this roster, baby. This team was insane yesterday. Enthralled and Hiccup had some rough laning phases, but they always brought it back in the mid to late game. Rough Beans was just crushing everybody. Dr. Calculus and Bio as well carrying their weight. Everything just seemed to kind of gel for this team once they got into these chaotic mid-game scenarios.
Yeah, and I think this roster is definitely an interesting one. I think Bio is probably the player to keep an eye on, and it does seem like in some of their past games and even in the recent one yesterday, they do seem to be playing more for him as a player. I know Rough Beans in particular. He plays a lot of things like Galio and more supportive mid laners for their jungler, and that's going to make the jungle matchup actually very interesting since we've been hyping up Kryra as well.
Yep. And we have an opportunity here because we're getting ready to hop into the games to remind everybody of the OQ Awards. We're going to see a lot of the faces repeated here from Ducky Getters. I think no surprise that they're doing so well. But during Tier 3 Open Qualifier tournaments, the broadcasters that covered that actually put together a list of awards. We have the third, second, and first team, all NACL OQ teams, as well as Newcomer of the Split, Most Improved, and MVP. And yeah, I mean, look at that. Most Improved, Dr. Calculus, Newcomer of the Split, Bio, 2 players that are on Ducky Getters having fantastic summers.
Yeah, that's right. So it's really cool to get this idea from the guys down in the Tier 3 scene about how, players to keep an eye out. And yeah, these are the ones that we should be watching for. I think right now, Ducky Getters is a pretty exciting roster to be watching for. Of course, Array, gotta give a shout out to him over on Dragoons Goons as well for making this list and some of their best awards.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say third team All-Pro, just running through it. We haven't actually had a big chance to do so. Obviously, Bio being the jungler there, great to see, but everybody represented on this list. Reminder that they're chasing an NACL spot. They're chasing a spot to not only get into the relegation league, but the opportunity to go even further into the LCS. And when you see players like Dardock, like Array, that have that LCS experience out here, you just got to give props to everybody else competing along the line, because you're up against legends, but hey, you have the opportunity to carve your own path, pave your own way, and make your own story.
Yeah, that's what it's really all about here. And for some of these teams who have qualified into the NACL, it does start in tournaments like this. I mean, that very same start of the story happened for CCG because they're the ones who did qualify in the promotion tournament coming into Summer Split. So they also have to kind of turn the next page on their story, Steve, and hope that they can maintain their spot into the league as well.
Yeah, I mean, the returning players from that roster, Crimson, Trevor, still here on CCG, but the rest of the crew that joined in after the org promoted, definitely backs against the wall, pressure on. And like I said, it's a very different energy between the two teams based on their stories. Would you rather be one of the top teams from the lower league coming in, or one of the bottom teams from the league that everyone's trying to get into? And I gotta say, I think in general, the vibes are better when you're the team that's at the top of the league below. But I'm hearing that we're ready for pick and ban, so we can actually stop chatting about the players and see their gameplay shortly here if we're ready to hop in to pick and ban of game number 1 between CCG and the Ducky Getters. And reminder, this is going to be a best of 3 full fearless as well, so we do get to see how these teams and how these players, utilize their champ pools in a format like this.
Yeah, and it won't be as exciting as, the best of 5s that we've had recently, Kangas, where those game 4 and 5s, you have dozens and dozens of champions no longer available. But this is still just the opportunity to see what teams have been practicing in Tier 3 as they try to qualify for the NACL. And one thing I want to point out quickly, the Rengar ban, your fans of the NACL haven't been watching much qualifiers. You're like, what's going on there? Well, Ducky Getters, they're fans of the tried and true Rengar Ivern. I actually, there was a comp they ran that was Rengar Ivern Shen. Think about that, Steve, for a moment.
Ooh, that's a lot of shields.
Yeah. A lot of shields. Yeah. That's a lot of...
Old Serpent's Fang.
A lot of scary... I don't think... You need like 6 Serpent's Fangs to do anything about that.
I don't know if they stack.
I mean, your teammates... Maybe get one for... Okay. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, either way, they're not going to have the Ivern or the Rengar because Ivern's banned away by the Ducky Getters themselves. I mean, when they don't have the cat anymore, it's not like they're going to go for that combo itself, but it's just something that every team needs to have on their radar when you're looking at the Ducky Getters. But they also played some fun stuff yesterday. Rough Beans pulled out the Galio mid lane and was just smashing on it. They utilized the Varus-Degrade effect as well with the new changes since we are on the latest patch here.
Yes.
So let's see what CCG prioritizes for Blue 1. It's still the Rumble.
Yeah, and it is worth noting too, for those who have read the patch, seeing the nerfs to Brand. I like that CCG are still respecting that and just taking it off the table. I still think the champ's really good, and I expect to see more of its presence later on.
Yeah, it still does clear just fine, but the Rumble is also still that high priority pick here when the Brand is off the table. Senna also received a couple of nerfs on the latest patch, but still locked in here for Ducky Getters regardless.
Yeah, probably still going to be that same build, but there are a lot of different pairings that they could still look to utilize. And it's going to be that Scion early on. The thing is, we have been seeing Scion top. We know it does technically work with Senna, so it does give that bit of flexibility in pick fan for Ducky Getters as well, because it's not 100% sure where it's going to go.
Yeah, I think you're fine playing it into the Rumble if you want to, but like you said, technically you can pair it, so it'll come down to maybe what CCG's bot lane looks like. Let's see if CCG wants to show us that right now. Ashe locked in here gives a great form of pick potential. Even sometimes can be primary engaged depending on how comfortable the AD carry is. And we know that Rock Boom is very proficient on this pick as well.
Oh, don't tease me like that, Shochi. Prior is not going to play Nunu. I think the Vi would be really nice,
Shochi's to play Nunu.
That would be awful, but so funny. I think it's probably going to be the Vi lock-in, Ashe Vi, really good combo. Yeah. You can layer it on as well with that Rumble ultimate there, the Equalizer. So I think it's pretty clear what TCG's comp wants to do.
A lot of single target pick potential with Ashe, Vi, and then like you said, the Equalizer from Rumble going on top is going to be that extra damage that they need to actually kill. And the Vi Rumble is something that Dr. Calculus Bio pulled out yesterday in their series to get them into this match. So it's also kind of denying away some of the champions that worked for Ducky Getters. So Ducky Getters will go for the Karma instead. Now, it could be Karma mid. We did see Karma mid yesterday as well. Maybe it's Karma Senna, but that doesn't feel like the strongest lane right now, so I'm actually leaning more towards Rough Beans picking it up.
So you're half right. What Ducky Getters tend to do with when they draft Senna is that they will run Karma mid, but they'll actually swap their players. So Hiccup will be likely, at least going off the pass, will be the one in the mid lane playing the Karma. And they'll have Rough Beans playing the tank in the bot lane with Senna. That's something they tend to do, so I'd keep an eye out for that, and I think that's what we're looking at so far.
Is that legal? Do we allow that? Can we just let the players go anywhere? Hiccup, you're in the support role. I think you're locked into support.
Hold on, but then by that logic, lane swaps aren't allowed.
You're right.
Do that.
Okay,
yeah.
we can solve lane swap meta by just arresting.
I mean, at this point, it does feel like that's maybe the Rude Ride has to go, but that's not important.
Yeah,
I don't want to think about
fans would be happy
the
about
world
that.
we live in. Yeah, probably not.
All right, well, if it is Hiccup piloting the Karma in the mid lane, then that would leave things open for Rough Beans or whoever to play. I guess wherever. At that point, we're just playing Jazz. They can send their players in whatever positions they want to.
Musical chairs.
Musical chairs, exactly.
Yeah.
It's going to be Rel and Nautilus banned away, though. They want to take away some more of the engage options because the Vi and the Ashe is already strong enough. You don't want to pair that with further engage. Notably, though, Leona is still available.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think CCG are gonna ban that one since you don't see a lot of Senna Leona. They're probably expecting it to be Senna Scion, so I think they might be looking to grab that one for themselves in the end as their support pick. And I mean, Ashe Leona, since the split started, was a really strong bot lane duo. You don't see them paired up much lately, partially because Ashe gets banned a lot, but I still think it's a very powerful combination, and it really just fits with this all-in that CCG already have for themselves.
And I'm wondering if because it's a lot of all-in shown, if Ducky Getters opt for more kite back. Something like a Kindred could fit.
Yeah.
Recently received buffs, and the Lamb's Respite would be great to absorb the engage, but instead it's Graves. So very different strategy. Graves is more about just upfront damage, just kind of fighting your way through every scenario.
I will say, Graves does also kind of like the kite, but I did like your point about the Lamb's Respite, where I think I actually would have liked that one better, but Graves did also get a little love this patch after a while of not really seeing much of anything. So it's something Bio seems pretty comfortable on, and it will be nice to skirmish when you have that Karma, most likely in the mid lane as well for Ducky Getters.
And it's Yone picked up here, so already I think you're maybe wishing you did have something like a Lamb's Respite, because Yone getting on top of a Karma, of a Graves, of a Senna, they don't have a clear tool to say no to the Yone right now. Yes, they can try and kite back, but Yone's a great job of just pushing through that. And Blitzcrank as well says, oh, you're trying to kite back? Well, get closer to us. They don't have that much mobility outside of the movement speed buffs that a Karma and a Senna give.
And I mean, with the Blitzcrank too, like, this comp is just all about pick potential. Like, they're basically playing the claw machine here with their various ultimates, spells, and things like that, Steve. So, I mean, it is probably a melee option in the top lane here. Hiccup's having a little fun with us in Champ Select, but I imagine we're going to see something for Dr. Calculus in the top lane. Does confirm it is Senna Scion in the bot lane.
Yep.
And I do kind of like the Camille here, just because if we look at the 1v1 inside lane, I do like Dr. Calculus's chances into either matchup. And of course, the Hextech Ultimatum, really nice into champs like the Ashe, and honestly, even the Rumble when you're setting up plays.
All right, Beat, I got a question for you then. If Trevor's the kid at the Claw Machine, what plushie is Trevor going for here? Who's your target as the Blitzcrank?
I think you're happy with anyone not named Scion. And depending on the state of the game, even Scion would be fine. Like who cares? You hook Camille, you knock her up, hit everybody with, or rather hit her with all your damage. Like, who cares, right? And
So
then,
it's like one of those situations where it's like whatever plushie is like the highest on the stack at that point, right? We're not going to be picky and choosy, trying to go for the one underneath anything else, just whatever's in front of us, as long as it's not that sign, because I do agree that's going to be much harder to get through. Let us know in chat, though, who you're rooting for. If you think that Ducky Getters did it again in draft this time around, or if CCG can take game one here. Spam CCG for CCG or Duck for the Ducky Getters. Early invade by the Ducky Getters. Not going to find anything but a ward.
Yeah, just a little bit of early information. And yeah, of course, as we know with Scion too, I imagine Rough Beans is going to be able to get pretty aggressive with Bio early on. I don't think we'll see anything quite like a lane swap, but there's the angle. Oh my God. What a read.
Interesting read from the Ducky Getters, just predicting that Kryra was there, and it worked. No way. Ducky Getters 5-head the play, commit to the invade, and get first blood.
Okay, just gonna be clear. There's a real chance that we just missed them spotting out Kryra walking into that brush. But if that's not the case and they just knew, I mean, that's just good. That's just a great read coming through from Ducky Getters. And if they if they got there early enough that they spotted Kryra without him seeing them, I mean, well played. Either way, it's a good opening here for Ducky Getters because it gets first blood onto Enthralled on the Senna, who is already going to be a good hit of your late game power. And you allow this invade coming through from Bio.
And like I had also set up, Kryra is kind of the late season surge that CCG needs to get things going. Very young player. He played in a lot of the combines, a lot of the tryouts that I was watching early on here. Rough for them. I see Trevor roaming mid. My screen started for a moment there, but okay, we're back. Trevor is going to walk up level 1 onto Hiccup, but she's able to just run away and is just fine.
Yeah, it's nice and easy. But I mean, I respect the look from Trevor. The funny thing is now Crimson looks like he has an angle, but we're going to get a replay of how this level 1 worked. We're going to see exactly what this is. Either way,
no vision.
Definitely a nicely planned play here from the Ducky Getters. Crimson did have the information. Oh yeah, they just had no...
He stepped up for a second.
So they saw him and they knew, yep. Okay, there it is. Still.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
one split second. Boom.
Yep. They're like, oh, guys, kill this guy. That's what they said.
And also, they got him indeed.
Crimson is also, he's so sad in this game.
Yeah.
Because now I like the move. Oh, yeah, I like it.
Has to flash away right there. Has picked up one singular CS this entire early game here. Okay, there we go. He's going to catch a decent amount of the wave, but still put very far behind to start things off.
Yeah, and I mean, I will say, Rough Beans isn't really doing that much better since he has to lane alone into the Ashe in the bot lane. But overall, Crimson loses his flash, is under a lot more pressure, and I'm wondering if we're going to see something like a dive coming.
Driver's now looking here onto an invade. Gonna get caught out though. Dodge away from the Scion Q, but the root from Hiccup is there. Doesn't have flash, doesn't have a chance. Rough Beans picks up the kill.
And so far, it's just been a really nice open here from the Ducky Getters. Kryra trying to get a little bit back from what he lost in those first few minutes, and while succeeding in some ways, still ends up getting punished big time. So now, Ducky Getters, they have this 800 gold lead at 4 minutes.
Crimson's actually burning down Enthrall, doing a decent amount of damage right there, but does not get the kill. To catch as much of this CS as possible. Again, a weird start to the game, man. From the early read on the play on Kryra, now Trevor's roaming up again. Trevor has not been in a lane, by the way. This guy is just ganking and he hooks out of the hook shot. Flash from Dr. Calculus, but there comes Krybra. CCG gonna kill the Crimson.
Yeah, nice move coming through from Kryra and Trevor to set up that play, because now Crimson's able to get a kill back, is equalized a little bit from the discrepancy that this level 1 caused. And I will say it is mitigated a little bit by the fact that Dr. Calculus can TP, but still. Oh,
now we see Bio trying to help out Hiccup here in the mid lane, but here comes Enthralled as well, so it's going to be a 3v3. Trevor's in trouble, flashed away. Bio following up with a flash, and we'll get the kill, but now Shochi looking for an outplay. Flash forward onto Hiccup, not finding the kill. Now, Bio and Kryra are going to spot each other again. Do we dive Shochi? This is crazy.
He has no flash. He's not level 6. It's kind of possible, but I don't know. You don't have enough CC, so actually I don't like it. I've changed my mind. Bio, though,
Trevor yet again refusing to go to a lane, just always looking for the plays, and he'll catch out Bio. Beatdown, this has got to be the strangest early game assignments of champions that I've seen in quite a while. Again, Trevor is just not laning. He's just walking around the map hooking people. Bio and Kryra are taking turns just invading each other and dying. This is ridiculous.
As far as Trevor's concerned, he has the 2 spells he needs on Blitzcrank, the E and Q. So he's like, all right, man, I got it. I'm moving with Kryra, I'm moving with my jungler, and I'm just going to get my team whatever kills we possibly can. So you can see the kills are starting to even out a little. Crimson got a 2nd kill, so this Rumble, who's a big source of damage, got some gold.
He hit level
Look
3.
in the picture in picture 2.
Yeah, I mean, there's just action happening everywhere. We're going for the bloodiest game on record in League of Legends history, I guess. Rockboom takes on Rough Beans, while Dr. Calculus will go down here. Bio, I don't know if you're safe to be in this area. You definitely aren't, Enthralled, but never mind. Hiccup has joined up, and they actually can turn one back. And it looks like Rough Beans even killed Rockboom in response through the Scion passive. This is just bonkers, man. We're at 9 kills, 6 minutes 45 in. I cannot keep up.
Yeah, there's a lot to take in right now, and it's funny too because I don't even know where to start, Steve. My God,
it's funny. It's comedy.
It is funny. CCG, they're gonna get the first spawn of grubs. Trevor is here, which tells me CCG want to be here, and they're gonna fight.
Shoshi's got ultimate. I mean, why not? That's 1 grub go down. Fate Sealed, wait for the ultimate. Oh, but it's actually Scion coming in from downtown. Shoshi will ult away, and it's Trevor that falls. Ducky Getters hold the line.
All right, maybe now we have a second. Ducky Getters, they're gonna get the third grub. Means that they can play for that grub again in a couple of minutes time. I think that's something that would be super valuable. This replay, I think we're gonna have a kill topside, but okay, we're gonna watch this one again. And how, I mean, there's really nothing to say here. Ducky Calculus, it's 3v1. He has no hook shot. I'm sorry, Bio, you can't save him.
Yeah, the rest of the team was coming up. I didn't see in the mini-map during the play, but Ducky Getters do commit. They almost keep him alive for a little bit longer, but the fact that they can trade a couple kills is good enough. As we come back to live, we will see if there actually was a kill.
I thought there would have been.
Not sure, as we... now we're going to get the bot lane. All right, so yeah, let's see what happens here.
Oh, Rockboom flashes the Q. We love to see it. I mean, at this point, there's just nothing to say. He gets this. He wins those.
And as we're back to live, we don't even have time to finish how the rest of that kill happened, because Trevor is still level 3. This Blitzcrank is just running around. Okay, picture we did get that nice. I like the little replay in there, as the Scion passive wasn't enough to kill Rockboom from the early replay. But again, the way CCG is approaching this game, they are matching Ducky Getter's Freak. Find you a team to match your Freak like CCG is doing right now. They are scrapping.
100%. Right now, no fight is happening because CCG are going to take that first break. Not too late, so it's still a real chance for them to play for that Dragon Soul. And I think being able to threaten something like that will be nice for their comp, where you want Ducky Getters to try and walk into you. It makes it so much easier to land the Blitz Hook, the Ash Arrow, and things like that. By the way, speaking of Blitz, Trevor, he's level 3. I guess he has access to that W now, but, you know, in terms of, like,
did he even
raw
level
stats,
it, though?
That's the question. Who knows?
Yeah.
But Trevor, he's super behind. He's really squishy because he's just so many levels behind of everybody else on the Rift right now. But as long as he lands the hook, Steve, job done.
Look at him. He's going top lane. He's got Swifties. He's just insane. He's waddling. He's waddling around. Ducky Getters, they're going to try and make a play to Crimson, and they are not expecting Trevor. Definitely. Enthralled was not. The moment they see a champion, Trevor hooks a champion. That's 2 kills to CCG.
And the craziest thing is, like, it just keeps working. Like, Ducky Getters don't have a response. And it's just getting CCG so much more gold. Crimson gets this wave in. He's going to be able to pick up some turret plates. And this Rumble is 4-1. Almost certainly going to have that Leandri's when he backs.
Again, the pace that this game is going just transcends reason. Like, I don't even understand where our eyes are supposed to be at any given time. Basically, I'm just on Trevor watch. I'm just watching wherever the Blitzcrank walks because I assume that's where action's going to happen. But throw the rulebook out the window because we are playing some creative League of Legends here.
And we are. I mean, we want to talk about... Oh, hold on a second. I mean, Cryra's fine. He's playing Vi. Okay.
Honestly, he can take that fight. Yeah, once that Q misses, Trevor yet again over the wall. This guy is just everywhere on the map right now, and Bio was not prepared for it. Cryra gets the kill that time around.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's the Leandri's Rumble. He's very strong right now, even though he's down 20 CS to Dr. Calculus. 4 kills, 2 assists. They make up the difference a little bit, Steve.
That was ambitious. Rock Boom threw out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. I honestly, I think that Rock Boom's just bored. He's like, usually I'd have a support here and we would have killed this Sion like 5 times at this point, but I'm just going to try and do it myself. And Trevor's like, chill, man. I'm getting kills elsewhere on the map.
Yeah. He's like, bro, your job, it's like, what is my purpose? To press R.
Yeah. Oh, no.
That's Rock. That's Rock Boom this game.
Fun.
Maybe he gets a kill? Maybe he gets a kill?
Unstoppable Onslaught's available, but not a lot of mana for Rough Beans. Yeah, the slows of Ashe allow you to chase down. Throws out the Hawk shot as now we'll spot Enthralled.
Oh my
God. That slow didn't land.
Mid lane. Sorry, it's Karma.
Yeah, Karma almost goes down, but has the shields to survive it. As now the second spawn of Grubs, it's not the Ducky Getters on there early because Bio is instead bot side. They get a teleport from Crimson down here as he shoved the wave in top.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this because, one, Crimson's advantage prevents Ducky Getters from getting that next 3 a spawn of Grubs. No Grubageddon for them. They don't even get to take advantage of the Void Mites. And because he's got the wave in, Crimson can also defend the bot dive. So now their CCG are starting to limit a lot of what Ducky Getters are going to be able to do in this game. One, again, you're playing for this Graves who wants to farm and scale, Senna who wants to farm and scale. And because there's been so much action, there haven't been too many opportunities to do so. I won't say Bio is behind or anything. He's doing fine at farm, but I think Enthralled maybe missing out a little bit on the soul stack because of all that early action. Roaming. Am I a top laner? Am I a bot laner? Oh, maybe I should go mid too.
I mean, 2-1 and 2 feels good, but with the changes to Senna, you're more of an enchanter now, less of a stacking damage early on. So, yeah, it's going to be maybe a very different look for the team. Now they're focused up, though. We finally have the bot laners together. Rock Boom and Trevor nearby.
Reunited.
We're going to see the 80 carry, air quotes, 80 carry and support in the same lane together at the same time.
I think we just take a moment to appreciate the significance of that, Steve. Me neither. This whole game, I didn't think Trevor and Rock Boom would ever be reunited. Like, this would be one of those movies where, you know, separated lovers, except the ending would be really sad because they would never reconnect. I don't know if that movie exists, but certainly there are enough movies that it does, so you get it.
I feel like there's got to be one. Have you seen About Time? Like About Time ends like that, right?
No. Does it? I mean, I haven't seen it, but I mean, I might soon. I don't know. I'll get back to you.
All right, maybe when I'm visiting, we'll watch that one. But
oh my God,
my travel plans
Lord
aside, absolutely. Right now, we're traveling to the bot lane here as Enthralled and Bio are hovering the area. Rock Boom and Trevor are playing very safe, very patient. As Trevor's still level 5, doesn't even have his ultimate available.
Not worthless. He doesn't need it.
Enthralled there.
Just the hook, man. That's all that matters to this man. He's a man of simplicity, focus, and determination. Because now we have a TP top lane. We have a fight mid lane, but Hiccup's like,
Yeah, she flashes away, but the flash follow from Cryra will guarantee the kill, and it's yet again Crimson that picks up the gold. Trevor blocks the hook shot. Trevor now, or rather Rock Boom, Rough Beans that blocks it. The names are crazy because everyone's doing stuff at the same time. Trevor is able to get away, though. Ignite was used. Hiccup at the end of the day is the only one to fall throughout all the plays on the map.
Yeah, I will say, I actually really like the lane assignments here from CCG. I think having your Rumble be most of your gold just opens up this opportunity that if you put him in a side lane, they can make a play towards him, especially with the Camille, because that's exactly what I would want to do if I was Ducky Gamers, but we got to hold that.
Chain Crystal Arrow, that's going to be a long stun right there as Trevor just straight up runs it enthralled, but runs straight into Rough Beans. They focus down the center, though. Kryra's going deeper. They haven't killed the Saya, and now the rest of Ducky Getters have joined in on the fight. Bio in trouble. Shochi goes in. Shochi takes one. Calculus takes another. It's an answer back and forth, but the front line holds for Ducky Getters. Shochi's doing his best work, but it's not enough. A double kill, a triple kill to Dr. Calculus as we are just scrapping in the bot lane.
Yeah, in that situation, I was just talking about that CCG were trying to avoid, ends up happening anyway. Not only does Dr. Calculus get a triple, they pick up the shutdown on Crimson, and this looks like it starts so good with Rockboom landing an arrow onto Enthralled. But you can see it. So much good defense coming through from Rough Beans. He's absorbing so much. No one can actually cross him. And because Bio shows up, the rest of this fight becomes really difficult for the rest of CCG to play. I mean, Trevor doesn't even get to do anything, even though he's around here. And the damage from this Camille and the healing from Enthralled is what allowed Ducky Getters to win this out.
The healing of Senna just keeping everybody alive. That would have been 3 extra dead champions if that was old Senna right there. You're just not given the same level of heals in that type of moment. But Ducky Getters, this is how they like to play League of Legends, man. From what we've seen in them in the OQs, what we saw in them yesterday, it is scrappy League of Legends. It is that non-traditional style. They are not interested in what Mr. Riot Games has told us in the tutorial you are supposed to do with 2 people bot, 1 person mid, 1 person top, 1 person jungle. They will do whatever they feel like doing in the game, but they'll do it together and they will group up for these mid-game objective fights. But they weren't even fighting for an objective. And now they're going to fight for the life of their top laner. Dr. Calculus flashes away from Trevor, who looked for the engage in side lane, but Camille gets out.
Still, you're pretty happy about that one. I think support flash for top flash, that's a W, especially because Trevor will have access to that Hex flash. So that's the play, open and shut. CCG, I still think despite everything they lost in those last couple minutes, are in an okay position to fight for objectives and the like. Although, on the back half of that last play, Ducky Getters do have a Rift Herald that they get to play with. They have a Dragon to their name too, so there's a real world where they drop it mid of the Herald that sets them up for this next break really nicely.
It's just crazy that we've had 19 kills and only 1 turret taken at 17 and a half minutes of the game. We're just fighting for the sake of fighting right now.
League of Legends.
Oh, actually really well done from Sochi. Before he snaps back, he lands the knockup on Rough Beans to cancel the decimating smash. So he's able to survive there, and yet again, the turret survives. We are scrapping for the sake of scrapping just to get a little leg up over our opponents, but so far it has been CCG with the advantages, specifically in their Rumble in the top lane. That Rumble is going to be a problem.
Yeah, something I will say, Rockboom, because he was laning solo basically the entire early game, he has the most experience in the game. Like, he's tied with Rough Beans. He's tied with the best of them here right now, game 1.
It's crazy.
So just watching Ashe be higher level than Camille is really funny to me.
Ooh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands. Does Trevor walk up? I think he had already thrown out the rocket grab. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, Ducky Getters just want this turret. I think they might have heard me saying, oh yeah, we haven't taken a turret yet, we'll watch this. We're going to send 4 people bot side.
Yeah, and I mean, mid lane be damned, I guess, even though CCG have decided they're just going to seed this. It's so low, it's not worth risking your life to protect, and I would agree. They're going to go mid, shove this next wave. I don't think that mid tier 1 is under any real threat. Ducky Getters should be able to move mid in time. It's just going to be about their setup for this next dragon. They have good vision on the bottom side, so it will be a little tough for CCG to walk in. Though Ashe's Hawkshot does help her.
And I'll say hints of why CCG find themselves in the promotion tournament to begin with. A reminder that they finished bottom 2 in NACL Summer Split, often because of moments like that. They had 3 people watching 4 people take bot turret. If you're going to lose the turret, you could just walk away from it and take that mid turret as a trade. But CCG, oftentimes, they just kind of get pulled around the map. It doesn't feel like they have their own game plan of, oh, we're going to do this macro play. You take this side, we're going to take that side. They're just going to answer you wherever you are. And the beginning of the game was very exciting because of what Trevor was doing. But now I think we're getting back into the old CCG habits where they're just running wherever they see enemies on the Rift. Herald was dropped mid, not going to take the turret yet. But CCG, again, I mean, we're just kind of A-ramming now.
Yeah, and I think this is still a good use of that Rift Herald. Ducky, the Duck had to recall a little late for this break, so they dropped the Herald to pick up space.
Ooh, big engage onto Enthralled. Kryra's committing to the backline, and Shoji sealing the fate of 4 champions at once. What an engage from CCG. Right as I was critiquing it, they say, watch how good it looks when we can layer it on top of each other. They get a complete ace and the Baron.
The timing couldn't be better, Steve. CCG will secure that neutral objective any second now. Okay, we're back. As it's just going to go down nice and easy. CCG will blow up this gold lead and now have a pretty firm grasp on this game once they spend this gold. They'll actually be in an okay spot, too, because of these empowered recalls to contest this next Drake. At this point, I'm pretty confident it's theirs.
I got to imagine with a Baron empowering all your waves, you're going to have priority everywhere. It just comes down to if Ducky Getters think that they can take another fight. They burned a lot of flashes to try and absorb the engage, but at the end of the day, they just got a little over-eager. Pushing into that mid wave, pushing into that mid turret, overextend, and they get punished. And now CCG have control over the Rift. They're not going for the Dragon right away. Ryra's going to clear the top scuttle first, and now head down towards the objective.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, Baron empowers your waves, it gets you pushed where you need it to happen. And Ducky Getters know they're not in a position to actually contest this Drake. So I like this respectful distance they're trying to play for. Just throwing down some poke, trying to set up a play.
Unstoppable onslaught. Oh, it goes past all the front line. Almost gets onto Rock Boom, but Trevor saving the 80 carry's life. Shoshi teleported in to all members of Ducky Getters, but he's got a big old shield. He will survive for long, but not forever. Shut down to Bio. As now Kryra diving the backline will get back onto Enthralled. Got a personal vendetta against the 80 carry of Ducky Getters, but cannot survive the Graves and the Camille damage.
Yeah, I think Enthralled owes Kryra money. That looked personal. But either way, Ducky Getters, they're going to win the fight and secure themselves that Drake. The goal that Dr. Calculus is working with. It's part of why he was just so important in that team fight there. That Hextech Ultimatum. It's doing so much work. I think we're going to see it again in this replay. And you know what? Credit to Trevor. I like what he did here when the Unstoppable Onslaught came out. He immediately hooks the Scion so that the follow-up Decimating Smash doesn't come through onto Ashe. But watch the rest of this fight. Shochi's in a really bad position, and Dr. Calculus has an easy time just putting so much damage in fight, locking people down, setting himself up and Bio to rip apart the health bars of CCG.
Yeah, and Kryra, I don't even see how he got behind everybody. But like you said, Enthralled might just owe money. Because Kryra said, screw it, throwing my life away to get the enemy's Senna, as it had worked for them last time, but we're just going for another fight. And Shady Crystal Arrow plus the rocket grab. Dr. Calculus is down as Crimson went into stasis to buy so much time. Finally traded back, top laner for top laner. CCG in full retreat, Kasochi pushing the bot wave. The rest of CCG do not want to continue this fight with the numbers disadvantage. They'll just take the bottom turret and be happy for the trade.
I was going to say, yeah, CCG definitely trades up there. You're 4v5, you go 1 for 1, and the turret goes down on the bottom side. That's definitely a W. Nice stasis coming through from Crimson, who rushed that Zanya second, which I think is very appropriate with champions like Camille Scion on the opposing team. So nice play.
As now we're back into a more calm game state here. For the first time, pretty much all game here. Ducky Getters are just going to clear up some waves. This has been a chaotic game, chaotic early game, chaotic mid game, but that is what we've learned to expect with Ducky Getters. And happy that CCG's been able to answer and actually push them even further. Trevor in particular has just been a thorn in the side of the Ducky Getters on this Blitzcrank.
Yeah, and I will say too, it is good for Trevor that he did manage to catch up to Enthralled at the very least in terms of experience. He was several levels behind the curve most of the game. But now that he's caught up, just means that what he sacrificed in the early game is kind of null and void for all that pressure he was able to get. CCG still in a really strong spot. The Ducky Getters have plenty of power on their side. Bio and Dr. Calculus do so much damage.
It's Trevor. Oh, he hooked the one he's not supposed to. He grabbed the rough beans. Abort. We don't want that plushie. No, Trevor thought that he could grab one of the squishy members, but rough beans just being that big old tanky front line, denying the engage.
I mean, we talk about pick potential that CCG's comp has, but Ducky Getters have so much on their side as well. And you can see just how well they're able to utilize it. And now they have this opportunity to hit this next, this tier 2 turret. They're going to go bot lane to set up a wave on the bottom side too.
Yeah, equalizer. Oh, it clears the wave.
Oh,
and then
so
the
much damage.
enchanted crystal arrow
So
catching Enthralled. Again, a beautiful combo setup by CCG. This is how they've been getting back into this game. And it's off of Kryra to continue it. Flashing forward for the big old Vault Breaker engage. And now
my God.
everyone locked down for Rock Boom to shred through. You talked about the XP. You talked about the levels. He got the gold as well. And when he can free fire in these fights with Shochi on top, this is a recipe for success for CCG.
And that's another ace coming through. Like, again, a 5-for-1 in their favor. A similar play got them the Baron. And look at the wave top side. They're going to be able to knock down this tier 2 as well. Honestly, mid and bot is still in their favor too. So Ducky Getters don't have much going for them in terms of gold lead, map state, or anything. This next Drake in about a minute's time also is going to be so hard to fight for.
As we're going to look at the replay, again, it's Crimson clearing the wave, and then Rock Boom just threads the needle, boom, onto Enthralled.
He keeps finding Enthralled with these arrows. I think it's another owing money situation we're going to have to investigate. But again, you get rid of the Senna immediately. Some of your poke, range damage, and heals are out of the picture, so the rest of this follow-up is just so good. And again, Crimson, that stasis. While everyone is looking at the Fed Rumble, he goes invulnerable, buying time for the rest of his team.
Crimson has bought so much time, 2 fights in a row now with that Zonia's Hourglass, and is really giving these windows for the rest of CCG to find trades, to trade up in kills. As now the second Baron of the game has spawned onto the Rift, but Ducky Getters, they're just on it immediately, spotted by the Hot Shot.
They don't do it particularly quickly, so this is very dicey. Oh, yeah.
Again, it hits Enthralled! The Enchanted Crystal Arrow just always on this Senna, as Crimson does not have the Zonias this time around. It was on cooldown, but it does not matter. He gets the damage as a double kill comes through for Kryra. The rest of CCG, like sharks in the water, circling Ducky Getters at the Baron. They will find another ace.
Now we gotta check Rock Boom's quiver for magnets, because it's ridiculous how often he keeps finding this Senna. CCG punish the Baron flip, and Ducky's coin flip lands on Tails. Steve, it's another Baron going over to CCG. This gold lead, I think we're fair to say it's out of control.
They didn't even get a chance to flip the freaking coin, man. It fell out of their pocket.
Yeah,
they had a hole in their pants as they get hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow after being spotted by the Hawkshot. I think once you're on vision, once you know that they see you taking this, you can't go for that type of Baron take. They have a Blitzcrank, they have an Ashe, they have Equalizer, so many tools from long range to just completely deter you from that Baron plan. But Ducky Getters, they play a crazy game, and they were feeling themselves there, get hard punished. Now CCG with Baron, they didn't get the Dragon right away. Instead, they're going to take the time to reestablish control of these waves, but I have to imagine that Dragon will be in their sights eventually.
It's just so easy for them to take it. They're so strong on the map. They're 9K up, and now you can just see them doing their due diligence, clearing out vision. They're going to go ahead and start that neutral objective. I want to give that quick shout out to Crimson as well. For having the highest participation here, I think for either team, Steve. He is part of 23 of the 26 kills that CCG has. He's been instrumental for them in this game 1.
I mean, a lot of the action was happening topside. Trevor was oftentimes roaming up to the Rumble lane early on, so that's where the earlier kills came from. But then, like we've seen, he has
wherever he was.
everywhere that the Rumble is where action is happening, whether he's the one getting engaged on and then pressing Zonias, or he's the one dropping the equalizer, as Trevor also can get action started here. Rocket grab over the wall, hits the tank, big health bar on Rough Beans, but he will die eventually, so he has to flash away. Shochi over the wall, fate sealed out to enthralled.
Nice jab.
Everybody's got a target on the Senna. The hit has been called, and the bounty hunters are collecting. They're just constantly diving the back line as even Rough Beans will go down. Ducky Getters have 3 members left to try and mount a defense.
And it's not going to be a very good defense, I'm afraid, Steve. I mean, it's Dr. Calculus. He is pretty strong, but they still have Baron Wave. Crimson has the teleport. I think they're going to look for the end.
I think so. You walk this wave up. Crimson completes a back. Will teleport onto the minion that's tanking up a turret shot, but the waves have respawned, so I don't know. CCG, they're gonna have to push this in. This gives time for Enthralled to respawn.
Enthralled is back, yeah.
15 seconds on Rough Beans, they're gonna call it off.
Yeah, actually, I do actually like that restraint from CCG. I didn't notice Enthralled and Rough Beans spawn timers. It doesn't mean it would have been very risky to try and push for the end, but we're gonna just see this one again. We talked about not wanting this toy and having the hook onto the Scion, but in this situation, when you're only pulling him, no one else on his team is able to respond, and I think it's perfectly fine. And it sets up the rest of the team to go in here. Shochi, level 17 Yone against a level 17 or level 12 Senna. I mean, I don't even need an analogy for that. You just know that.
Oh, I didn't even see the arrow hit too. Oh my goodness, man.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, the only analogies I can think of are not broadcast appropriate, so we're not going to even mention them here.
There was one that crossed my mind.
This has just been, like you said, a magnet on the back line of Ducky Getters, CCG's Trevor, as well as Rock Boom, even Kryra, Shochi, everybody. Just laser focus on eliminating this backline. Okay, you know what? Sometimes the magnets, they can turn off if they don't have the right.
There's other metal on Summoner's Rift, guys, you know?
You know, it got pulled in a different direction. I don't know how magnets work. Okay, well, it seems like maybe we cursed them, because that's 2 in a row now, but I don't think it's going to matter that much, because Shochi still finds it. He's got the lights turned on, and he will get onto the backline, goes down in response, but it's a 2-for-1 trade up for CCG.
Oh, and you like that trade. Now it's another inhibitor under threat here. It's going to be triple inhibs. These spawn timers are long enough that this time we could potentially see that push to the end. Kryra, noticeably, still has his ultimate, so there's a chance for the pick that ends the game.
Yeah, there's just no shot. The Ducky Getters are going to be able to turn this one around. Calculus is going to try and go in, but it's a 3v4 defense with supers in every lane right now. Now all the turrets are going down. Kryra diving. They haven't killed the turret yet. And they're taking a lot of damage, but Dr. Calculus just doesn't have the health bar to survive. Another Enchanted Crystal Arrow and a triple kill for Rock Boom to close out game 1. Do not have the time to give him the quadra kill. There it is. Oh, no Penta for Rock Boom, but it exists in his heart. Game 1 to CCG.
I mean, the last guy was Scion. That was just never going to happen. I like that they ended the game instead. But after a bloody, confusing, and messy game 1, I think the experience wins out for CCG, and they are going to close it out. 1 game away, guys, because this is a best of 3. We're moving on in this upper bracket.
Yeah, there are more opportunities for the side of Ducky Getters to bounce back here, but CCG, there were moments, hints of old CCG from NACL Summer Split that I was talking about, but they also had moments where they showed how strong this team can be when they find their engage, when they find their combo. They do follow up on each other's plays quite well, which is usually why they look for the fights. They look for the opponent's team to try and answer whatever they're doing, as opposed to playing more of a split map style. But when it came to the split map and when it came to threading the needle, there was one player that actually had to weather the storm early and then carry a little bit late, and I got to give it to Rock Boom here. The Ashe solo laning against the Scion, trying his absolute best to win that 1v1, but then also just being up in XP and finding arrow after arrow after arrow in these clutch fights. I think it's between Rock Boom. Maybe Crimson is another player that we could have up there, but I still got to say props to Rock Boom.
Yeah, I think Crimson definitely gets an honorable mention, but yeah, Rock Boom's arrows, I think single-handedly won a number of the fights that CCG ended up getting, especially the one that got them that first Baron in the first place, that got them firm control over the game.
1 kill and assist at 15 is very funny, though, to see from the
hilarious
Ashe player.
Yeah, I mean, playing Ashe solo into Scion. Sorry, man. Like, what do you want from him?
And I'm pretty positive that was the kill. That was the solo kill that Rockman got before then dying to the Scion 1v1 in the Scion passive right there. But there you go. Congratulations, Rockboom, for picking that one up. With that said, though, that is game 1 in the books right there. So we'll see if CCG can make it a quick series or if the Ducky Getters have more in the tank. We're going to send it to a short break before we are back for game number 2.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
And we are back, everybody, getting ready for game 2 as I have to cast with one of the casters of all time, Beatdown Boulevard.
Yes.
Welcome back on.
That's
Getting
what
ready
I'm
for this.
talking about, man. Like,
I was just told I need
lay
to roast
into
him
me.
more
Bro,
live,
it's so boring to have to one-sidedly roast. Oh, we're zooming in on me. It's so boring to one-sidedly
enough
roast
right there,
somebody.
yeah. Just
Yeah,
keep it
there
on
he goes.
him.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
All right, well, as me and Beatdown figure out how we're going to bounce off each other more for this next game, like the way CCG was matching the freak and bouncing off of
Sure
the
were.
Ducky Getters in game 1. That was a crazy back-and-forth game in the early game, but eventually we reached critical mass for CCG, and they ran away with it, and that is exactly reconstructed here in our post-game breakdown presented by the real cost. You can see that gold graph. Yeah, that tells the story of the game.
It does. And actually, no, Steve, you're lying. It doesn't. Because the thing about this game that a gold graph could never represent is the absolute chaos and disorder that was the first 15 minutes of gameplay. So if you just joined us, I strongly suggest you go back and watch that game again because, like, you couldn't understand it. You wouldn't get it otherwise.
Yes, much like my co-caster, I'm not quite sure that the Ducky Getters can read. They don't know what a lane is. They don't know what lane assignments are.
There we go.
And they don't know what champions are meant to go in what locations because they were just all over the map. Specifically, Trevor as well. This Blitzcrank was just all over the place and a real thorn in the side of the Ducky Getters.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, like my co-caster's bald head, the experience and skill from CCG shined through all the chaos in the early game. And they managed to get a lot of key fight wins that got them the win here, getting them one game away from moving further into the upper bracket. And of course, one step closer to making it back to NACL.
Yeah, Beatdown, I feel like we're going to fight when I visit you in Toronto, but it's okay. We'll just let that stew until that final moment right there.
All the tension.
Okay, you were right. I will say that the gold graph doesn't tell the whole story because of how chaotic it was, but it did show the story that the Ducky Getters made CCG work for it. It was a pretty close game. It wasn't like one side just got a lead and ran away with it. It was that, you know, CCG had to find the right team fights, the right combo engages, which I think shows promise more and why people are excited for Ducky Getters. The fact that they are able to hang with teams that were already qualified into the NACL in this promotion tournament.
100%. And I mean, this is kind of that upset of expectations is such a big storyline for Ducky Getters overall. I mean, you're looking back on the seeding committee. They had this team 17th, Steve. Take that in for a moment.
That's crazy.
There wasn't really anybody who thought this roster would get anywhere close to this far, but they managed to get a number of what were called upsets at the time to be able to qualify for this tournament. And not only that, win their first match so far yesterday.
It truly feels like the story of the 5 friends in a dream. You know, we talked about that a lot in old days. I know if you're a newer fan of old esports, maybe you don't remember the pre-franchise, pre-academy era when it was actually called the Challengers League back then as well. And you could just get 5 high elo friends together, try out, and then make it into the league. That's basically a very similar system to what we have right now. And this is the closest that we've seen to that story in quite a while. So I'm sure that that's also partly why so many people are excited for Ducky Getters here. Now on the blue side, it is full Fearless. So you see grayed out on the screen. Those are the bands that will no longer be available for Game 2.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, just to further that point too, the fact that that 5 players on a dream, I think is going to even 5 players in a dream, excuse me, is going to be even more apparent next year because this league, of course, will have that one spot that does allow you to promote to the LCS. So it's good for teams to be able to get in now. I think that's that extra, a little bit of, what's the word? That extra benefit that teams are trying to play for. Incentive, yes.
Yeah.
To try and qualify next spring.
It's okay. I won't, make too much fun of you for missing up a
should.
word. I do that too much
No,
to
Steve,
deflect that on somebody else.
We're paid to speak. If we make a stumble, roast. I don't care.
I am often reminded of that, and it boggles my mind with how bad with words I am to begin with. But Ziggs locked in. That's a word I can say. Dr. Calculus picking it for the team. Probably going to go to Enthralled, I would imagine. But remember that they swapped up their lane assignments in that last game.
They only do that with Senna.
They only do that with Senna.
At least previously, they've only done that with Senna lane, so it should just be back to regular lane assignments. So we'll see. And yeah, it is very likely Enthralled running that Ziggs in the bot lane, partially because Ziggs bot is good, and mostly because mid laners these days are too cowardly to play Ziggs. So I mean, what
unless your name is APA, then yeah, I think I do have to echo that. Although I think Shochi played it maybe once or twice.
At some point, that's true. I mean, Shochi never, say what you will about him, never been a coward.
He's no coward.
That's right.
Shochi's no coward. Also had a couple of incredible engages at the end of the game on the Yone there. So let's see what Shochi's going to pull out this time around. Instead, though, of mid lane pick, it's going to be top lane and jungle. So we're blind picking the Cassante and grabbing Kryra, a very control-centric jungler.
I really like this pick. I mean, it's already Maokai is already really strong overall, but I really like it into the Ziggs, a champion who is trying to poke from range, very good at making space. Having that long range engage with the Nature's Grasp is, I think, going to be really valuable this game, and it's going to be even more useful too with that CC, with that disruption Cassante has to offer.
But the Skarner locked in is interesting to see how this has kind of crept back into meta relevancy. Was played a lot in the top lane. Now we are seeing it more in the jungle. Actually, at least I've been noticing more so that it's still the jungle picks here. Okay, Melio makes me think not Ziggs bot, actually. Now I'm thinking it's probably actually going to be Ziggs mid lane. I can't imagine that these two are going to synergize that well together. You're not like an auto attacker as the Ziggs.
That is interesting. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I've never seen it. It would be pretty funny just because you have the Ziggs W to keep people off you, and you have the Melio Q to also keep people off of you. So maybe that's kind of the angle that they're going for. But yeah, I have a feeling that makes me think it's going to Rough Beans, but we'll see.
You know, it'd be a fun little combo to see is like a layup where we see the Melio kick somebody back into the satchel charge and then bop them away as well. You know, the 1-2 combo. It's like kicking a ball to somebody who's going to header it in. Is that called a striker? I don't know soccer positions. Are you called
honestly,
a striker if you're the one that's...
either. So
I think it's Super Mario Strikers. I don't know. Either way. That's the combo that they're going to be setting up there. Now, are you going to roast me now, Beat? I feel like that deserves a roast.
I mean, I don't know enough about it. All I'm going to say is if people in Twitch chat are going to flame Kangas for not knowing soccer, neither do you because Blue Lock doesn't count.
In soccer. We're just going to look that up real
Are
quick
you
as
seriously
Beat breaks down the rest of draft.
I'm going to talk about the draft. Yeah, I was going to say Shen banned away. We already kind of talked about how Dr. Calculus plays it. Even looking at Blue Otter over in playoffs, we're also pretty happy playing that champion. So it is nice to see that getting some respect by CCG.
All right. You know what? Here's the analogy then.
All right,
the center midfielder kicks the ball to the left midfield wing to header it in. There we go. I just picked two random positions. I don't know if that even made sense to any actual fans out there, but I figured let's just dig myself deeper.
That sounds perfectly fine to me, Steve. I don't know. Yeah. I feel like it's just good. Vayne Band is good. Ducky Getters did actually play Vayne Melio yesterday. And while the early game went really badly, that's why you see the bar span, it did end up securing the win in the end.
It did, but we don't get it this time around. Shen also taken off the table. And yeah, I'm looking at that ban that was missed there. Maybe a missed ban, maybe we just don't have it updated. We'll have an update hopefully from production to let us know, but it's going to be Nautilus as the final ban comes through. See what CCG now wants to lock in for red 4 pick here. Currently, they're showing what we expect to be mid lane with the jungle and top, and there we go. We have Misfortune locked in.
Yeah, that's usually a pick that you get for Prio. There is a good bit of setup as well with the Maokai. Cassante, you can do a pretty decent job, in my opinion, of setting up for that bullet time. But I will say on the other end, Enthralled, very likely going to be playing that Lucian. When Melio first came out, Lucian Melio was a very strong bot lane duo. And with some of the changes, trying to push Lucian back into the bottom lane with limited success, depending on who you ask. I would imagine Enthralled and Hiccup are going to try and run that combination.
Yeah, you got to imagine. It's still strong. It's not like the same level of impressiveness as the really powerful Nami Lucian combo of past metas, but I still do like the synergy that they have together. But it's going to be the Renekton picked into the Cassante.
Oh.
They hover the Nasus, which got me excited, and Seraphine here for Trevor.
I actually really like the Seraphine here, just because when I'm looking at Ducky Getters, their comp is more poke. And there isn't a whole lot of DPS. So I feel like, especially in that mid to late game, you're going to get a lot of value out of the healing and shielding that's coming through from the Seraphine.
Yeah, the shields in particular can absorb a lot of the Ziggs damage, the Ziggs poke that comes through. Your cooldowns are going to be close enough to the Ziggs cooldowns. You can kind of nullify what Rough Beans is going to try and do.
Yeah.
Lucian can do a little bit of DPS this type of composition, though.
But it's just him. You know what I mean?
It really is just him. And you're going to have the Amelia buffing you up, but still, it's a Lucian at the end of the day. So pressure will be on Enthralled here to try and be that DPS threat, while the rest of the Ducky Getters will try and buy that space, buy the ability for Enthralled to actually carry. I put it into the Rift for game number 2.
One thing I want to quickly add to, Seraphine was nerfed on this patch, specifically her W. I believe it was 20 base shield at all levels, and the cooldown is just 22 at all ranks now. So, especially because Trevor is playing support, we'll have less access to income. It does mean that it will be a little harder for him to get those Ws even late game as often, just because, you know, you're not getting as much money. You can't build as much ability haste. So it is a little weaker than it was on the last patch, but I still think it's a pretty solid answer.
Set up the Misfortune. It's not the as traditional of a combo, but you can still use the Encore to set everybody up in a line for the bullet time to come through. So it can be answered by the Melio, of course. Hiccup, if her trigger finger's fast enough, can try and nullify that as well. But either way, it's going to be a very different game than game 1. We don't have the Blitzcrank running all over the place. We don't have Hiccup going mid lane on the Karma. So I expect to see more standard League of Legends here. We'll see which team that actually favors as we are now into the laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, I will say again, late, I do like CCG's chances. I think Maokai just plays really well into Ducky Getter's whole comp. When Kryra goes in, Trevor can set him up with the Encore, as you mentioned. And even with that Breath of Life from Hiccup, I still think it's going to be a really invaluable combo, especially if they wait for the ult to come out. You can very easily use the Maokai ult to bait out that ultimate from the Milio, and then great, follow it up with Encore. All right, man, you only got one of those.
They do have 2 tools to go for the layered CC engage, as Shochi winning the mid lane matchup pretty heavily against Rough Beans here. Not a coward, as you had called the other mid laners, say nobody wanted to play Ziggs, but not winning the early trades.
And you know what, real quick, Rough Beans, I apologize, was not familiar with your game. I take it back. Good stuff.
Ooh, level 2 also hit early by Ducky's bot lane, as they will try and push this wave in and get some advantage here. This is the strength of the Lucian Melio, is it is very difficult to fight them at the early levels. The synergy of their comp, or their abilities is just too oppressive. The burn damage in the Melio on the autos, plus the double autos of the Lucian.
Yep, and also don't forget the range that Melio's W will give you. I mean, Lucian is, even though he is quite dominant in lanes, the fact that he has lower range is what, you know, it's a small shortcoming to make up for it, but now the Melio pairing kind of eliminates that immediately.
Look at this invade. Bio actually walking forward as Trevor will spot out Hiccup, and now Thrall jumping onto Rock Boom. Barrier is used by both AD carries along with heal from Hiccup, and Bio still has not gotten the buff yet. They're going to instead turn on to Kryra. Yeah, Rough Beans is here, and they get the stun into the wall. Kryra in a lot of trouble. Has flash available, might need to use it. Bramble Smash flash under the turret, but the invade will continue as Bio takes away the Gromp and now turns attention onto Blue Buff.
And this is what we were talking about earlier on in this match, Steve. I mean, Rough Beans, Ducky Getters in general, Rough Beans in particular, does play a lot for jungle. And so the Ziggs roam, while under a lot of different circumstances, is something we just simply won't see. For this team, it's just par for the course. Rough Beans, though, does pay a bit of a price for it, does lose out on a couple of minions as a result, so he has fallen behind of Shochi a bit. But I mean, it turned into more resources for his jungler, and that's what they're playing for.
I mean, I think he's actually fine. His back is stopped, though, as top lane Crimson taking the worst end of a trade against Dr. Calculus. But yeah, if you're Rough Beans, you still have teleport. You're only down half a wave over Shochi and now need to complete that back. So you'll probably lose a few more minions. I think just backed in a rough spot. We see that mistake a lot from players, especially at the OQ level, where you're just not used to somebody pushing you to the very limit when it comes to going for the correct reset timers, but actually is able to get back just fine. So even as I say it, not the end of the world. He's going to be able to catch most of that wave.
Now Pio, an extra bit of CS before recalling, wants to spend his time making this play.
Oh, aggressive play from Enthralled, and
Wow.
Bio double flash from Rock Boom and Trevor in sync to get away.
Unfortunately, no ice for Rock Boom and Trevor. Probably either expecting the E to hit them or just expecting to die if they don't flash the slow that would have been following. So that is a super high value gank, and I mean, just good use of Bio's time. Now he gets to spend all that extra gold he's earned. He's got a giant spelt already, a lot of extra health going his way. Means those ganks are going to get crazier, man.
And Skarner scales off of health, so this is actually
Sure
a very
does.
good first bank here for the Skarner. And like you said, he took away the Gromp and the blue buff, so the invade getting him very far ahead of Kryra. As Crimson's actually going to try and keep Dr. Calculus locked onto this turret.
Level
Hits
six.
level 6, all out. Not going to use it right away, but here comes Kryra level 4 on the Maokai, engages. Crimson doesn't want it, though. I think just a bad call from CCG. They didn't know if they wanted to take the fight or not. So that's going to almost lose them a life. Dr. Calculus flashes in. Nobody dies. Okay, end of the day, I guess they get out of there. Crimson can back and then teleport.
I think they just disagreed on what to do. Because, yeah, it's so strange that Kryra goes in as far as he did while Crimson is just channeling his recall. And yeah, they had the vision on Bio, so they know that they need to walk far, far back to make sure that he doesn't turn this into a catastrophe. But still, minions lost as a result. Dr. Calculus got a big stacked wave in. He's going to be able to TP back with the Phage and a longsword. He's feeling very strong.
Dr. Calculus is going to also group up with the rest of the team here as we're fighting for the grubs. That is 2 picked up now for Ducky Getters. Bio smites that, and then we'll back away, giving the 3rd over to CCG, who will at least deny the Grubageddon, but it sets up Ducky Getters to be in a good spot to go for at least a couple of them.
Yeah, and I mean, Rock Boom, it's a nice punish there from Enthralled and Hiccup. They saw Trevor. They know if Rock Boom steps up too far, they trade hard into him. He might actually have to back off of that wave, depending on when Trevor actually gets there. But yeah, Dr. Calculus, really strong position top lane. Ducky Getters overall, really nice opening from them in these first couple of minutes of gameplay. Getting a lot of what they want, even though there aren't any kills to show for it. I mean, look at Bio. He's so far ahead of Kryra right now. He's going to get level 6 way before he does.
Yeah, about 4 camps ahead right now. Shochi's also still, just winning this mid lane. Rough Beans is having it rough right now, but is able to just clear out the waves regardless. Bullet time comes through. Oh, nice kickback from Hiccup there.
Yeah.
As the Rock Boom's ultimate is canceled halfway through. Could have done a lot more damage.
Right now, Shochi does have flat. Oh, wow, he is deep. But I'm pretty sure he can just walk this one out. It's fine.
Yeah, he gets the plate, walks away, doing just fine. Dragon's been started up, though. Oh, wait, never mind. I thought on the minimap I saw it. It's just the...
Just doing the scuttle crab.
The scuttle crab down here. Kryra will clear that one out, so now they have vision on the dragon at least. They haven't seen Bio yet. No, they did. There's a ward in the river. So
Yeah.
Kryra should know that an invade is happening right now.
And the hope
Gonna
is that he
start
can
up his
just
Gromp.
take this. Surprised he didn't really go for the invade, but I guess he just wanted to prioritize the dragon. I mean, Bio is much stronger right now. Just going to use that pressure to be able to secure their first strike of the game. I mean, 2 grubs, 1 Drake. Not a bad 8 minutes for Ducky Getters.
And I think they had information that Shochi reset, so that's why he's confident to go for this nosy. He's a level up over Kryra, so could take the fight with the Prio bot lane. They're doing just fine. I will say, though, Shochi, even though he wasn't there to try and provide pressure for the dragon, up 20 CS over
6.
Rough Beans, doing a great job. Kryra now level 6. Get aggressive onto Enthralled. Hiccup, not level 6, does not have the ability to cleanse the AD carry out of that one, and Enthralled will go down. First blood to Kryra.
Yeah, I mean, really nice angle, and the timing super awkward. Enthralled flashes forward right as the Maokai starts to come through. Now Shochi wants a little blood.
I think that they're just confident because they had their jungler on the dragon thinking we're good, as Bio at least will try and even it out now. Still no flashes on the bot lane from CCG, but do they have the damage to kill Rock Boom? It's really just Skarner. They do have it, as Trevor throws out the Encore, but no follow-up from Kryver, who is trying to wrap around for a flank.
Wow, that's kind of unlucky. Encore for nothing is kind of a tough call there from Trevor, just because, I mean, I think Rock Boom dies no matter what, and that cooldown was nerfed recently, so he's not going to have it up for a while because it's only ranked 1.
And now they're not going to be able to combo with Rock Boom, who has the bullet time back up again. Breath of Life is available for Hiccup, though, so it's not guaranteed that you'd even be able to pull off that combo, but it just means that you don't have the option for it anymore.
Yeah, exactly. And there's nothing to fight for right now, which is somewhat of a consolation there for CCG. But the only thing really to set our sights on in the next minute or so is that next spawn of grubs. Ducky Getters have a chance to get 4 or 5 grubs in their favor, Steve, which will give someone like Dr. Calculus and Rough Beans access to those Void Mics, making it easier to knock down turrets. I mean, Renekton, who's got a pretty solid lead so far, is going to like that a lot. The Ziggs, who's great at demolition, is going to love that.
They just need 2 more, but they're going to need their top laner alive to pull it off. Kryver's in the neighborhood. Does not actually pull the trigger on a gank top lane, though, so it will still be pressure for Dr. Calculus, shoving wave after wave in, as Bio is in the top side of the rift right now. Could be looking at those grubs on spawn.
Wow.
Crimson taking a lot of damage from Dr. Calculus, who has been getting the better of these lane trades. Well done to the top laner of Ducky Getters, who's really making Crimson one of the kind of standout players, standout rookies in NACL work for it. Now Crimson under turret, taking a 1v1 against Dr. Calculus, almost goes down.
Under?
Nature's Grasp will land, but he's outside of turret range now. Crimson could be in trouble. Kryver goes back in. Bramble Smash. Heal up for Dr. Calculus, as now here comes Bio. And Crimson's on the wrong side of the lane.
Shochi.
He was just trying to survive. Shochi is teleporting up there. Has Valkyrie, has Flash, dodges out on the Impale from Bio and turns his attention to Dr. Calculus, bailing out the top laner. But Rough Beans will snipe him from downtown with the Ziggs ultimate, and a 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day. What a crazy setup.
The craziest thing is this isn't the craziest early game we've seen this series, Steve, but still, we got scraps. Yeah,
Here we go. That Encore landed. Breath of Life now as Rock Boom has to back away. Still has the bullet time and will now use it. That is the Relentless Pursuit out from Enthralled. Low on mana for the Lucian. Going to be hard to try and fight this now. Trevor can actually keep Enthralled and Hiccup away from the wave.
Yeah, that's a really big wave, so I think that would feel really bad if they missed it all, but hey, Hiccup has shielding and a bit of healing in the kit, so instead they want to teleport.
It's Rough Bean teleporting down. There are flashes. Yeah, that was ambitious.
Yeah, ambitious is a word you could use for that one. So at least it will help Enthralled and Hiccup get the wave in so they can get a good back off. Otherwise, and again, you just open up a lot of that pressure into the mid lane. Early on, it wasn't a big deal, but now all this roaming from Rough Beans is starting to cost him. Shochi's up, about 30 CS. He's been knocking down turret plates against the Ziggs, by the way. So this this Corki is going to scale and be really strong with more gold, is just starting to get accelerated.
Marks to Rough Beans for not being a coward and playing the Ziggs mid. Marks against for how the laning phase has gone against the Corki, falling further behind than you'd want to in this matchup. And I think showing that Shochi is just much more comfortable in this meta and against these types of picks. Shochi is known for playing this type of pick as well, so
yeah,
I think no surprise that this player is able to play at this level.
And Shochi is a player who we had higher expectations for going into this split. I'm not going to lay the struggles of CCG all at his feet. I think that would be kind of insane. There were a lot of problems, but still, rough to see someone like him who had such a great year on Cincinnati here last year, Steve, struggle the way that he did. So being able to win out, especially in the upper bracket, and make it back to NACL to keep grinding for LCS, it'd probably feel great for him.
Shochi is one of those mid laners that was on that trajectory to say, I mean, can he make a push for LCS? Other players have done it as in more recent years. Not everyone's found the immediate success, but speaking of success, Enthralled's going to look for some down here onto Trevor, and they have Bio just flash it in, bopping Trevor on the head. That's a dead Seraphine, and a numbers advantage now for Ducky Getters, but Shochi's going to try and equalize that onto Rough Beans. The Ziggs is all alone on the other side of the river here, as Ruffians will make it back to the lane and survive through it. So that Dragon priority does belong to Ducky Gators, but Crimson and Dr. Calculus going for their own 1v1. I think Crimson's fine. He's out of there.
You say Crimson and Dr. Calculus, but I think it's happening against Crimson as well. He really doesn't want to fight, Steve, as Dr. Calculus has been getting the better of him this entire time. And on the bot side, Ducky Gators, again, that kill onto Trevor allows Ducky Gators to get ahead in terms of Drake stacking here. They're halfway through a Dragon Soul, and Bio has just been running away with this early game.
Yeah, Bio had a fantastic series yesterday as well. Specifically, the Vi game really impressed me. And now I'm getting echoes of that here on the Skarner. All over the map, pretty much wherever he needs to be, going for another invade. This is what, the third Gromp that Bio has taken away from Kryra in this game? Yeah, no chill is the name of the game for a jungler like Bio. Do not let the enemy jungler farm their own camps for free.
Nope, not allowed. I like this response too from Rup Fiends because they had Dr. Calculus reset and move towards this bottom side of the map. This allows Ziggs to collect these waves with that Mega Inferno Bomb. But in response on the bottom side, Enthralled, Hiccup, they get first brick. Really feels nice for the Lucian Milio to be able to get that advantage.
Answered by Crimson here, who despite being kind of bullied around by the Renekton, has actually done a fantastic job of just equalizing, not going down, not giving free kills over to the Renekton, and actually takes a turret for himself. Again, Crimson, one of the standout players on CCG's roster, somebody that we're going to keep our eyes on in his development as a player throughout the years. Nice to see him showing up right now. As Herald's dropped mid lane, they're going to crash into the turret. No Voids might spawn as Bio misses the Impale right there. CCG will walk up and just take the turret.
So that it is going to end up being 2 turrets over to CCG, even though Ducky Gators got first brick. So they equalize the goal again. Because the goal has just really been back and forth so far this game. And you look across the board too, everybody, except for Trevor actually, has hit their first item. So there is going to be that bit of combat power, making I think both teams feel like they can actually look for fights for this next upcoming dragon. Infernal Soul to Ziggs. I mean, that's going to make some of those questions I had in draft kind of go away, Steve.
Yeah, I think eventually the scaling will come through. It's just a matter of how long this is going to take. We're only 16.5 minutes in, but like this is still a pretty early stage of the game. But Shoji actually getting collapsed on right now, has the flash, really try and burn it. Actually does over that wall to answer of Dr. Calculus, and Bio actually picks up the kill. Now, Nature's Grasp goes forward. Kryra, does he want to twisted advance in? He's just trying to buy space because the rest of the team's not with him. He flashes away, teleport from Rough Beans. And a numbers advantage from Ducky Getters means that CCG do not want to contest this anymore.
No, I mean, you lost Shochi. He is a lot of your DPS right now, outside of Rock Boom when he is ulting. So once you lose him, you just want to call it. Now, I like this move, though. They have Rough Beans and Dr. Calculus together, but they have 5 grubs, so they're going to get a lot of damage on this turret. If they're going to get the Ziggs execute, which it looks like they will, that's a nice chunk of change Ducky Getters get on top of that kill.
Any moment that the Ducky Getters have to actually hit a turret, they can take them very fast.
Oh, yes.
With just the 5 grubs along with Ziggs. And I think that CCG need to start to respect that. Shochi was all alone right there. They didn't have a lot of vision down. Anytime you don't see the opponent, you need to play respectful and assume that they could be around you.
Yeah.
Shochi realizing that lesson right there. Now Ducky Getters have a 1.4 thousand gold lead, and Dragon's up in a minute and a half. This is an Infernal Soul that they're playing for. They already have 2 early drags.
And it's a minute 30 until that next Drake comes up. Now they're just going to be moving top side, clearing whatever vision they can, answering waves, and you got to imagine Ducky Gators is very interested in fighting for that next objective soon.
As we see, the teams are setting up for that potential objective. They're clearing out the top camps who do have a pause, so while we investigate that to get an update as to what the reason for it is, it gives us time to at least set the stage yet again for where these teams find themselves, not only in the series but in the tournament. We're in the upper bracket, so a win here means that you only have 1 best of 5 ahead of you to qualify into the NACL, and the Ducky Getters look like they're in a good position here in Game 2 to at least push us to a 3rd game series.
Which would be super important because getting down to that lower bracket, you do got to play extra series to be able to qualify. So this is, of course, the upper bracket, is your fast track to that first promotion spot into the NACL. And that's what all these teams who are still up here are vying for, Steve. So that's what it would be huge for Ducky Getters to be able to get that game win. They'll still stay alive in the series, and they'll have a chance to play that best of 5.
And I believe Ducky Getters, if my bracket is correct, which don't quote me on it, they're going to play against Lotus if they do drop this game. Or I guess whoever loses this series would go down to play Lotus. It would either be Lotus or Pulse as the two teams waiting for them in the lower bracket. And just getting dropped to the lower bracket means that you have to win another best of 3 and then 2 more best of 5s in order to qualify for the NACL. That is so many more games that you have to play rather than just winning this and then 1 best of 5 ahead of you. I feel like the pressure from that alone can mount on some players. So I'm wondering what kind of mental state the Ducky Getters are in right now as the new kids on the block, the newer players to the league or to this promotion tournament, who you said, I mean, they were ranked like 17th seed by the committee. It's like, that's very low, but they have been performing. I think that they're in the position to make a miracle happen.
They certainly are. And I mean, you got to imagine that the pressure, well, obviously there, maybe isn't that heavy for them so far, because after losing that game 1, I mean, they come out swinging in this game too, Steve. Again, those early minutes looked really good for them, even though mid lane wasn't going so great for Rough Beans, and Shochi was getting a lot of those advantages. Bio was just so aggressive. Between that and Enthrall and Hiccup's early game priority, just allowing this Skarner to get stronger, get fed. You have Dr. Calculus top lane who's looking really strong on the Renekton too. And that's gotten Ducky that's gotten Duck to a 1.4k gold lead.
And it's a gold lead that they will hold on to as we are back into the game. Thankfully, it was a short pause. Heard that there were some server issues going on, so hopefully those do not continue throughout the day. We've had a couple of servers. Even Discord was having some trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a bad day to be on the internet, I guess.
Hey, depending on who you ask, that's every day. Same hat, same hat.
All right. Well, as we both find ourselves still on the internet, we might as well talk about what's going on here. The turrets are traded on opposite sides of the rift. It's Dr. Calculus grabbing top turret as Crimson gets the bottom turret. And now Dragon is up in 15 seconds. Currently, CCG hold the approach.
Yeah, so I will say, walking into the Maokai and Seraphine is a little tough. Just taking stock of items right now. Rough Beans is actually really far ahead. He's at that second item mark, so those Qs, those bombs, they are going to do a lot if he's able to land that poke. Same with the ultimate.
Got a lot of gold from the turret. As I think we have a flank right here. Yeah, Dr. Calculus pops the Dominus, flanking the backline straight under Rock Boom and
my God.
Trevor, and he just eviscerates the support. Enchanter down, Croc standing. Shut down onto Bio, though. Huge for the side of CCG, taking out the enemy jungler. There's going to be no smite contest now for the Dragon as Crimson gets back onto the objective. Shochi in a 1v4 scenario, just going to try and take down Dr. Calculus and will fall in the attempt. Rough Beans picking up that kill credit, and it's only Rock Boom and Crimson alive. Kryra went down as well, so no smite for either team. Ducky Getters, with 4 members strong, will take the Dragon.
And I mean, that's a great trade coming up here from the Ducky Getters. Now they're going to get that soul point. They just cashed in on a lot of gold as well. I think that was a tough fight to go for there, especially with once you see that Rough Beans has that Horizon focus. He's really strong right now. You called it out.
Yeah.
That turret gold really made the difference there for this team, and now they're in a really good position to get an Infernal Soul.
The flank from Dr. Calculus set up everything to work out for them. The Renekton just walks around, gets onto the backline. CCG did not do their homework. They had the inside track. They had control of the approach, but they didn't get wards down, so they didn't actually spot out where Renekton was, and more importantly, where he wasn't, which was on the front line with the rest of Ducky Getters. So with the 3rd Dragon picked up, more scaling for Ducky Getters as they are 1 Dragon away from that soul.
And I mean, something to keep an eye on for CCG. I think it's good vision, and I think Crimson is just going to have to mark Dr. Calculus, because you saw what he was able to do when he got onto the backline of CCG. So in these next coming fights, I'm sure the Renekton is something that they are all going to keep their eyes peeled for, because he just gets stronger and stronger, and once he gets that Sterix gauge, he's going to be so hard to kill.
Yeah, getting close-ish to that. Probably on the next back, once he picks up another wave or 2, he should have it. But the big power spike, like you had already highlighted before, is the 2 item, now getting closer to 3 item on Rough Beans, who had a rough laning phase, but has come back fantastically. Alongside the help from the team to help him get those turrets. And the calling on to Trevor with the Mega Inferno Bomb! Just pops Trevor. Seraphine, very squishy champion. Ducky Getters fully aware of that, take advantage.
Wow, I'm surprised. We TP to that play as Dr. Calculus, maybe afraid of the retribution that CCG could have gone. Maybe a Maokai comes out, but that could be something that CCG actually try to punish. When you're at this point, I think it's kind of hard for them to play the game. Maybe a double TP play in a side lane will be the answer.
They're just gonna run in straight onto the front line. Crimson in full retreat mode. Rockboom's here and has the bullet time available, so Ducky Getters need to be careful if they walk too far forward, but for now they feel confident.
I think they have every right to be, Steve. They're going to push CCG back into their own jungle on that bottom side and just keep this mid wave pushed out. Now they're going to reset, spend their gold. Enthralled, very likely also about to hit his second item, so the culling is going to hurt a lot.
Ooh.
Oh, that feels bad.
Encore whiffed as the rest of life will keep everybody safe from the nature's grasp. Cryer can't lock him down. Crimson can't get on them either. The kite back from the Ducky Getters was enough. There we go. Seraphine shielding is enough to nullify that, but now there goes Dr. Calculus. But there goes Crimson answering back in kind. It actually takes down the Croc. Colin comes out, shooting everybody. Enthralled gonna carry the fight on the second half. Rockboom's gonna walk up to try and get a little bit of damage down, but a triple kill to Enthralled as they crush another team fight.
Oh, and it's so big as it is just in time for them to go ahead and get the Baron. There is no response unless Kryra goes for an absolutely insane smite steal. But I think the damage is done, and Ducky Getters, they get an even bigger lead as a result.
Yeah, yet again, this is 2 games in a row now where a team fight is won right by the Baron. Last time around it was, I believe, CCG. Actually, no, it was the Ducky Getters. I think they got it first. Either way, Ducky Getters get it this time around. Trevor, can he get the steal? There's simply no chance, right?
Yeah, I mean, no.
Yeah.
There just shouldn't be. If Bio misses that, he should be reported. But he got it. That's what matters. Now 5K up is the Ducky Getters. Components are being bought. Items are being completed. And they are in a really strong position where they can just start to close this game out. It'll take a couple of minutes, but the way Rough Beans has been laying down the poke, the way Bio and Dr. Calculus are setting up a lot of these team fights, it's starting to feel like an inevitability.
It's feeling like the type of gold lead that will just continue to snowball from this position, especially when we factor into Dragon's Soul. There's not an option for CCG. They have to contest that. If you give that up with the gold lead that the opponent has, that's just going to be game. So 45 seconds. Let's see if they can do it.
Yeah, in small things, Shochi and Rockboom, they've hit their second item. Pretty big for those champions, especially the Corki. If they can set it up nicely, if they can finally get that combo so that either one of Kryra's or Trevor's CC hits while Hiccup's ult is down, maybe CCG can make the fight happen. They haven't been able to get that coordination off so far, but I mean, if they can get it now, it's better late than ever.
It's just the Melio put such a wrench in that plan still. Their big combo can be countered by one champion. Speaking of one champion, Bio's going in all alone.
Flank.
Dr. Calculus on the flank, but he's spotted out this time. CCG are wise to the play, and they will prevent Dr. Calculus from getting onto the backline this time around. Nature's Grasp going forward. They're still playing away from the Croc as the Impale comes in. Now it's Crimson caught out of position, trying to frontline. CCG opted for the fight, and there just was no fight for them to take. Dr. Calculus will pop the Dominus and walk forward, preventing Rockboom from channeling the entire bullet time. CCG, I mean, that type of fight just feels like desperation.
Yeah, I mean, that was just never an angle for them that was going to work. Again, you want to use either Kryra or Trevor's ult to bait out the Breath of Life. But Hiccup held the ult the entire time, so she was able to just use it afterwards to lend some other CC. So this Melio pick, so valuable this game, but even more so because CCG aren't able to really play around it, do anything about it. And just like that, Infernal Soul is there for the Ducky Getters, and that powerful buff should give them what they need to win.
Now, let me tell you, Beat, if Ducky Getters are able to close this one out, it's going to be tough to talk about a player of the game, because in a game like this, the KDA says one thing, the items, the damage will say one thing, but the legitimate impact on the game oftentimes doesn't show up on the end game scorecard. Things like the Melio just keeping everybody safe. Can we give Coach player of the game for the draft. I mean, like, it feels like there's no answer here for CCG.
Certainly not at this point of the game, too, where, again, you're down Infernal Soul, you're down 6K, and you can see the Ducky Getters just systematically setting up so they can knock down more and more of these outer structures. They have their sights set on the mid and top tier 2 turrets, and they're clearing out vision in this top side jungle to make sure CCG cannot access it.
As Bio is walking around, pressuring Kryra off, and as a result, Rockboom as well. We see Shochi going for the flank bot side.
Is that a
Or
flank?
rather, the split push
say,
bot side. There
you
we
and I
go,
lie.
wrong word. Buzz phrases, very fun.
Yeah.
Shochi will try and commit for the turret, but the siege continues for Ducky Getters in the top lane. There's the encore, locking Bio under turret. He does have the impale, but he's taking a lot of turret shots.
Oh, wow.
Flashes away. Will he go down? Bullet time is just barely enough with the burn damage of Kryra over the top of Shochi's trying to make the hero play. Flashing forward, locks down, taken out. As Rockboom's gonna have to be the damage now. Dr. Calculus is walking forward confidently. Rough Beams is there as well. Dr. Calculus under the turret, can't quite get onto the misfortune. He's gonna take 2 turret shots, gonna take a 30, he does, and he lives as Rough Beams on a rampage. Claims Rockboom's life.
We are not respecting the soul, but Crimson, he's full health, he has ult.
Crimson teleports in behind, he's all alone right now. He's gonna have the backup of Kryra eventually, and he is buying a lot of time. On to Rough Beans. The Ziggs could be in some trouble, but instead it turned right back out of Crimson. He just doesn't have the damage. Rough Beans holds the line. Dr. Calculus played that beautifully. The CC, the drain tanking, everything coming up heads for Ducky Getters.
I'm ready to call it, Steve. Like that, that is a mental shattering fight if I had ever seen one. If you can't make that work, you're not going to make anything work. And this game only gets harder from here. You saw what Rough Beans was outputting. Now he has a death cap, Steve. Newly purchased, nice and shiny. And it's going to be the end of CCG.
Oblivion Orb has been in the inventory for quite a while, finishes the death cap, and also gets the Seeker's Arm Guard.
Oh, yeah.
So even has the stasis now in case CCG are somehow able to get on top of the Ziggs.
Yeah, somehow.
Well, you're probably not going to kill the Ziggs.
No, very not likely. Especially when you have the front line of this Renekton, of this Skarner, and of course the Breath of Life from Hiccup. It's been a pretty good game for the Ducky Getters start to finish. Again, for them to be able to get this comeback in the series is so important for them so that they have another chance to stay in that upper bracket.
Io attempted another impale right there. Took a turret shot. Now locked in place.
Oh my God,
Chain CC. Encore used as well. That's 2 plays in a row now where Bio actually is the target and does fall.
And still, you get 2 of CCG's biggest ults out of it. So now you feel good about doing stuff like this.
Oh, the calling plus the Mega Inferno Bomb, not enough to kill. Crucial for CCG as Trevor almost dies to another Q right there. That inhibitor and the turret are going down. CCG need to get back to Found to heal up, and a flash forward from Dr. Calculus, locking out Shochi. He's out of there. No mid laner for CCG.
And 2 inhibitors down as insult to injury. Now, this gold lead just continues to balloon, and there's no angle to actually go for the end, but they're pinging the Baron, Steve, so we know the end is in sight.
Yeah, they have DPS with Enthralled. Ziggs can do a surprising amount of damage to an objective like Baron, and Bio's back on the map, so this seems like a pretty free call if CCG try and approach. They don't have Encore, they don't have Nature's Grasp. Maybe they'll be off cooldown by the time that the Baron's low, but they're not even going to contest. Ducky Getters should just get a free Baron.
Yeah, I mean, you contest this Baron, you get ace, you lose the game instantly, so pretty wise. CCG to not bother going for this one, and again, it's just been a good game coming through from the Ducky Getters here in game 2. These, with the mid and bot inhibitor down, the only thing they have left to focus on is the top side.
Super Minions will give them free pressure everywhere else as they teleport Rough Beans early up here. Rather than onto the turret, big chunk onto Enthralled from Shochi. Maybe that gives them enough to play with here. A lot of damage actually onto the back line. They're just peppering these rockets in, as well as Rockboom hitting these double ups as the bullet time as well. So CCG have done a lot of damage to prevent Ducky's Getters from just walking forward. And Shochi yet again with the empowered autos just peppering Hiccup right there. She's in a lot of trouble now, and the health bars are getting low on Ducky Getters.
Yeah, Kryra, you can see they spot him out, but he's looking for the angle. Oh,
Encore used. It's onto Hiccup, did not use the
my
Breath of
God.
Life. Now it's down, a lot of damage, bullet time in. Can they get enthralled? They did. Rock Boom for enthralled,
so.
80 carry for 80 carry, but the turret will fall. There goes Dr. Oculus, slice and dice in, locking down Crimson, who tries to go unstoppable, but a bit too late. Trevor doesn't have the damage to follow up there. Kryra is on the wave. Crimson's on the wave. It has to be Shochi to do the damage. It has to be Shochi to be the carry for CCG to stay in this game. They're losing their Nexus turret. Shochi does take down one. They got on the rough beam, set up beautifully by Crimson. And CCG, I think with that, should be able to hold at least on this siege, but with no inhibitors left, how much longer can they stay in this game?
Maybe longer than you think. That's a long spawn timer on Rough Beans. If they can spend that gold, maybe they can make a play for the Elder Dragon. It's desperate, but it's the only thing they have left. If Ducky Gators get it, the game is over. So the fact is, it was a pretty solid play onto the overextending Ziggs to give CCG a tiny sliver of a chance to maybe make this happen.
They at least get a chance at a 50-50. Bio's here. So Bio can try and just get into the
We're
pit.
risking
You
it
can't
all.
really keep a Skarner out of the pit. They're teleporting in Shochi. Here's the flank from Dr. Calculus. Rock Boom has to flash very early. Dominus popped, and Dr. Calculus is just
He's just
running
gonna
towards
go
the
end the
base.
game.
Ducky Getters say, okay, you can take the dragon, but we're
Can
going to
they
try and
back?
stop your backs after, I imagine. Bio's just going to be a nuisance here. Crimson can hold the line, though. If the rest of them can get back, Kryra actually goes in. They think we can 2v1, take down Bio, kill the Skarner. But again, it's only one Nexus turret left. Shochi's here. Here comes Rock Boom and Trevor, but they just got to focus the Nexus. It's got to be enthralled, autoing it. Nobody's on the Lucian. All the minions are there. Shochi's in.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Falling on Ducky Getters, and CCG hold the line.
Ever so narrowly, it was on a spider's edge. I cannot believe it, Steve. CCG, they're going to keep themselves in this, and Bio wasn't able to stop enough of the backs to make the game end. So now it's tough. CCG still have double supers for about a minute longer, and they just have to spend most of this Elder Dragon buff on wave clear duty. But between the shutdowns, between the Dragon and all these waves they're farming, you can see the gold lead actually diminish quite a lot. So CCG, if they're able to push these waves out, get one more good team fight with this buff, they're in it.
An absolutely bonkers base defense, but I want to give credit to that man on screen, Crimson.
Yeah, really nice.
Immediately, once the dragon was taken, everybody else runs to back. Crimson's the sole person to run straight at Bio, saying, I know what your plan is, and I have to stop you.
Yep.
I'm the only one who can, and he held back the Skarner long enough for everyone else to get back. That was incredibly well played by all members of CCG, but the top laner letting it happen to begin with.
And I will say another small thing I really like from Crimson, with that catch out on Rough Bean, holds on to his ultimate crucially. So he's able to use it in that following fight at the Elder Dragon. So just really good stuff from Crimson, and a pretty clutch moment from CCG. The game is still very hard. Keep in mind, this Elder Dragon, it's only going to last 30 more seconds, Steve, and CCG have still just been corralled just outside of their base. Now that the inhibitor has finally spawned mid and bot, they get some breathing room. But if Ducky Getters, are smart, just press tab, they do nothing for 20 seconds, and they still have a chance to win the game.
Let the dragon expire, and then probably focus on the Baron. Could be the name of the game for them. There's no turrets left for CCG, but 2 of the inhibitors respawn, so the supers will not be doubled up in every lane. That gives CCG a little bit more breathing room. But Ducky Getters, make no mistake, they are still in the driver's seat. The only difficulty being, I think the Lucian's starting to fall off a little bit here. The Ziggs is still very strong, but the Seraphine healing with things like the Redemption and all the shields that she's going to provide can kind of nullify that just from the kit alone.
A little bit.
So CCG, I think that they still have a shot here. Can they hold?
Yeah, that's the question. DPs are coming through, Steve, so...
Enthralled's very far forward. Now the Nature's Grasp is coming out. It will land. Depths of Life used on the back line, but it's Bio as the focus still. There's no Elder Dragon available anymore, so that will not be the win condition. But the damage from Shochi is insane right now. Flash forward from Dr. Calculus onto the enemy.
Oh my God, he doesn't die?
Survives. Rock Boom does not go down, but neither does Dr. Calculus. He will trade it back.
Look at it,
Finally,
bro.
at the very end, it's down to Shochi. He's so low, but Enthralled just says, screw the fight.
Oh,
I
think they got it.
Myself. Give him the gauntlet. Give him
Never
the jump.
mind.
No, he's down. Crimson, does he have the
Does he
damage?
auto?
It's
Oh
just
my
him and
God.
Kryra.
The Ziggs
inhibitors
passive.
The Nexus, it falls, and we're going to game 3.
Ducky Getters were this close to losing the game, Steve.
Wow.
But you know what? Ziggs passive for the win. Am I right, guys? Just off that alone, that's my player of the game. Rough beats.
Rough beans on the Ziggs, pulling it out at the very end right there. That was a stressful moment for all parties involved. I mean, CCG, they just needed to keep their carries alive a little bit longer, but Shochi just got chunked out at the very end there. And props to Enthralled for trying to close it out on his own, but at least taking down Shochi meant that there's no more damage left as threats, so Rough Beans can just walk up and hit the Nexus.
He sure did. And I mean, to his credit, he did a lot of damage that game. He was able to do a lot, even though the early laning phase was not going his way. He was part of almost every kill the team had, and he was able to make it happen. And, you know, he proved me wrong. I thought he was a coward, Steve. Man is no coward.
I mean, it's indicative of how much he was impactful in the ending of the game when you look at the stats from the early game. Gold diff, minus 2.3k. CS differential at 15, minus 19. That's a lot of waves. That's like 3 waves that he's behind at 15 minutes in the game, but it did not matter. It came down to the impact later on in the game, and I think Rough Beans definitely a high impact player.
100%. So it was a nice closing to a very stressful game if you are honestly anybody who has any stake in either one of these teams. But Ducky Getters, they keep themselves alive in the series. They have a chance to stay alive in the upper bracket in CCG. Probably not feeling good about that loss.
Yeah, it's 1-1 on the scoreboard. CCG will have to find another way to end this series with a victory because Ducky Getters are coming for them. Either team can take it. We're going to send it to a short break before we are back for the series deciding Game 3.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
And we are back getting ready for game 3 of our first series of day 2 for our promotion tournament matches. It's 1-1 on the scoreboard between Ducky Gitters and the opposition that I had as favorites coming in. CCG had to fight a little harder in that last game, and they could not hold the door at the very end, man. No turrets left alive, and they almost still made a comeback, but it was not meant to be.
I think if they won that game, it would have been the craziest comeback I've probably ever seen. The last thing that like reminds me of it, it was like oh my god, was it like Team Liquid Challengers last year versus like Maryville? Some crazy long disgusting game that I can't even remember at this point. But
You might have dreamed that one.
no, it
You know
happened.
what?
It happened. I promise. It's real. There
yeah?
was a
All right,
Ziggs
all right.
involved because there's always
the
a Ziggs
tape.
involved.
And you know what? Usually there is, but usually the Ziggs is on the defending side. This time the Ziggs.
That's true.
Look at that damage. The Ziggs was actually the one that was on the winning side of this very long kind of base defense game. And despite being down 20 CS in the early game and, you know, just losing out a lot of that early game, did a lot of damage by the end.
And lane phase is fake. Am I right, guys? Like, let's be real. 53k damage at the end of the game. You just type mid diff, call it a day.
That's well. Usually I blame my jungler, but that's because I play with Rafa enough that you know.
I mean,
it's
that's
just par
what
for the
we all
course.
blame Rafa. So, you know.
Yeah,
Even
I
when
mean,
it's not his
anytime.
fault.
Fun fact for everybody out there. If you lose any solo queue game, you can just at Rafa on Twitter and blame him for it. He actually loves it when you do that.
Yes,
so
it's
take your
true.
screenshots, send out your social media posts. Let's
Say
gas
jungle
him
diff,
up
say
and blow
jungle
up his
diff.
notifications. Just jungle diff.
Dude, my favorite thing is is saying jungle diff the second enemy jungler shows up on my screen.
What if you get the kill?
No,
Like, what if you outplay?
then it's me diff, whatever lane I'm in.
Then it's you diff. Okay.
But
Well,
if-
you can still say jungle diff. It's just the positive kind
No,
of
no,
jungle
no, no,
diff.
no. See, the thing is, if opponent jungle shows up, I say jungle diff, man, but then I outplay. It's like, never mind, I'm the best. That's usually
Okay, all
that's
right.
like the order of operations, the flow chart, if you will.
Well, unfortunately, that probably happens like once every 20 times, but you know what? I'll give it to you. Either way, we have a little bit of server diff happening right now on our end on
Nice,
production.
nice.
So, update for everybody. There's going to be a slight delay, hopefully not too long, but there were some server issues going on the tournament realm the players were playing on, and everybody was reporting it. So, this is the official terminology I was given from
Good,
production.
good. You're gonna
We're
say
doing what was it, a switcherino?
A
Was that it?
swapperino.
Swapperino. There we go. Sorry.
Swapperino.
We're doing an official Riot Games swapperino onto a different tournament realm. So that is why it's been slightly longer to get into Pick and Ban for game number 3. But of course, for competitive integrity, we want to try and solve any connection issues, any server issues. So we will give the players the time to get onto that tournament realm. And we thank you for your patience for sticking with us while the players do that. But that just means you get to hang out with us a little bit longer.
Yeah.
As we roast beatdown together.
Yeah.
I'm liking this, by the way. I've been stepping into like
so happy
the
you are.
comfort level of just being rude to you live on broadcast.
That's what
And
I need,
I don't know,
bro.
something about
I
it.
live
It's just
off
speaking
it.
to me.
Yes, keep doing it, Steve. You have nothing else going for you, so I'm so glad I could offer you this.
Well, see, that's the thing. Everyone's always mean to me, and then I finally snapped and was
Yeah.
like, you know what, I'm going to clap back. And now that's
Yes.
like my whole shtick. And now everyone
Yes.
calls me out for it. But you
Dude,
know
it's
what?
great.
It's fine. I had my Joker moment on broadcast with Beatdown last week. So this is the new
Yeah, you
Kangas.
did.
This is new me.
Oh my god, I got what I deserved.
Next up, I'm coming for this guy here. I'm going to show you a little peek behind the screen. This is why I show production every time. Next, we're coming for Desterix. Next time I get a broadcast with that guy, he's going down.
That's gonna be. I'm interested in how you're gonna swing that since you're both play-by-plays. But hey, man, I'm here for
We'll
it.
figure something out. We'll figure something out. Fun fact, by the way, this is if anybody in Twitch chat knows what this image is from right here, I think I can actually pull it up on mine, so that way you're not seeing it with my starting soon screen. Do I have it? Do I have it? Here we go. So this image, if anybody knows where this is from, This is actually some deep NACL/Academy lore. This is Mr. D's, who was our Mr. Freeze ripoff for like a Batman video that we did. This was your announcement video, Beatdown, when you first came onto the broadcast.
Oh my god, dude! I remember. It's been like almost 2 years now.
Yeah,
that is crazy.
you were the Rizzler.
I was. I still like technically am, you know. But yeah, we don't really lean into those jokes anymore. I feel like that could be a next year thing. What do you think, Steve?
Maybe. How about this? Well, since we're just filling airtime right now while the players get into the lobby, try and give me a rizzle. That was your whole thing, right? Instead of riddles,
a rizzle? What is that?
That was your stick. I don't know what it was. That was your thing. I was King Man.
The
I was
only
just there.
the only rizzle was who's the newest NACL caster. None of you could guess it.
Oh, true. That was the rizzle. Meanwhile, my King Man Batman cosplay was just a ripped up T-shirt that I had tied over my head.
No, Steve. That was
great.
Beautiful. Don't ever bring yourself down. That's my job.
True.
And also, you're short enough.
True. What a day. What a day.
Steve, it's only Series 1.
Oh, no. It is only Series 1. I mean, okay, can we talk about that, by the way? The fact that this series has felt kind of like an eternity in its own. Anytime we see this team take to the stage, I mean, CCG, they're getting pushed to the limit, but it's Ducky Getters that I think are clearly the stars and stealing everybody's hearts. Even like the fan vote going into Game 2 was like 90% in favor of them. The way they play League of Legends, just very entertaining, but it definitely gives me heart palpitations, I must say. I think I'm going to have to get checked out after this.
Yeah, you might need a doctor's appointment. Unfortunately, you live in the States, so that's not going to be a very enjoyable experience for you.
That's a roast on so many more people than just me, Beatdown. Come on,
get owned. Maybe be born somewhere else. Thoughts? Like,
I'll be in Canada at the end of the month. It's okay.
There you go. We could sneak you in some doctor's appointments real quick.
Yeah.
You know,
Are you
for
certified?
Sure, why not? For any, you know, Canadian legal people, for legal purposes, this is a joke. I'm not going to do that. I don't think we could do that.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
That could be your next character bit, though. Instead of the Rizzler, you could be like...
the Doctor? Like, what the hell?
The Doctor, yeah. Is there like a play on words we can do with that? I don't know. I'm usually bad thinking on the spot with things.
You're a caster.
Exactly. Again, I'm shocked as well. I don't know how I've managed to make it this far. Just in my career, talking and using words when I'm this bad at them. But a reminder, again, if anybody's wondering why we're just filling air with nonsense right now, we are giving the players time to get into a different tournament realm and set up the new lobby, get into pick and ban, and get everything rolling there. So because there were server issues going on with the tournament realm that we were on previously, we are giving, for competitive integrity, again, I keep blanking on the word. Was it Swapperino?
Swapperino? No, you had it. You had a Swapperino.
Swapperino.
Yeah, LCS
I just needed to say confidently.
LCS has Chrono Break. We have Swapperino. We are not the same.
the Saltarino.
Oh.
Yeah, the NACL Areno.
I'm interested.
There we go.
That's what we should call
Sometimes
it.
I can think on my feet.
See what I'm saying? You're picking up right now.
Okay. Yeah, but then that's confusing. So then it should go to a Switcherino, right? For the tournament realm swap.
No. No,
I'm just trying to defend my first blunder that I made on broadcast.
I'm pretty sure people forgot until you brought it up, to be honest. Like, this is Twitch chat we're talking about. Like, when I'm
right
watching,
now,
the last 3 seconds matter. I'm a goldfish.
Yeah, okay, that is actually a very true and base statement right there. Memory of the goldfish is pretty accurate. And, okay, you know what? Kai was mocking me for saying Sochi for half of the game one. I think I just did it again by saying Fis instead of fish. Maybe that's on me. Maybe I'm not getting gaslit.
Maybe you are the problem.
Do need to enunciate better. We're basically just getting recommendations by our co-casters in our Discord right now, because again, we are just in a delay for the players to get into the lobby of things that we can do. B-Town, do you have any snacks on hand? We're getting an ASMR request.
Wait, really? I mean, I have this bit of a granola bar I was not capable of finishing before we went live. But also, I don't think my mic's going to pick it up. Also, I don't know if I actually want to chew that on. Yeah, you know.
Bold move going for a granola bar, because like I've done this before and it gets stuck in your throat. That's actually terrible.
Maybe yours. That sounds like a skill issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, again, that's, you know, less of a bird and more of just like a rude statement on my ability to chew food, but it's okay. We'll get back into it. I'm getting word that we're going to send it to a short break, though, while we give the players, again, time to get into the new tournament realm. So rather than us just waiting around, we're going to also get a break for our voices while we get ready for game number 3. Again, thank you for your patience. Stick with us. We'll be right back after this.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
I'm going to go ahead and let you pick the first category that we're going to be choosing.
I'm gonna do Google Translate 200.
They need inner balance so they don't bury their heart in others, but they also need outer balance.
Kindred.
Kindred, it seems like a good guess, but it is not the right answer. Nobody's gonna get this first one, guys. Obviously, this was Udyr the Spirit Walker. Who would number 6 from Battlestar Galactica main in League of Legends?
Do you guys know what Battlestar Galactica is?
No, not at all. Misfortune.
That's a good guess, but not who I think she would actually make. Well, guys, the answer to this one was Vi in Roman numerals.
I couldn't get this game now.
Yeah.
I'm a Brain Busters for 500.
Dr. Mundo goes where he pleases, but where does he please?
Your mom's house.
Good answer, good answer.
So if he goes where he pleases where he goes.
I accidentally went a little bit earlier, but Shochi, you still got it correctly. Quacker's gonna get half points, but Shochi, you're gonna get full points for that one. They travel the world in search of different animals, especially big-eyed kayaks.
It's Rise.
Rise, it's not Rise. It's Rengar. So at some point, they translated Kazakhs to kayak. What champion is this emoji?
I mean, I was thinking who has like 4 different guns. Jinx.
Yeah, let's go! It's Jinx! Quacker, that's another 500 points, up to 750. Quacker, what sea?
Bilgewater Sea.
It's not Bilgewater Sea, but you're getting in the head. It's actually an eye.
Oh my
And
god.
And I.
Does anyone know what this symbol is?
It's the Fleur de Lis.
Okay.
I don't know, Jarvan.
It is not Jarvan. So it's Lys and Ra.
Wow.
Be careful not to fall again.
I'm gonna go Riven.
Riven,
Like
it's
Riven.
it's not Riven, but I see where you get that. I see where you get that. Nasus, the Curity of the Sands. You're actually really close there.
We're not meant to be a team, but I think it's time we form like some sort of alliance.
What does Africa want in League?
Niles. The player Niles.
I'm gonna give you 1 point for that one, Shochi, because it is funny.
Okay.
Africa wants Morgana. All right, Shochi, who would Mordekaiser main in League? I don't know why the R is cut off, but it just goes to show this is the worst League game show ever.
Thinking between Viego or Pantheon.
I'll tell you, both of those are wrong. It is, in fact, Hui.
Oh my god, Mordekaiser's numero uno!
Numero uno and Priscilla Hui. Quacker, if Fiddlesticks and Gangplanks, who would?
Maokai?
It is! It's Maokai! Who would Mozart main?
Okay, I'm gonna say Sona.
It is not Sona. That seems a little obvious.
Think of the word Wolfgang? Warwick.
That's it! it's Warwick! Because he's part of the Wolf Gang! Let's go! Philip, you're on the board. Who would a Wiimote main in League of Legends?
Wii Sports. Tennis. Trundle.
It is not Trundle. The answer, guys, is Rumble. Shochi, what champion is this?
Scorpion's the one where he's like, get over here! So get over here and give me a kiss, that's like Blitzcrank.
I'm gonna give you 100 points, but that is not the correct answer because scorpions are part of the arachnid class. No. Okay.
Oh no, can I have them?
Yeah,
You know, we'll give this one to Philip.
Simple question is 500.
Philip, you?
You me.
No. The answer to this one is nah, me.
Okay, Google Translate 500.
To carry out the orders of the powerful industrial empire that has enslaved them.
Rally cry?
Is Aurelian Soul, the Starforger.
Oh.
He was enslaved by Targon. Quacker, what champion is this?
I'll go Gwen.
I think Gwen's a doll, but it's not Gwen, kid.
Is it Aurelian Soul? No.
It's not we just did Aurelian Soul. It's Camille, because Kamael is the archangel of strength, courage, and passion, and her legs are swords.
I don't like these emojis.
It's Kennen, because it's Ken, and there are none aches in the best. Who would Leon from a Resident Evil main?
Hey, Leon sounds like Leona, but that's way too obvious.
That seems pretty obvious, yeah. Who would main RE? Ash is the Flash. Which Scarlet Witch? Who's Green Lantern?
Thresh.
That's it!
That's so easy!
Alright, Shochi, what's more than a bajillion?
A zillion.
There you go! He's locking in! I need you all to DM me first the number of points you'd like to wager. Everybody's all in. When the question was controller champion, what was your answer?
But like controller is like fighting games kind of. So I was thinking of Super Smash Bros. Melee. And the last
And unfortunately, gamers, because you all gambled everything, we all end with a perfect tie at 0, 0, and 0. Any advice that you would like to give to future contestants on the worst League game show ever?
stay far away from this cursed game show.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
And we are back, everybody. Gameplay will resume. The players are ready on the new tournament realm. It took a little bit longer than expected, but we are getting into game number 3. A reminder, it's 1-1 on the scoreboard between CCG and Ducky Gitters, as Ducky Gitters were able to close out that last game. And also, Beatdown, I have an important update from Twitch chat. Apparently, we should not be flaming Rafa, but it is open season to flame Raz. So if anybody wants to at Raz and blame him for their
this is my time
games,
to
feel free.
shine. I've been training for this my whole life, man. I am the king of flaming Raz. Don't worry, man.
All right, well, we'll get some licks in throughout the broadcast then, but I'm hearing that we're ready for pick and ban any moment now, so we should actually be able to have gameplay on our screens. Thank you again, everybody, for bearing with us. That was a long delay, but again, for competitive integrity, we wanted to give the players the opportunity to swap to a different tournament realm so that there are no connection issues, there are no server issues.
Swapperino.
And here we go, everybody! We are in the pick and ban for game number 3.
By the way, Steve, it's Swapperino. Don't you ever forget it.
Swapperino!
Anyways, going into
You're
game
right.
3, bringing us back to what we're all here for. Not Kangas and I's silliness, not his bald head. The fact that these teams are fighting to stay in the upper bracket here in the promotion tournament. You win this, you're one best of 5 away from promoting to the NACL next year.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B there, B. But either way, right now we're here to watch how the draft plays out. It's going to be Rengar banned away yet again. We don't get to see the Rengar Ivern, man. That would be so fun from Ducky Gitters, but looks like we are denied so far consistently throughout the promotion tournament. And a reminder for the stakes as well, as we see the first couple of bans come through, that the winner of this advances to a best of 5 match, which will, if they win that, qualify them into the NACL for 2025. If they lose, they have to play another best of 3 in the lower bracket, then another best of 5, and then another best of 5. So a win here, if you're able to win through the upper bracket, you play considerably less games.
Yeah, I mean, losing here, you more than double your matches required to get into the NACL. So one of these teams will unfortunately have to face that fate, and one of them is going to just laugh their way on to the best of 5 in the next couple of days. And wow, Rel first pick, not something you see very often, but considering some of the engaged supports not available, aka none of them, Trevor just really hard prioritized that pick.
Yeah, we do see, so for the Fearless Bands, you can see in the middle underneath our names is where the champions that were picked earlier in the series are, so you cannot play those again. We actually have had a lot of Enchanters as the focus from these teams. Now, keep in mind that the Karma was technically played mid lane, but regardless, we do have things like the Alistair, like the Nautilus still on the table right now, as they weren't banned out earlier.
Remember Leona?
Yep. Yeah, true. But Rel is that focus, and it's Nasa's picked here for Ducky Gitters. Rough Beans most likely the one pulling this one out, as Nasa's mid has been rising in popularity.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, too, with that Smolder ban as well. I think Smolder is actually, like, one of the few range matchups that are okay into it. So it is actually pretty oppressive if that goes into the mid lane there, and it is the Kog'Maw, something they've definitely played before, something Enthralled is happy to play again.
Now, they paired yesterday the Kog'Maw with a Lulu, I believe was the support that they had with that. And when we already have the Rel locked in, CCG are not going to be able to deny that. So now they can use that information to try and pick something that will either be better in lane against that, or they can answer elsewhere on the map. But I think this is going to be the answer to the Nasus. Garen locked in.
Yeah, and I mean, Shochi is calling Rough Beans out. He's going to play the counter. We're basically the LCK now, guys. So that's just going to be our mid lane matchup. What a journey we've had throughout the meta in Summer Split, Steve. We went from 80 carries the entire time to this.
It's kind of crazy how much variance we've had in the mid lane champions picked. We even had mages kind of splashed in there in the interim between, even still being played. But I'm going to look up real quick to see. I actually don't think this is Shochi's first time Garen. I know it's been kind of a counter into the Nasus, but I'm pretty sure that Shochi has already pulled out the Garen. I'm going to look up his stats right now.
I think
so
like,
while I'm doing that, you can
when
catch us up because it's
Cassante
actually
mid
Nami, not
was
Lilia.
a thing, maybe. Because I remember Cassante mid was up for a while, and if he had played it, it was probably into that. But yeah,
Okay,
instead of
I have it.
Oh, you have it. All right.
He has one Garen game played.
Into
Shochi has played a Garen game. He lost. He went 2-4-2 on the champion.
What was it into?
Wait, can I click it and see the game it was? This is 2023 summer split.
Into
he was into a Silas mid, actually.
Oh, it's not as fun.
Interesting. Okay.
Fair enough. But anyways, bringing us back to 2024 summer, almost fall. Time flies, man.
Have you gotten your first pumpkin spice yet?
No, I don't drink those.
It's not fall yet, then.
You know what? Fair enough, Steve. You make the rules. Nami, instead of Lulu, that was banned away for Hiccup to pair with this Kog'Maw. So it is the double range bot lane. It is about healing and shielding up Enthralled and just playing for him to carry fights.
And this was another thing that Ducky Getters actually pulled out yesterday is the Galio, now taken off the table here. It keeps the Kog'Maw just that much more safe. It would be a flex of the Nasus into the top lane if they did that. So I think it's unlikely that would have happened, but they are holding that flex till the very end. Ducky Getters are not showing if the Nasus is mid or top yet because they picked the Amumu for bio in the jungle.
Yeah, which I think is fine because now there is that pressure. There is that question of whether or not Dr. Calculus is actually going to run it. And how are CCG going to set up that draft so that they can actually, put the Garen where they needs to be or get something that can play all right into it. And it seems like for them, the play is the Zac.
Zac. That's a Zac on my screen here.
Zac on
in
your
2024 summer split. And a Yasuo to boot. CCG again. Matching the freak of Ducky Getters and drafting a very exciting composition. So I think that means I guess the Yasuo could also go top lane depending on what that matchup looks like. I think they still want the Garen into the Nasus. But now this is essentially a blind pick Yasuo.
Yeah, and now, Ducky Getters, they have a chance to respond. We're going to see what it is. They're hovering the Vayne. I had this whole bit about how that's not going to happen, but I think it's Vayne top, Steve, I know you're processing.
Yeah, it's gonna be Vayne top, but I'm almost wondering, do we put the Kai'Sa? No, you don't want to put Kai'Sa into the Vayne. That's
Stop
gonna be
cooking. Stop cooking, bro. Stop cooking, bro. It's literally it's Garen mid, it's Yasuo top. Let's just keep it pushing, man.
I was getting excited, like, what if it's Yasuo Rel bot lane? That'd be kind of crazy, but no, I think the Kai'Sa would just get kind of rocks there. Yes. So. Vayne versus Yas top lane, Nasus versus Garen mid. Yet again, throw out the rule book. Neither of these teams care what League of Legends you're playing. They're playing their own version of League of Legends right now on screen.
Yeah, and I imagine there's going to be a lot of action, especially at post 6. So you look at CCG's comp, and there's a lot of engage, there's a lot of damage, there's a lot of kill threat, and of course, every knockup the team has sets up Crimson for that last breath on the Yasuo. So the squishy members of Ducky Getters, which is 3, maybe 4, depending on if Bio goes the Leandri's first build, making Amumu kind of squishy as well. So there are a lot of kill targets early on for CCG, and I think Ducky Getters are going to have to be very careful as they want to farm up and scale into the late game.
I think it's really funny. This isn't with the Misfortune combo that we had yesterday, but Nasus' Spirit Fire shreds armor, Amumu shreds magic resist. If you layer those on top of each other, suddenly all your tanky stats are gone. Basically true damage coming through here. It's a fun combo to see. Can the Ducky Getters actually pull it off? Is going to be the question on everybody's minds. And can Enthralled and Dr. Calculus step up as these AD carries against a composition that is kind of designed to dive a backline, knock up the AD carries, and just eviscerate them? It's going to be a tough ask for very young, very new players to this level of competition when you're up against CCG, who are trying to defend their NACL spot in this promotion tournament. Let us know in chat who you got, CCG or Duck.
I like the way you said Duck with all that emphasis. No, it was good. Respect.
Well, yeah. You got a little knife. You got to give him respect.
True.
I still can't
Otherwise-
believe that's just the team logo, by the way. It's just a duck with a knife.
Doc, you don't remember toilet paper cats? Like, come on, man. Anything goes.
That was a team. You're right.
It was great. Shout out Doc for drawing that one, wherever he is. That's
Yep.
that guy.
That's the joy of Tier 3, the joy of the promotion tournament, is you get these types of teams, these types of orgs coming up, and just showing you what spirit and heart can do. You just got that right mentality as players. Let's see, again, if Ducky Getters, if that will get them to victory here, because, I mean, I think they have tools to win, but I am concerned about the damage dealers and their ability to actually do damage. What do you think about that, Beat, as Shoshi will just drop a ward down and then walk away?
Oh, another auto. Is he going to go to Dr. Calculus?
Crimson's here. Jumping forward, starting with E on the Yasuo, gets 2 autos onto Dr. Calculus, and we're actually, I guess, Vayne's mid with Crimson. So we're doing a lane swap between our top laners and our mid laners. Yeah.
There it is. They had more than switching Hiccup and Rough Beans. Now they're swapping the solo laners to see if maybe they could have gotten some kind of level 1 advantage with the mismatch, but instead, it's just going to be their intended matchups, just not in their intended places.
Yep, it is fun to see the creativity of these teams. It feels like Ducky Getters have gotten a lot of teams in confusing lane states and confusing situations, but so far CCG have not been buying it. They have been answering correctly each and every time. Game 1, I guess.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I don't
most
even know if I can say correctly. That was just Trevor going psychopath mode. But either way, it worked out for him, you know?
It did, after a very long struggle, but it did. Now as things kind of start off slowly, unlike our last 2 games in the series, I mean, right now you can see Crimson, he is going to have that advantage as the Yasuo into the Vayne. That priority, I mean, 1, it's going to make it harder for Bio to do anything aggressive. It's going to make the fact that CCG have all this lane prio, it's going to make it hard for Bio to do much. Because you see Kryra skip the red buff, did every other camp. Once he's done on the Krugs, there is that potential for the invade onto Bio. In fact, that's why you see Bio just jumping to his Grump because he's expecting.
But Kryra's not going to go for it. I agreed there was a window there. I mean, they even spotted with the Scryer's Bloom to see not only was Bio the buff still up, but he was on the Grump. But Kryra will instead just be faster on the clear as even Rough Beans gets a ward down in the top jungle. So that's information for both junglers. Bio should know that Kryra's on the bottom side. Kryra does know that Bio's on the bottom side as he will now walk forward, get some priority for that bottom scuttle crab. As we're taking a look at the lane states, now he jumps in, but too late. Yeah, I mean, that buff's gone.
Yeah, and it's just going to end up being a trade of scuttle crabs. Bio, of course, going to the only side of the map where he has any actual prio as Rough Beans is getting that push onto Shochi. Otherwise, things are going to be kind of slow, kind of normal. I mean, both of these junglers do want to be looking for ganks early on. Wickets are really good for it. But you can see CCG have done a pretty good job setting up this deep vision, keeping Bio under surveillance.
Trevor just walks up aggressively onto Enthralled, and Rock Boom has to flash away, plus the barrier, but will get first blood. Hiccup trades it right on back, as the Kog'Maw passive will chunk out Trevor. 1-for-1 trade. 80 carry picking up for CCG. Support picking it up for Ducky Getters.
I mean, you combine that with the fact that it is first blood. Feels pretty good for Rock Boom in the end. I think the wave, not ideal for him, but he has a bit of a lead anyway in CS. So I think it's fine. It is the Kaisa. More gold, the better. He's going to scale really well. He's going to be so much damage for the CCG roster, on top of the Wombo combo of the rest of this comp.
Yeah, Rock Boom's in a fantastic position right now. The pickaxe completed with the long sword. The Empiric Scepter will help Enthralled stay alive if you can take more kind of like extended trades. You can lifesteal off of the minions, and you have the Nami behind you, but Burst is going to be in favor of CCG as Crimson tries to get aggressive onto Dr. Calculus here. Advantage of not having the mana as Yasuo is able to just shove these waves in. Dr. Calculus is having to play a little more reserve, but eventually I imagine this could be tough for the Yasuo once the Vayne gets into a sideline and can maybe get against the Garen also.
I think as long as things continue as they are, as long as there's a wave, Yasuo can do a lot. I think that's something that Dr. Calculus is going to have to be mindful of. And speaking of Rock Boom, very mindful of him. Check this timer and recognize a gank is coming through from Bio. Again, that information, that tracking they've done for the jungler of Ducky Getters is what's allowed them to avoid any real ganks.
As now another crash down, misses this time from Trevor, and Thrall just running aggressively onto Rock Boom. Now turns attention onto Trevor, as guess who is still in the neighborhood? Bio now walking up. No flash on the Rel, actually
nice
sidesteps
dodge.
the bubble,
Oh my God.
remount. CC onto Bio as he goes under the turret with the bandage shots. Doesn't have the damage, but the flash from Enthralled will get it. One last turret shot, a double kill to the Kog'Maw. He will fall to Cryro, who picks up a double kill of his own.
Wow, so much went down on this bot lane. There is so much action here on the bottom side. But I think, again, you're getting kills onto Cryra. He is going to get a lot tankier as a result, which I think will end up making his ganks a little more potent. Feels good for Enthralled, though, on the other side. Getting a lot of this gold early game for Ducky Getters, I think will do them a lot of good because he's trying to scale, he's trying to do damage as well. And I think it's a lot of how Ducky Getters kind of try to play the game. They spend a lot of their resources trying to get gold on one person. Game 1, it was Dr. Calculus on the Rumble. Game 2, it was Rough Beans, who ended up having a great late game on the Ziggs. Now this time around, Enthralled is the chosen one, Steve.
Enthralled is, and he's got a fantastic buy after that, but he's got a target on his back as well. Look at Cryra and Shochi. They're spotted. There's a ward, so Ducky Getters know this is happening, but there's no TP to back them up, so there's no chance of an outplay. The turret almost takes down Trevor, but the crash down shield keeps him alive. Cryra turns it back around on a killing spree. It goes into the passive, but Rock Boom and Shochi are here. I don't think Bio is going to have enough damage to take him down. He's going to look for level 6 off of this wave, but Bio's now in a world of hurt, in a world of trouble. Does not hit 6 by smiting the cannon, and Cryra goes on a rampage.
Wow, that is just a great dive coming through from CCG. It's already good enough that they get the bot lane, but the fact that Bio kind of ends up donating himself to the cause just allows CCG to get an even bigger lead. And I will say, this is a very interesting game because I think this is the first, maybe the second time all split long that I haven't seen someone start the grubs within a minute of them spawning. We're on minute 8 right now. We're basically at the point where, or we're almost at the point where no one will be able to get 6 grubs because the Herald will be spawning.
Yeah, there's a magnet bot side, you know? We got to look down there. It looks like in the replay, yeah, there wasn't a kill there, but maybe Crimson just pushed Dr. Calculus out or something. Either way, the grubs have now been started. It's actually Shochi that walks up there. Cryra will start to clear out the grubs, and there's no contest as Bio is on the Krugs up above on his side of the jungle. Now, when I looked at the lane assignments, this is ideal for CCG. They're going to want Garen into the Nasus, they're going to want the Yasuo into the Vayne. But as the game goes on, part of why I was saying I think that eventually Vayne can hit this critical mass is that if you can get Vayne into the Garen and then Nasus into the Yasuo, suddenly that lane assignment looks a lot better on Ducky Getter's side of things.
True.
So I feel like they should be trying to find that. They already sent the Vayne top after starting mid, but they really haven't tried since then to reassign these champions.
This
wait.
This could be
Let's
tough.
get back to that.
Oh,
Rough
never mind.
Beans roams all the way down from mid lane, but it's actually Hiccup that starts tanking the turret, so a slightly botched dive. Hiccup also gets the kill credit, as Enthralled will take one turret shot there. Could have been a little better, but still Ducky Getters do get a kill. They deny Rock Boom the wave, so I'll call it a success.
Yeah, it definitely feels a little bad that Hiccup gets the kill, but it's as you say, the wave is not ideal here. Oh,
this is tough. Yeah, if you don't have the wind wall, but now a re-engage from Trevor. Cryra's down here. Dr. Calculus will solo kill Crimson, but Cryra is about to go godlike. Double kill on the Zac. As yes, we did lose Crimson topside. Dr. Calculus chased him down and picks up the kill, but a 6-0 Zac.
I mean, that's unreal. Funny enough, it seems kind of like a meme that the tank is picking up so many kills, but he already has that Sunfire, and he must be sitting on so much extra gold. I actually really like that he has the Dark Seal as well. Yeah, it's fully stacked up, so that extra bit of AP could explain a little bit of the damage we're seeing come through. And I mean, if he keeps this up, he will be a really good frontliner against what Ducky Getters are playing with here.
So let's watch this again. Crimson, you have a small window where you can outplay the Vayne with your wind wall, but once that wind wall is down, you can't do anything else. And yeah, he just walks too far up. He doesn't have a wave to dance around anymore, and this allows a Vayne to do this.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy at this point. This is kind of what I was saying earlier. If Yasuo has a wave to play with, big threat. Otherwise, Not a whole lot else you can do when the wind wall is down. So nice play from Dr. Calculus, as now again we have the swap to ensure the preferable matchups remain the same.
As we're back to live, CCG still have members down bot side, Bio as well. So I think we could get another 3v3 scrap. Neither team is aware of the other's jungler being here. Trevor's also off of vision, so Ducky Getter should try and shove this in and probably just back off. No, they're going to walk up. They're the bait. They have Bio in their back pocket, and they feel confident. First off, just chunk out Rock Boom, and now they have an Amumu coming in from behind, but Cry was there earlier. Knocks enthralled under the turret, and he just gets CC'd to death. Trevor with the kill credit there, as Bio will certainly fall. Rockman with a nice little sidestep on the bubble means that he can chase down for a double kill. Gold on the guys. That feels fantastic. CCG outplay the 3v3.
And it's just a great read from Kryra, covering his bot lane for the play that Bio goes to make, and it's just brutal. Like, it just completely falls apart for the side of Ducky Getters. This game is only going to get harder and harder because this Zac just continues to get tankier, and you can see it in that fight. They can barely damage him, Steve. So as long as he's covering for Rock Boom on this Kai'Sa, who now has 3 kills, that's basically how CCG are going to win every fight.
Yeah, and the fact that Rock Boom picks up the kills, more gold into the pocket of the Kai'Sa, that's the one that they really want. I know Kryra, it's fun to see gold on the Zac. Also, technically only dominating right now, needs 1 more kill before he's godlike. Exactly, but still getting there. But you're just going to be that front line. Yeah, you'll do damage, but it feels fantastic to have more items, more gold on the Kai'Sa, because she's going to be the true DPS for the composition. As now, 1v1 here, Shochi jumping aggressive. I don't know if you actually win this fight yet, but with teammates behind you, looking a little better. You have the ultimate available.
They're just
still
doing
big
it. Oh,
execute.
wow.
They used it earlier. Kryra now earning the title of Godlike.
And that is, again, just Kryra impacting basically every part of Summoner's Rift this game. So now, Shochi's going to collect Flake Gold. Now, this Nasus is off the map. He's going to be losing out on prime time to farm more stacks. This allows CCG to continue this lead they have. And even though they were cutting it close with that first grub spawn, they are going to secure that grub again, and Steve. So now Crimson, Shochi, when they're in the side wave, when they're hitting turrets, they're going to rip them apart.
Garen takes turrets fast. Yasuo can dance around the waves and take turrets. All right, as it is. And yeah, CCG with a 4,500 gold lead are looking in a fantastic position to jump ahead in the upper bracket race towards the NACL qualification. A reminder that they're defending their spot. They're not trying to promote in, they're trying to maintain. So far, they are looking like the team to do just that. Our first look at them, it was a rough game 1. But it was a crazy game 1, all things considered. This game, it's a little wacky. It's definitely wackier than standard League of Legends, but yet again, CCG are holding their own in the chaos and actually coming out ahead.
5K ahead, by the way, at Platefall is no small thing. You combine that with the fact that they have 6 grubs, and it's an easy first brick going their way, and they are so strong on the map. And I will say, while it is a number of members who have the advantage, guys, is it any surprise? Look who is at the top of the charts.
Oh,
he
my
is
goodness.
2,000 gold ahead of the most fed member of Ducky Get.
Let's talk about Kryra. I mean, the Zac player, he's leading the gold, and he's also leading the team to a much better look than what they had at the beginning of summer. No shade on Chad, who is the jungler starting with the team, but the team does look like a more well-oiled machine with Kryra at the helm, and this is a young player, somebody that I've had my eyes on all year, hopeful. You know, starting off on teams like Pulse and then getting his opportunity to now play at CCG at this level. Great to see players like this have this type of successful game, especially on stream, because it just really raises their stocks. He's going for another one right now. This time onto Enthralled. No flash available on the Kog'Maw. No chance of escape. He's down.
And I like that they don't even bother using the Let's Bounce. It's an easy kill. And there's nothing else to say about it. They drop Herald. Another turret surely is going to fall because of all the Void Mites that are about to spawn. And CCG can just walk their way down to the second Drake. Steve, it's been a back and forth series. It was a very long pause. CCG, they're looking like they're on track to just close this game out nice and quick.
They haven't broken the mid turret yet.
I think the Mites.
I think Rockboom could have just walked up and autoed it one more time. The Void Mites out. And there it goes. Nice little damage over time right there. So mid turret will fall. That's 2 now picked up for CCG. No answer as the dragon is the focus. CCG are getting everything on the Rift.
They are. And now they're halfway to getting a Hextech Soul, Steve. As if Ducky Getter's problems were not big enough. Most powerful soul in the game is available, and CCG are primed to get it.
That Hex Soul can just be a game ender. Much more than many of the other Dragon Souls. Maybe Infernal's up there as well, but just the damage and the slow. Imagine trying to get away from a Vayne, or rather, being the Vayne, trying to get away from the Yasuo at that point.
Yeah.
You know, your Tumble's only going to give you so much mobility here, as also in the side lane here, Shochi getting the better of Nasus, and yet another trade here. This is the counter. I mean, the Nasus is fun to see, but I still like the Nasus mostly into the marksman, just because you have a fairly free laning phase, and you can just wither them if they ever try and go aggressive on you, or when you're ready to get aggressive. But against a Garen, you just can't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, you can immediately just cleanse the slow, and you can't really fight him. That's why the response has been so consistent, so common. Right now, the play here on the top side, CCG, and now Kryra is level 11, guys. He's 2 levels ahead of Bio. He's got his second item, by the way, the Abyssal Mask. And pretty much every play he's a part of is an insta-win.
Ooh.
Nice get done.
Crimson almost landing the knockup right there, and Dr. Cagulas flashing forward, looking for the outplay, but that time the wind wall will be enough. But here comes Bio, locking everybody in place, and now the combo! Crimson gets onto the backline, Crimson gets on to Dr. Cagulas, and the team is there for backup. Double kill to Rock Boom. It's only Enthralled trying to hold the line here under turret, and he's getting dove as well. Triple kill to Rock Boom as the 3rd turret will fall.
And that's almost 10k up at 17 minutes in the game, Steve. They have so much gold to play with, and the world is their oyster at this point. CCG, again, trying to win their way up back to the NACL after having a pretty rough summer split. A couple roster changes, again, not as much as AoE, but still enough for them to have a really rough go of it in the summer split. So now, if they win this series, which, I mean, they're well on track to doing so, they'll be one best of 5 away from making it back to spring 2024.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 9,500 gold lead at 18 minutes in the game.
Could you imagine the throw required?
Could you imagine? I mean, we almost had a reverse of the last game as CCG were trying to defend their own base, but if we look at the scaling options, sure, you can make arguments. Kog'Maw will get big, and the Nasus can technically infinitely scale. But speaking of Nasus, I think I might have just cast a curse him because he's just getting bouncy housed right now. Oh, Kryra picking him up like a jump rope and showing us some tricks. That Zac is terrifying as we had another look at a replay here from the top lane play.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Crimson plays his role as bait very, very well, and the wind wall was so good too that, I mean, no real value ended up coming through from that Curse of the Sad Mummy. So as soon as Kryra, really nice flash ult, by the way, just to set up Crimson for the ultimate, I just guaranteed this fight was an insta-win.
And now look at mid lane. We see Kryra with the elastic slingshot here. He looked like he jumped in as we get the completed replay there. Not sure if any action's actually happening live. Kryra was looking for something. They just cracked the tier 2 turret, though. So that is now 4 turrets total picked up for CCG. And, I mean, it went from 9.5 to 11,000 as the lead during that replay. They must have taken a lot of jungle camps, pushing all these waves. They are ready to begin the siege.
Yeah. At this point, they're going to be sieging turrets like they're made of paper, Steve. And at this point, they're just keeping waves pushed up. They're keeping Ducky Getters on their side of the map as they set up for their Hextech Soul point. I feel like there's just no question, no shadow of a doubt that it's going to go to them.
And what a way to do it here again for CCG. We have not seen a lot of Kryra Zac. It's the champion that he was known for throughout his solo queue experience. During his tryouts, I remember I got to witness it and was very excited. I believe it's like Zac and Evelyn are the 2 champions that Kryra was known for on the solo queue ladder. But I hadn't actually gotten a chance personally to cast any of his comfort picks here in an NACL game. It's a promotion tournament, but still, it's a treat when you see a player on one of their signature picks pull it off as well. I mean, it really does feel like Kryra is the reason that this game has opened wide for CCG.
I mean, he was the source of a lot of great plays from CCG in Game 1 as well. When he was playing the Vi, Steve, great. And that's why, like, from the bits we saw towards the back half of the split when he joined, were some great looks. And it was a player who I was sad to see go down to this promotion tournament at the end of the split, not being able to make that cut for playoffs. So it is an exciting prospect for CCG to be able to make it back. Just because Kryra is a player I need to see more of in the NACL.
They take a free Baron, no contest, as Ducky Getters just have no answer right now. And now they're getting corralled here. Slow onto Dr. Calculus, and he's just dead! Ignite from Shochi says there's no chance of you getting out of there. Kryra goes back in. Curse of the Sad Mummy does nothing as a double kill comes through for Shochi. Rock Boom is now godlike. Kryra is legendary,
oh my God,
and
this
game is over. 30 seconds for Rough Beans, 20 seconds for Bio with Dr. Calculus, and with 6 grubs picked up by CCG, they're gonna march this Baron-empowered wave in. It's not even that big of a wave, but it doesn't have to be. CCG will make swift work of Game 3 versus the upcomers and give themselves a fantastic opportunity of defending their NACL spot. One more best of 5 and they're back in. They will 2-1 take down Ducky Getters, but there's one final fight here. Ducky Getters might actually get an opportunity. Never mind. There's just no shot. GG, CCG.
22 minutes, Steve. Basically down to the second. Again, CCG really making up for the pause, making up for the swap arena, making up for the time we spent waiting. They did that for you, Twitch chat. Never forget that. Now, as a result, one best of 5 separates them from returning to the NACL.
Yeah, Ducky Getters will have to quack another day as they go on into the lower bracket, but CCG advancing in the upper bracket, and like we had said, one more best of 5. If they can win it, they will get back into the NACL as they are defending one of their spots that is up for grabs for all the teams here in this tournament. As we get a look at the damage dealt there, Kryra was giga-fed, but look at that damage coming in from the bot lane. I mean, Rockboob really carrying his weight as well.
Yeah, I mean, I will say Zach out-damaging everyone except Kog'Maw on the opposing team. Kind of tells you everything about how that early game went. Again, Kryra did a really good job using that extra gold he got from the kills in the early game, and he was just impossible to deal with. He was everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, what a performance, what a game coming out from CCG. They had their backs against the wall. They had to win. You know, they gave up a game that they didn't necessarily expect to give up. I think a lot of people had them 2-0-ing, but also a lot of folks, especially in Twitch chat, cheering on Ducky Getters.
Yeah.
This team has kind of reignited that whole 5 friends in a dream storyline at tournaments like this. And the way that they showed up yesterday, the way that they showed up in this series, I think they can still leave with their heads held high. The Game 3 was a little rough, but there's definitely bright spots for this team in the lower bracket, and I would not be surprised if they made a very deep run.
Oh man, but they are going to have to get their running shoes on, Steve, because again, they have to play more than twice as many matches to actually be able to qualify now after losing today. So it's definitely a tough one.
They're going to have to do a best of 3, a best of 5, and then another best of 5 if they want to make it into the NACL. But either way, it's not necessarily always about qualifying to the NACL. It's about when you have eyes on you, when you're on stream, showing up and showing what you can do. And at the end of the day, again, I think that they can leave saying at least they've done that in the upper bracket. Let's see how far they can go in the lower bracket. We're going to send it to a short break, though, before we are back with an interview of one of the winning players after this.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. I am live here for a Rally Cry post-game interview with the jungler for CCG, Kryra, after a dominant Game 3 win there. You got your Zach, something that you're known for in solo queue before you started getting into competitive League of Legends. So I want to start off by talking about that. How does it feel to be able to pull out one of your pocket picks on stage and have that kind of performance?
I mean, it feels good, yeah. I used to one-trick the champ, and it was good angle. I never played it right now yet in NACL. Or, I mean, yeah. That was the first game, so at least I performed well on it first time.
Did you get to play it in the OQs? Because I know that you were on polls
Yeah,
playing in
OQ I
OQs
would
in
play a
spring.
bit, yeah. But in NACL, never.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, happy to see it. What about Evelyn? When are we going to see that come out here from Kryra? Because I know that wasn't it Zach and Evelyn were the two that you were known for?
Yeah. I mean, mostly Eve, but yeah, I mean, both of them. But I mean, for Evelyn, anytime the champ, like, anytime there's not like 10 AP junglers who are better than her in the meta, then maybe Eve will be good. But right now, this. Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe with Fearless Draft, we'll see a couple of those come out if we get a good best of 5 or something like that. But I want to chat about how your year has been going, because you're coming in to CCG. You were on the roster at the beginning of summer, but you were also kind of sharing the seat with Chad a little bit until now. It seems like you get the opportunity to play with the roster. So give me your thoughts on how the summer's gone for you. How you feeling about your performance so far and your development in the NACL, now getting to play in the promotion tournament?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I came up. It sucks for me. I mean, I tried my best, but I couldn't, you know, make the team to playoffs. I was not good enough, maybe, but I mean, now at least what I can do. I mean, I proved a lot since the start, and now what I can do is make sure we stay in NACL at least. It would be good.
How confident are you that if you had had a little bit more time that maybe you could have made the team get a push for playoffs? Or do you feel like, you know, that wasn't necessarily the issue and that there were other things to work on as a team?
I mean, I think I'm learning fast right now. And I mean, I don't want to say if I was there, we would have made it, you know, to playoffs. I think so, you know. But I mean, even when I came, if we won against Fear, which were really beatable or even fly, then we could have won. I mean, made playoffs. We just weren't able to, which is just as a team, you know. That's it.
Well, you have the opportunity to prove that at least you can get back into NACL being on the starting roster, because you have one more best of 5 until you can just end the promotion tournament. Your tournament could be over with 2 series. That's how much the advantage of being in the upper bracket is. So how confident are you in the team going forward, looking at a best of 5 in your future?
I mean, if we win the next game, we finish, right? We're good. Like, we in the NACL, so just want to make it quick. And yeah, just get done with this and yeah.
All right, straight into the point for Kryra. But Kryra, I got to ask you something, because I noticed, first off, we need to get a photo of you on your Leaguepedia page, because you don't have one on there yet. Maybe we can get a photo from stream or something. But what I did notice on your Leaguepedia page, you have a couple different solo queue IDs. So I'm going to play a little game with you right now. I think you can see me. Out of your solo queue IDs, which are Kryra, Kryra 1, Kryra 2, and No Satisfaction 1, which I feel like is bucking the name convention. Where's No Satisfaction without the number? Either way, what's your favorite solo queue ID and why?
I mean, I don't play on any one of them right now. These are none of my accounts. Just saying.
Okay, well, I guess there's a lot to update on your Leaguepedia then.
Oh, yeah.
All right, either way, thank you for coming on, Kryra. That was awesome having you. Congratulations on the series win. I'll let you get going as you prepare for your next best of 5. And you'll be watching this next series very closely, because whoever wins is going to be challenging you. So thank you so much for coming on. We're going to send it to a short break before we are back for our second series of the day.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are getting ready for our second series of the day and our second series in the upper bracket here to see who will challenge CCG in a best-of-5 elimination, or not elimination match, best-of-5 promotion match to make it back into the NACL. We have, of course, AoE going up against Dragoons Goons. Let's take a look at the schedule here because we had a 2-1 victory for CCG, and now Dragoons Goons have a chance to challenge their own NACL team.
Yeah, and it is really interesting when you think about the matchup between these two teams. When you saw the names on this roster, a lot of people in Tier 3, casters, pundits, viewers, all figured, yeah, this team promoting, inevitability. When you have, I think it's at least 3 out of 5 players have actually successfully promoted. And against AoE, who haven't won a match all throughout summer splits to you.
Yeah, AoE has been on the receiving end of a lot of beatings throughout summer, and now the beatings might continue. We'll see here in the promotion tournament. This is our first look at them coming into the promotion tournament. So we'll have AoE versus Dragoons Goons. And let's be honest, Dragoons Goons looked pretty good last time around. So AoE, let's start off with them on the roster. Actually, we got Goons.
You
Never
hate
mind. Here we go.
production,
Dragoons
bro.
Goons starting off. Hey, you know what? It's a team effort, but we got there. We have Dragoon himself, the namesake for the team. And I will say, did not live up to the meme yesterday. I know there's the meme going around, die 6 times, win the game anyway. Hey, he had a carry game in that series, okay?
Yeah, fair enough. And again, like, a lot of these players, Dragoon, Kizno, Sudsy, have already successfully made it through the promotion tournament to make it into the NACL, but only Sudsy has done so without actually having played. So it would be so big for him to be able to win this the next match and actually, hopefully stay on the team so that he can play in NACL. Look, man, it's what happened, okay? I'm not saying it's his fault. It's just what happened.
Yeah. There has been a history of that get in and then not having the starting spot. There's always a lot of reasons for the roster decisions after the fact, but their opponents today are trying to defend that spot. Cozy, City Witty, Onat, Mobility, Breezy. This roster, like you had said, has struggled quite a lot so far this summer.
Yeah, and this is barely the roster that, started the summer split. Breezy's the only one who's actually still here. Surviving the end of, what do you want to call it, musical chairs, roster get-in. Depends on the vibe you're looking for. But the point is, in the back half, Cozy and City Witty, Onat came in. And then at the very end, Mobility jumped in as well. So there's going to be questions of working together, being able to kind of get it together so that this roster can get their first match win.
First match win in the promotion tournament of all places. We are into pick and ban for game number 1, so let's see how they intend to do that. But you're right, the musical chairs of the roster, players like Moose Hater, players like Wilson, Barrick, Wixie, all having times through the roster, but this is the roster that they're bringing into this promotion tournament. And I will say, all things considered, there's a lot of names that have been around at the promotion level, if not the NACL level. So if you are going to put together a roster for this event, at least this is one that I still see bright spots for and the ability to compete. You're just up against one of the fan favorites in Dragoons Goons. I mean, Dragoon and Kizno have promoted it so many times, and Array is the MVP of the OQs.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the talent on the roster, I mean, I do really like Dragoon Goons' chances of being able to do so. I mean, Array is an AD carry who, throughout his time in Challengers League, we've all had spoken of him very highly, and him and Daption have been tearing through every other bot lane in the Tier 3 tournaments to be able to make it here. So, again, a lot of firepower on this roster.
And I will say that Array had one rough game yesterday, but overall still looked very strong as an individual performer. So up against Mobility and Breezy, two players that do have that experience at the NACL level, at the Tier 2 level. Let's see if Array and Adaption are going to have more or less competition than they found yesterday in their match against Pulse. Now it is Maokai locked in, blue 1. Misfortune and Corky answered. So AoE really leaning into that marksman meta still.
Yeah, and I'm wondering too, I mean, if they're trying to set up for an Ivern, you are going to have Cryo ideally with that Misfortune in the bottom lane, and you have this Corky, you're playing for poke, you're playing to scale, and we're going to see what else AoE are trying to set up.
Yeah, City Witty most likely going to grab a jungler up next here, or maybe a support if they want to lock in an engaged champion. Interesting choice here, the Yone locked in for Sudsy, expecting to go up against that Corky. So rather than answering with a marksman of their own, they're going to say, let's just try and dive.
He wants to get in there, man, and I respect that. He's definitely a champion he's very familiar with. I remember casting him in previous promotion tournaments when he played for, I believe it was Team Ambition. He had a great Yone game back then as well, and I'm sure he's had several since.
Well, next round of bans here as a Mumu's locked in for City Witty. The Curse of the Sad Bullet Time is going to be the combo for AoE, and they're taking away the big counter to the combo in the Braum. Maybe a Melio ban. I know it's not paired often with the Ashe, but it is something that can try and assuage that as well. But no, it's the Alistar instead. Very fast bans.
Yeah, I like Alistar a lot better, because I think Alistar is usually the support, the engaged support you think of when you're trying to keep people away, you're trying to negate some of the engages your opponents are going for. So now,
sure,
Adaption is going to have to go a different route here. I mean, Leona is still very much an option. Probably the option I like the most, actually, unless AoE end up taking this one. Just because when I think about Misfortune, if I'm playing against it, I want ways to cancel her ult. And Leona probably does it the best from long range with that Solar Flare.
True. I was initially thinking Rel if you're going to ban away the Alistar, because Alistar oftentimes can just counter the Rel. You headbutt her out of the crash down. But the Leona take away also makes sense. It is still that Rel, though, as the priority for AoE.
Which is fair. I mean, that's a really common pairing we've seen so far in the summer split as well. You get a big Magnet Storm, a big Bullet Time. Team's done and dusted. So it's very likely that big Wombo combo that the teams are going to play for. City Witty and Breezy line them up, and Mobility knocks them down.
Array just shuffling through every support in the game right there. Pantheon was shown twice and get me very excited, but it is the Melio.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
I was talking about it is one of the counters to the Amumu. If you go in for the Curse of the Sad Mummy, then you just use Breath of Life and everyone's back up and at him. It is still squishy and can struggle against lockdown if you don't have level 6, so the early laning phase could be tough, but you also have the kick to just knock away Rel, whose engage is pretty scripted.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good way to put it, Steve. And it's true. That plus the double range, you have a lot of damage value, poke value going through in that laning phase. So I am actually expecting Array and Adaption to get a lot of early game push and a lot of pressure in the bottom lane. And I'm wondering to see how Kizno is going to use it.
As Nar's locked in for the final pick here into the Cassante. Interesting counter.
What are you thinking? You like it? You don't like it?
I don't know if it like fully combos with what the rest of the team wants to do, because whenever I see it Gnar, I suddenly think timer. You want to time it with the Mega Gnar, and I also see the ability to do crazy wombo combos, but if they're waiting for Gnar to be ready to follow up, that can put them into awkward positions and allow the goons to then utilize their Ashe Arrow to find people out of positions and things like that. Whenever, oh yeah?
I think I have a reason behind this. It's good into Cassante. And remember what we were talking about in our previous series, when you're playing into Melio, you want lots and lots of CC, and you want to make Melio use the ult for one of them. I think that's also why I'm actually kind of liking the Gnar. Big Gnar ulti. Oh, Breath of Life comes out. Oh my god, City Witty is just giggling to himself as he comes in with the Curse of the Sad Bunny. You feel me, Steve?
I like it. Okay, I'm smelling what you're stepping in now, Pete. I do think that there is an opportunity there for the goons to pull it off. Or rather, for AoE to pull it off. But right now, the fans are behind the goons. Now AoE fans are hopping in. Reminder, spam goon. If you are, what would you say a fan of the goons are?
Bro, I listened to yesterday's broadcast. You can't bait me, bro.
Well, maybe I could have somebody else join me there. Either way, AoE, if you're fan of AOE.
There you go.
They're effectors, area of effectors. So what would Goon be? I just
Goon
really
Squad?
figure it out.
You're part of the Goon Squad? Come on, man.
You know what? That makes too much sense for me to argue with.
Yeah.
So I guess, yeah, Goon Squatters. There we go.
Yeah, see, 58%
Plus, we
of
won't get
chat.
taken off the air for saying that one. So we're good.
Exactly. It's, I mean, less important, but, you know, we take every little win we can get.
Speak for yourself.
Really? I mean, obviously you didn't care because you said it yesterday.
No, sometimes it's I can slip.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Either way, let's talk about the early laning phases and what to expect from each of these teams. You got the Amumu starting on the bottom side, Maokai starting on the top side. In your opinion, Beat, where do you think we should have our eyes in the first couple minutes of the game? Where do you think the junglers could look to go, or just lanes that might be any level of volatile?
I mean, I'm kind of expecting in terms of early objectives, we're going to have bits of trading going on here. I mean, you have bot prio with the Ray Adaption as Dragoon's Goons, so it should be pretty easy for them to secure breaks and get pressure around that objective. And I mean, on the other side, you very well see Cozy getting a lot of pressure top side. And you know what it means. If we're not lane swapping, Steve, top prio equals many grubs. That's the math formula. I don't make the rules.
It's we've ran the numbers on the broadcast, production confirmed, and yes. That is in fact true, as Cozy is making the most of this ranged advantage over the Cassante. Sidestepping everything, big trade here as the wallet comes through. Rock, boulder toss, Dragoon's gonna have to flash away from this one, and Cozy might just be able to kill him. Oh, he predicts the flash! First blood to Cozy with the flash prediction, boulder toss.
Like, that's the kind of play where you just type in chat, bro, who's your daddy? Because that's crazy.
That was wild.
Nah, me personally, I'm alt F4ing if I'm Dragoon. There's nothing else to say about that one, man. There's no breaking down to happen, Steve.
Somebody break out the meme. Somebody tweet it. Watch this. Oh, yeah.
You know what? Now that we're done gushing about that play, I will say really quickly, Steve, you're a regular fan, enjoyer of Dragoon's Goon Squad, you'll know that this is just part of the average Goon Squad victory, because it's Dragoon getting solo killed 6 times into, oh nice, we won.
Well, it starts off with, oh, I'm so excited to play, you know, League of Legends, right? I think that's how the meme begins, and then it goes into I've died 6 times.
It's just like,
and then it goes back into.
I was doing like an on-air of you are here type thing. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, we're past the oh boy, I'm excited to play a game of League of Legends, and we are into the beginning half of the I've been solo killed 6 times. There's 5 more to go, and then we'll be in the nice we won era.
Well, we'll see. That part is very dependent on the rest of the Goon Squad. But now, we saw Kizno did manage to go for that invade. They do have deep vision. Now he got a nice first back off. I think Kizno, as a player, is someone who I was like kind of bummed, Steve, didn't actually get to play more in the NACL. Because I remember the first time we saw him on Lit, you know, it was a new jungler. It was his first split in competitive play. So, you know, he's very raw. A lot of promise, but we haven't seen a lot of that payout. But then his next split after that, he actually looked so much better. And he was a player I wanted to see more of. So I kind of, you know, much like Kryra, this is another jungler that I think could actually do quite well in the NACL.
Well, I got great news for your Beat. If you use your eyes, you direct them at your computer monitor and see on your screen right there, you see him. You get to watch more Kizno. He's in this game.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah. There he is. Now we're even closer to Kizno.
We love our ops team.
Yeah, this is some pro stuff right here. Kizno's actually currently clearing to the bottom side as I'm using my eyes. Let's try and interpret what that could mean. The priority exists down here for the side of the Goons, but they're not actually going to use it for the Dragon. I was wondering maybe if they want to transition it to the objective, but it looks like they're happy to just continue to farm up their jungle.
Yeah, I mean right now too, Array and Adaption, they stayed, it has been a while since they back, so now they have a good amount of gold to spend. So there could be that angle now because Kizno's finishing his bottom clear. They just go ahead and start the break. Even see City Witty is on the top side. You got to imagine he's setting up for a top gank or that first.
Doesn't count as a solo kill.
No, it wouldn't.
Watch out, City Witty. You're going to ruin the meme if this actually works, but I think they're going to go for it. Dragoon does not have flash available, and he does buffer the Gnar ultimate into the wall, so he does not fall down.
No, but he will still be pretty easy move for that first spawn of grubs. So Kizno, oh, instead of dragons, he wants a fight.
Goes for the gank bot side, under turret for 2 shots, but gets out of range now. And the Q Bramble Smash gets mobility into range of Array, who will easily pick up the kill.
And you can see in the picture-in-picture, all that pressure topside means it is going to be an exchange for the grubs. But I will say, Dragoon's Goons trade up a little bit because you get a kill and this dragon. And Steve, you may not know this, but that's what we call math.
Oh, yeah. No? 2 greater than 1?
Yes, exactly.
Something like that?
I'm so proud of you. You're doing great.
I'm getting there.
You are.
I'm learning. As they actually have not gotten the 2 yet. They didn't transition it into a dragon immediately, and now the Goons are struggling to maintain control here, so they will actually back off. Never mind. Kizno's actually walking back forward. Has level 6. The Nature's Grasp is available, but City Witty also has the Curse of the Sad Mummy. We're just waiting for mobility to be level 6 at that point for the big combo to come through.
Yeah, probably Array as well. I think this comp really functions better with that Ash Arrow in their back pocket. Pairs nicely with the Maokai. You have a lot of that long-range engage. And for the moment, wow, happens, man. This is Maokai gaming. But that big stack wave does mean that Kizno doesn't actually have that opportunity. I still think it's fine. It's worth going for that play on mobility because it cost him both the summoners and he died anyway. So that's something, I mean, I would just love to see him revisit.
Yeah, the focus on the lanes without the summoner spells is typically the game plan, but Kizno's currently going for an invade. Not fancying himself a full commit right now, though. Does not have priority in the bot side. Has the backup of Sudsy coming behind him, though, so he will have the confidence to go forward. City Witty with the Bandage Shot Smite combo secures the objective.
Yeah, so Kizno won't really actually get much for his time, but now that bot lane's kind of back to neutral, he's going to start the Drake. City Witty, I think reading this, is going to go for a lane gank. Mobility, looking like he is very close to level 6. We'll probably hit it on this wave, so maybe we will see that Curse of the Sad forward side.
We'll see if observers could actually highlight mobility. We could see the experience on them
Steve,
as fortune.
we can do that.
Oh,
remember?
never mind. There's a 6 right there. We don't have to do it.
Yeah, but we
We can
can.
do it. Look at you.
We have the technology. You probably don't even have this page open, do you?
I don't. No, I've never looked at it. It terrifies me. But it's all right because I have you to do it for me. But yes, it was level 6 for mobility. Regardless of that, though, they do not contest the dragon. It is picked up by Dragoon's Goons.
And we're just gonna go back to this quiet early game. Dragoon not really fulfilling the meme, so not getting solo killed several times more. And maybe for the Goon Squad's chances, I think they're just gonna be happy. I don't know about you.
I think so. I think that overall, I mean, giving up the first kill, rough, but like you said, it's par for the course. It's part of the game plan for Dragoon and the rest of the team. We actually have a lane swap coming in, by the way, to deny further solo kill potential. We're going to put Dragoon against the duo lane, as I think AoE will actually go for a reset of their own to try and match this. But this is a slight tempo play for the Dragoon's Goons, as the grubs will be spawning here soon.
Not just that, too. It gives that opportunity because they did it first and AoE are late to the play. Kizno's going to be able to steal these Raptors. And Sudsy, who's had that constant mid-prior, is going to get a plate. And top lane should be able to get a plate there for Ray and Daption because you can see mobility. He's still walking up with his team. It should just be one plate and out.
Yep, 1 plate picked up, and I believe 1 probably on the bottom side as well,
Yeah,
but
maybe.
for right now we have action up here, so we'll keep our eyes... Oh, never mind! Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I think that Dragoon was able to pick up at least 1 of those. 1 might have fallen earlier from Array and Daption, but either way, the Goons do walk out with more gold. It's now even on the board despite the first blood going over to AoE.
And I think something we haven't really talked a whole lot about is scaling, Steve. And I've been kind of back and forth on how I think it's going to play out. But if we talk about just straight up 5v5s and how late game plays are going to look like, I actually do lean AoE's way a little bit. Helps that you have Corki. I think they have many ways to get CC out of Daption. Oh, hold on.
Okay, City's going in aggressive onto Kizno. They have teleport coming from Koz.
Oh,
Trying to lock him down. Curse the Sad Mummy. Used on the back line. They got Daption locked down, and Kizno's got no backup. Sudsy will actually keep Daption alive for just a little while longer, but the same cannot be said for the jungler. Kizno goes down. Sudsy now looking for an aggressive play onto Cozy here. Now Little Gnar. Slowed down by Array, locks down in place. Fate sealed out of 2 from Sudsy. Onat will escape with the flash. That's a kill trade.
it does feel really good to get that kill in the back half, but I like this call from AoE. You know you have TP advantage on your top laner, so you summon Cozy to the play. Okay. Okay, he's fine.
Oh, I think he's fine. He's going to go for the play himself. Dabshin was
not
not
fine.
able
What's
to
his
do
health?
that. Okay, actually gets out from the waves of damage. I think
10
Dabshin's
health.
just fine.
Not even
wow.
close.
10 HP, walks out of there with his heart rate probably a little higher than it was at the start. Either way, though, they do escape.
Yeah, we're going to walk away. So AoE, in the process, are able to secure 5 out of the 6 grubs, so it is a nice play for them to be able to, again, make use of the fact that they had that TP advantage. They kill Kizdo, they take the grubs. Now they'll have those Void Mites spawning. It does mean 4 players like Onad and Cozy inside lane. If they get moments with turrets, they will melt Steve.
I think it's really... Oh, actually, now that I say it, I was going to say it's mostly Cozy that's going to be hitting those. Corki actually can be a side lane monster.
Yeah.
And a big threat to take down turrets fast. But the problem being that you're up against a Yone, so if you're ever pushed up very far in a lane, you're kind of in danger of just dying as well.
Yeah.
So I do still favor the Dragoon's Goons composition in that regard. And I think that despite losing the grubs, they have a higher chance of just taking this bottom turret first anyway.
Yeah. Because you don't really have a chance to hit turrets right now as AoE. And right now the threat of this all-in, especially with Sudsy, I like that he's playing on Vision, hasn't fully committed just yet. He's going to show up any second now.
It would take a couple of turret shots, and Breezy's presence there threatens enough. Array does not want to walk up and just die to the bullet time combo. Although Mobility doesn't currently have it, it is still scary to see the misfortune on that side of the screen. So they back off. The Goons will not commit to a turret take, but they will commit to this tribe rush. If AoE ever walk up here, they're in a world of hurt as Kizno yet again showing himself. City Witty will stick around as well. AoE are trying to defend this turret with everything they got. And I think maybe it's going to take another wave, honestly. They're doing a great job of holding.
Yeah, because, I mean, they're really respecting the all-in here from City Witty and Breezy. Kizno is spending a lot of time here, by the way, to try and make sure this one goes down. I think eventually, though, AoE realize, all right, guys, this turret's going to go down. Let's just focus on another part of the map. So I think they might be setting up for a lane swap of their own here, Steve. Look, you can see Mobility, Breezy heading towards that top side. They're just ceding control over that bottom tier turret and over the second dragon. So maybe the hope for them is that they can get this Rift Herald and use it to get plate. Rather, not plates, but knock the turret down of their own.
Yeah, really the only thing that AoE was doing there was delaying the turret falling, which it eventually does go down. A little surprised, though, that they go for a full reset to play for this top half because Dragon was up, and that's the second now. They have the Misfortune combo. I think that they could look to utilize it, but I guess the counter-argument is they don't have items completed yet on their key carries, so they don't feel ready to take a big fight as we got Boots and the First Blade of the Rune King completed for both Array and Sudsy.
Yeah, and even the longsword, so they're pretty much matching in everything but starter items. So yeah, I agree with you, Steve. I don't think AoE are in a good position to fight. You really don't want to actually walk into this Ashe and this Yone who are on their one-item power spike. So instead, they're just going to have to seed. There was no option for that top lane play that it looked like they were setting up for either. So now it's Dragon's Goon Squad who actually have that bit of control in and around this Rift Herald.
No, the Goon Squad is the name of the fans, Beat. I don't think that's the name of the team.
You know... Did I say Goon Squad?
Oh,
no, fair enough. You got me.
Oh, Sudsy with the dancing shoes outplays both bandage tosses and the Curse of the Sad Mummy and gets out of there.
Yeah, so really nice. I mean, well played from Sudsy. He was the only play, really, that AoE could have in response to the Rift Herald. So instead, Dragon's Goons, they get it for free. Now they have the Herald to play for. It's going to set them up pretty nicely for this next Drake because, Steve, we didn't talk about what the soul was. It was a mountain soul. And that's pretty good. I don't know if you're aware. I know you don't really read anything about
You are
this
the
game.
biggest mountain soul apologist on the cast.
Am I?
So yes, I am fully aware.
No.
Absolutely.
I'm a hex, not a hex tech. I'm a Chemtech soul apologist.
Okay, well maybe not Mountain Soul then. Well, we'll
Mountain Soul's
apologize for
good.
what's happening on bot lane right here. Sudsy has to flash away to survive the dive. Breezy used the Ignite as well, so a little bit of Summoner Spell trade there, but Sudsy does live, so Well done, no apology needed. Now the Herald is just running straight down the bullet time. Mobility clears the wave, but cannot stop the Herald from crashing.
No, so that mid-tier 1 turret is very low. Means that another play in a few minutes from Dragoon's Goons will allow them to just knock it down, get more gold into their pocket. Honestly, in terms of like just gold difference, it's been pretty small basically this entire game. Even now, this is the most it's ever been at about 800 gold. But what Dragoon's Goons have going for them is that Drake stacking. So AoE, and they have a great wombo combo. I really like their ability to 5v5 later on in the game. We just haven't seen a whole lot of it, but pretty soon, if the next Drake goes over to the Goons, I don't think they're going to have a choice. They're going to have to fight sooner or later.
And they have the power spikes with the Trinity Force and with the Bloodthirster completed. So there's not even the argument of, oh, they're waiting for their items to come online. They have items completed. They just got them. Let's see the fight. It's going to be up in 2 minutes, though. We'll even have Cole completed by Mobility, who went for a much more passive laning phase build there to stack up. Going for a reset here. Probably just going to sell it right away. Pick up upgraded boots and maybe something else. Let's see what Mobility can grab. Either way, AoE will have way more tools to actually contest that dragon, and I got to agree. I think that this composition wants to start contesting things now.
Yeah, it's tough. As Corki, hey, you really start to turn up the heat at 2 items, and Onat honestly isn't really quite there yet. It's not like he's behind. He's pretty much even with Sudsy in every way. Sudsy's champion is just stronger at the moment here. So in this next minute, it opens that Onat can be able to squeeze out enough gold to be able to get that second item.
Okay, so all of that made sense, but what I really want to say is that when you have an Amumu and a Misfortune, it's just way more fun to go now. You know, don't make us wait. Just give us more opportunities for the combo.
Yeah. Like, you just want to yell and say more leak things. Just be real.
I just want to get excited.
I knew it. You know what, Steve?
So far, we've had 4 kills in 18 minutes. Very slow game 1.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how like the amount of kills we've seen in the early game have reduced significantly since our first game of match 1.
Yeah.
That was insane. Again, if you guys haven't seen that,
would never, man.
That's what I mean. They would never do that to us. And guys, if you haven't seen that first game of that series, if you're gonna watch anything from today, watch that game. Please.
I'm still confused by it,
Yep.
And we've seen the conclusion of it 4 games ago.
Yeah, and I have a feeling
ago, yeah.
that's something we're gonna talk about even when you're here a couple weeks from now.
I'm going to be talking about that League of Legends game for years.
Yeah, maybe.
Yesterday, too. We've had some fantastic League of Legends games. This one, though, I will say, getting a bit into the snoozer category, but we expect that to change as the Dragon has now spawned. Will AoE actually step up and try and take the fight? We don't have the second item completed on Onat, but he does have the teleport. But because City Witty's in the top wave, like literally just up there, I think we're giving this Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Onat wasn't going to be in any real position to actually get that second item, so instead, they're going to focus on trading for gold, narrow this gold lead, and I like that they're focusing on getting it on Onat, just because he is the carry who's going to scale the most damage. He's going to be the biggest source of their DPS. So the hope is that it's going to pay off and that they'll be capable of fighting for that next Drake, because that Mountain Soul going over Dragoon's Goons would be really bad. I'll take it.
Oh, really?
Yes, I know, dude. I know.
Look, all I'm saying is that the longer it takes for us to get a Misfortune and Mumu combo in this game, probably every like minute we're gonna lose 100 viewers on the Twitch channel. Probably just because I'm gonna keep bringing it up, honestly.
They might not like that, yeah.
Yeah, I want to see it, man. Okay, there's the second item completed on Onat. It's not fully stacked up yet. Once it is, then that Corki will hit a pretty decent power spike. The rapid fire cannon's typically the third item that comes through, but even just the 2 will be a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the Navori Flicker Blade is there for Sudsy. I haven't personally seen that item built on Yone much, but I'm kind of with the idea. You're going to be auto-attacking a lot. The more often you have your E, Steve, as Yone, dude, it's pretty great. I'm picking up what he's laying down.
The ability to reposition, the ability to get aggressive. Yeah, I do see that.
And, you know, it's just extra free damage. You know, when you snap back, like Zed Mark, Death Mark. Really cool champion.
I do remember Zed. That's also a champion that's been played in League of Legends.
Not in pro play, man.
Hey, sometimes, you know, I think Nah, I don't think Onat's pulled it out. Actually,
You're thinking of Dark Wings. You're thinking of Dark Wings.
I'm thinking of Dark Wings. Thinking of Shochi. I'm thinking of this mid turret going down. The Goons get it with a wave shoved in, and there was not a response from AoE immediately, but Onat in the extended trade will at least get this bottom turret. It really has been the Onat show here, as it's a very slow, cerebral game of League of Legends about these side lanes, about the wave push, and about getting gold onto Corki.
And you can see it too, like AoE putting a lot to ensure that Onat's able to secure these turrets. He's always getting covered by one or both of City, Witty, and Breezy. So they are putting a lot of eggs into this Onat basket. And I mean, as a player, we've seen a lot of good performances from him in the past when he was in the NACL before, Steve. And AoE believe in him. He's on a champion that can make it happen with a lot of damage. There's a lot of setup. And the question is, can he actually do it this game? I think in about 2 minutes, we're going to find out.
I think Dabshin knows that he was on screen right there as he was running back and forth on the fountain.
I don't think players can ever know when they're on screen.
They really can't.
Yeah.
But it's really funny. I hope that Dabshin goes back and watches at some point. He was like, guys, I was just deciding what to buy. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I was waiting for the gold. I was like 5 down, and then we got there. He does clear out the ward, though. Dabshin has been doing a good job of controlling vision, I will say, so far in this game. And it's given the Goons a lot of avenues to go for these objectives much more confidently. Speaking of, we have 2 minutes until that next dragon, and the items are stacking. Onat's actually going for, looks like Mortal Reminder here, or some kind of armor penetration item as the next one, as the Ash Arrow goes out, and it misses. All right,
really close.
They tried something, and it did not work. Now the bandage shots, just out of range there. Caption just getting tickled by that one, as Kizno is going to try and reestablish the little sapling control around the river, because 1.5 minutes until Dragon's up.
Yeah, that's it. It's been, again, quiet so far these last couple of minutes. Very few kills this game, 4 and about 23. And again, I think it's all going to come down to this next fight. A lot of this quietness, this tension building, it is going to explode, Steve, because again, AoE cannot do nothing and let this Mountain Soul go through. It's going to be really important for them to be able to get a decent setup. That's why you see them moving in right now as multiple members. Lay down some pink wards, try and get that empowered Scuttle Crab, so you do get a little bit of vision on the members of Dragoon's Goons, who are trying to go for a little push play.
Yeah, well, I hate to say it, Beat. You say they can't do nothing. Technically, they could do nothing. I just really hope they don't. Right now, they got the Scuttle Crab. That's something already. That will give them vision of if Dragon has been started up, but they have yet to drop any flanking wards for Cozy, or even for Onat for that matter. So it will just be a more traditional front to back as of right now. They have 1 brush now in that pixel in the river, but again, just nothing behind the Dragon Pit wall, nothing in enemy jungle territory. Maybe they drop some down now, as Sudsy could be in some trouble right there. Cozy's about to hit Mega, and is now expired. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Timing the Gnar can be such a difficult thing for teams to do.
Yeah.
That's part of why I was concerned about it, part of the combo. He's going to have to restack it up in the fight, because we are ready for the Dragon Soul fight.
Yeah, really nice.
Do not have a...
Oh, sorry.
Oh, actually, they do have a flank, though, because they don't need a teleport for it. They just have multiple people here and the Gnar behind. Again, Cozy not having that rage bar stacked up, though, is going to be rough.
Yeah, he needs to auto-attack that mid-wave to maybe get it back. I mean, it was nice from Array to be able to force it out of Cozy. But now...
Look at Breezy.
Oh, they got him.
Spotted him. They expected that Breezy was here, and now how fast can they kill him? It's Sudsy and it's Daption. It's going to take a while to kill the Rel, and meanwhile, the Dragon is the focus here. They didn't even get him. Curse of the Sad Mummy used. No bullet time yet. Actually, it was, but mobility canceled it, as the Goons are now back-to-back team fighting AoE. Cozy's about to hit Mega. Watch for the engage. Watch for the big Gnar play. They don't even need it, though. They got the Dragon, because they were able to just keep numbers together, keep everybody hitting it.
Hey, that's perfect. As long as they can recall and move to this mid-tier 2 turret, that's just an unequivocal dub for the side of AoE. The wave's not big enough, so they actually may be able to save it, especially with mobility walking up. I mean, the angle looked a little odd, because I thought the play for Dragoon's Goons was going to be, all right, we forced Mega Gnar out, let's just take this Dragon immediately, but they were still worried about this Wombo combo. And I think the worst part is that, look at the mini-map. Sudsy, Rel is not the play this game, man.
Yeah.
So I think that was also a mistake on his part.
And the mobility just... Okay, I guess you canceled the bullet time because everybody got out of range at that point. maybe a little late, could have held it, but either way, they didn't need it for the Dragon to go down at the end of the day. And you're right, it's because Sudsy was off of the play. He was looking at the rel the entire time and was not there to back up the team or threaten a big dive over the Dragon wall.
Right. Now, the Dragon stacking has been stalled a little bit by AoE. So now they actually buy themselves more time to scale, and you can see it a little bit. Oneth's damage, those rockets, especially the big red one, is doing a lot of work. Once he gets to that third item too, he is going to be a DPS menace, and we are seeing bits of what AoE are going to be able to do in that 5v5. And when Cozy and Breezy actually get in there and get involved alongside City Witty, I mean, it's going to set up Onath perfectly to do a lot of that damage he's set up to do this game.
Yeah, as Immortal Reminder completed, so 3 items on the Corki, gonna help prevent the Melio heal from coming in. Maokai also has some heal with the passive auto attacks, so you're gonna get some value out of that one, and also just the gold efficiency of the item, meaning that Onath at 3 items is the main character for AoE. He is the guy that's gonna have to step up to make this composition work, to make this game 1 work out in their favor. And they're still just funneling waves into him. Onath's going up top wave to catch this one. This is now like basically the last 10 minutes of the game. It's just been Onath rotate between lanes to take turrets and to take waves.
I think it's been longer than 10 minutes too.
Yeah.
And you can see it, like he's approaching 300 CS before 30 minutes. This dude is just getting every bit of resource on Summoner's Rift. And again, it's that cover. City Witty and Breezy, they are always with him to make sure that he's going to have an easy time of it. Have an easy time collecting gold and experience, and if Sudsy's not careful, kills.
Sudsy is channeling the back here. Do AoE stop it? They do. Fate's Sealed used, rather, as Sudsy actually gets out of there. Did not trust that he was safe.
I think that's a pretty reasonable assertion. So it just means that Onath's going to be able to push that way further. Sudsy has to stay a little longer on the map. Overall, I am worried for Dragoon's squad and how they're going to be able to set up for this next break. What are you laughing at, Steve?
You keep calling them the Goon Squad.
Damn
the Goon
it!
Squad's
You're
the
right!
fans. Yeah.
It's Dragoon's Goons! I hate it here.
It's Dragoon's Goons. And then the Dragoon's Goon Squad
are the
fans.
I'm talking to you, Steve. You're a fan. You didn't know?
No, I'm the one to explain it to you.
Dude, no, you're one of the fans. I didn't want to tell you so early. I didn't want to spoil the surprise, but you're now a fan of Dragoon's Goons. Congratulations.
All right, you know what? I'll take it.
Nice.
I'll take it.
Nice.
I'm a fan of them trying to take the fight here in 1 minute 20 seconds. How about that?
That's good.
That's the next Dragon that's coming up here.
Nice
so
callback.
We will see more action on the Rift, despite, again, just a glacially slow-paced Game 1.
Glacial. That's a good word for it, Steve. It's still...
Yeah.
I actually think it's been more than 10 minutes since we last had a kill. I feel like I am casting the LCK. And, you know, in another way,
you do?
It would be a dream. I mean, if I'm just looking at the scoreboard, yes.
You know, fair enough.
Nothing else.
And we have confirmation from
God.
production. The last kill in this game was at 11 minutes. That is 18.5 minutes ago. As Dragon spawned in 30 seconds, we just had Breezy reset for Vision. This gives the Dragoon's Goons chance to give the Goon Squad excitement as they re-establish vision control around the enemy jungle.
Well, you and the Goon Squad, Steve, don't get too excited yet. Getting that first look is really important. But it still matters that they don't fall prey to this Wombo combo. You can see the setup. City Witty.
All right, everybody, take a deep breath with me. Breathe in, breathe out. The action is now happening. We caught out City Witty. The enemy is jungler, as he does use the Curse of the Sad Mummy. Mobility has not thrown out Bullet Storm yet, or Bullet Time yet, as the Goons will pick up a kill to start things off. That's no Smite contest anymore. This is their Dragon Soul. What a way to kick things off. The rest of AoE, they feel like they probably just have to fight this. They have the Corki, try and give the space for Corki to get damage, but they don't know if they want to go towards the Dragon or towards Array. That's a flash out from Array as Breezy goes in for the engage. Cozy and Breezy are fighting their own front. Onath and Mobility are pressured away from everybody. And it's the Goon Squad that move forward with the Dragon Soul and with a team fight win. Shut down for Mobility, picking up 2 with a massive Bullet Storm, but objective still to Dragoon's Goons.
And that's it, Steve. everything AoE have been building towards these last 15 minutes, trying to get Onat fed, trying to get the best setup they can for this Corki to do damage, it all falls apart because City Witty gets caught. And he flashed into the arrow. Just to make matters worse, I mean, what else is there to say, man?
That is brutal. I didn't even notice the flash over the wall still into the arrow. And the fact that, again, they didn't have the smite, the rest of AoE just did not know how they wanted to fight this.
No, and at this point, it was already done. Like, AoE, you hope to get some kills and get some gold after, but it was doomed as soon as you lost your jungler.
Pretty much. Maybe mobility walking up and using the bullet time into the pit would have been enough, but it's just so hard to coordinate that. At least you get this, cleaning up 2 at the very tail end of things, but losing that Dragon Soul means it's going to be even harder to get through the health bars of the Cassante, of the Maokai, and now the front line of the Goon Squads is even scarier. And see, now I'm doing it.
Yeah,
front line of Dragoons Goons is even scarier as they will start up the Baron.
Yeah, it feels really bad, too, for Onat, who's super fed on this Corki. Still, even after everything has happened, that shield from the Dragon Soul is just going to nullify a lot of his poke.
He's going to try and get in the pit. He can't get in the pit.
Oh.
City Witty could not make it in time. Baron's gone, and the bullet time goes the wrong direction from mobility while he had a Cassante on top of him. Dragoon just not giving him any room to breathe, no room to think, no chance in this Baron fight. It's not even a fight, it's just a slaughter. Dragoons Goons get the objective, and they crush a 4-for-0 trade.
And it's definitely going to be inhibitor, maybe Nexus turrets too. These are long death timers, Steve, as Dragoons Goons, they still have so much gold to work with. They have a big Baron-empowered wave coming through here, and it's just breezy. I mean, just getting front row seats to his base getting decimated.
Yeah, this is just going to be game
over.
right here. Breezy can try and hit the wave, but there's no shot that he lives through it all. Dragoons Goons in a slow, glacial game. Keep their heads on straight. They get the Dragon Soul. They win the fights they needed to win, and at the end of the day, that will get you the series. They're backing away right now, but Kizno says, no, guys, let's just close it out right now. Let's just end it as mobility has respawned, has to use the cleanse early, and the free firing of Array will be the damage that they need to close this one out. Dragoons Goons will win another fight at the Nexus and close out game 1.
And while things started slow, they finished very fast, Steve. Dragoons Goons, again, just continue to experience success here in the summer split again during the Tier 3 run. Hadn't dropped a single series, and they're one step away from continuing that trend here, while AoE still fighting tooth and nail for their first.
And when it comes down to a player of the game, again, it's tough in games like that to really definitively say who was the most impactful of all the players. I think that there's a couple arguments to be made. I don't know if you're on anybody in particular, Beat.
I'm trying to think. I mean, could give some flowers to Array. I think he ended up playing a lot of those team fights really nicely. I think around that one dragon fight as well, he was the one who forced out the Mega Gnar and made it so that they had a pretty good position to set up for a team fight. Whether or not they actually managed to secure that team fight, that's not important. I still think he played a lot of these fights really well.
Fair enough. I have to agree. I think at the end of the game, player of the game oftentimes goes recency bias to whoever had the most impactful moments, and Array on the Ashe. I mean, deathless there on the champion, first of all, and second of all, was able to land that snipe onto City Witty, was flashing over the wall right at the final dragon, and also just very far ahead in individual gold, as well as laning phase going all right for him. So yeah, there you go. Congratulations to Array, not only MVP of the Open Qualifiers, but picking up player of the game here in their second promotion tournament match.
Yeah, and it's a good look. Again, Dragoons Goons just continuing the success they've experienced these last couple of months here throughout the NACL qualifiers. And again, we keep talking about how important a win here is, because it is going to get you to what could be your last best of 5 between you and the NACL spring next year.
And the Goons are setting themselves up well so far with a 1-0 series, but we're going to send it to a short break before we are back for the continuation of the series to see if AoE can bounce back and send us to game 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are getting ready for Game 2 of our second series of the day. Dragoons Goons are up 1-0 in the series over AOE, who are defending for their NACL spot that is open for all of the teams competing in this promotion tournament, whereas Dragoons Goons fighting for back-to-back-to-back opportunities for Dragoon and Kizno to promote into the NACL through the promotion tournament.
Let him in, man.
Yeah. Oh, what a run this would be for Dragoons Goons and the entire squad that time after time make it in. But for now, this is our post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost. As you can see, yeah, we gave Array player of the game. Topping the damage charts by that much as Ash, I think, is a good enough reason why.
I think so, but I will say the fact that he got that much in such a local game is pretty funny too. Because,
True.
you know, again, 4 kills from minute 11
Look
to
at
minute
that gold
29.
crest.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, everything was, you know, chill, stable. We're not interacting, and then boom.
That's the craziest gold graph I think I've ever seen, actually. That is
Really?
instantaneous game end.
Oh, yeah. That's pretty true.
Yeah. All right. You know what? You said it was like watching the LCK. From what I understand as a
Which is not much.
filthy non-LCK enjoyer, I know I'm out of myself. I should watch more LCK, but this is what I hear the games are like. Very close, very slow until boom, one final fight, and then the game's over. That's what we got. I mean, and the Dragoons Goons were ready for it. They had the Dragon Soul stacking earlier, so they were the ones to walk out ahead as we're getting into draft for game number 2. Though a reminder, it is full fearless. That means any of the champions played in game number 1, not available for game number 2.
They're out of the picture. Now we're going to see what else is going to get picked. We didn't mention it in game 1, but that Akali ban, specifically at Cozy, plays quite a fair share of Akali top. So if you give him an opening, he will take it, and he will win.
And a reminder that a lot of the players coming into AoE are, you know, roster substitutions that had happened at various times throughout the summer split for NACL. So this roster is trying to defend its spot, but in a very interesting and unique environment for a lot of the players here, whereas Dragoons Goons, again, just a reminder that, or in my opinion, less of a reminder, more of just, I feel like the vibes are usually a little higher for the teams coming in from the qualifiers than the teams coming down from NACL to defend those spots. And vibes in a best of series, as funny as it gets out, as mean as it is, I think they're real, right? Just having that energy, having that mentality going forward, especially with the winning game 1, means that Dragoons Goons, I think, in a really good spot here going into game 2.
You got to imagine going off vibes. When you're in a game where you don't do a whole lot, you build up your mid laner, you throw a lot of gold his way, his pockets are hanging low, man. And then you just suddenly lose the game. That's got to be disheartening.
Yep. Unfortunately, I wasn't wearing a belt and just kind of fell off. So we were not able to translate that into success. Let's put it that way. Dragoons Goons, though, Varus left up. This is something that has been cropping up higher and higher in priority in the meta. Changes to Varus, giving more scaling for the AD lethality builds. It's been banned a lot of games, and now it's finally picked.
Yeah, I will say it was really funny reading the patch notes and just seeing increase to bonus AD ratio, and then them saying, like, yeah, we know, we're making it lethality Varus a little stronger, and I'm like, I'm sorry guys, like that's just all we're gonna see now. He's back.
A little stronger. Every AD carry's like, yes, an excuse to play the
time.
poke build. I gotta say, it's one of the more fun AD carries to play, in my experience. Just full poke Varus. I understand why players gravitate towards it, but it also just allows you to control the objective setup so well. Also in lane, you can just do a lot of annoying things depending on what your support partner is. You're going to be into a Jhin and a Renekton, which are the champions liked in by AoE.
I gotta say, Steve, I really appreciate you bringing your unique experience playing Varus to the situation, especially because you probably never land a Q. So that's something like other people wouldn't really know a lot about. So thank you for that.
Well, that's why you max E beatdown clearly.
Yeah, sure.
You know, it's more guaranteed damage. You get the grievous wounds applied.
Oh, look at you. You read spells. Respect.
I do.
My man.
I know. Are you one of those players that didn't realize that Varus W had an activatable? I don't remember who it was, but I do remember pro players, pro AD carry players, because Varus was changed. It didn't used to have an activatable, and now it does. And players didn't realize that. And I remember like 2019 or something, there was an interview of somebody like, wait, you could activate it now?
Yeah.
I love it when pro players actually show that they're just like us, man. You know, sometimes you miss a patch.
Yeah, true.
Too much changes.
Fair enough. And speaking of changes, things have kind of changed below us here on the draft in that they have added some more champions to the compositions. The Azir, last few patches, he's been pretty good. You get a lot of push, you get a lot of prio. Orianna, same thing. Now we're looking at wombo combos. That's why you're seeing Vi taken out of the picture. I know what you're thinking, Steve. We should talk about Cho'Gath.
We should talk
Go
about
ahead.
Cho'Gath. Okay, let's talk about Cho'Gath. The last time I saw a Cho'Gath game, I believe it was Zamudo piloting the pick.
And he was the GOAT.
Yeah, and he absolutely popped out. He went like Trinity Force Cho'Gath.
Dude, Trinity Force
because
oh my god, you're right. I forgot about that.
It was like Trinity Force, I want to say Warmogs and Dead Man's Plate. He was just running super fast, all the extra movement speed that the items give. And it was just hilarious to watch. You're up against a Renekton, which I want to say, no, I don't know if that was the matchup that Zamudo played it into, but either way, Dragoon's going to give his best cosplay here.
Yeah.
This champion, when it gets rolling, can be crazy, but that's a Kha'Zix locked in for City Witty. Okay.
Wow. That's an interesting one, too. I mean, that is technically a way you could get in there with the Oriana Ball, especially if you pop the ulti there. No way you play... Yeah, I was going to say, we're hovering a lot of...
I would have loved Rammus, man.
Rammus would have been really funny.
Rammus would have been hilarious. Oh. Okay.
Well, it is that Nautilus locked in there for Daption. You do have a lot of all-in potential. You do have a lot of CC. I especially like Kizno and Sudsy having this ability to kind of play make. I'm actually pretty sure they played this mid-jungle duo specifically yesterday, and I think they did a really good job in teamfights making space and being able to make it so that Sudsy and Array can do a lot of damage.
And Sudsy, I remember putting the pressure on him as the player that needed to kind of step up in the game, and he did have a lot of really big step-up moments, impressive plays on the Azir, so I think this is comfort for Dragoon's Goons. Also, Kai, one of our amazing observers, has updated me that Cho'Gath and Jax versus a Scion is what Zamudo and Dragonsteel were playing last time that we saw the Cho'Gath. So not into a Renekton, not into a Kha'Zix. But theoretically, I feel like you're just going to be stacking up anyway and unkillable by a certain point in the game. There's just not a lot of consistent DPS coming out from AoE. So if they don't get accelerated here, this tank frontline is going to be a problem.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Steve. I mean, especially because you have a lot of DPS coming through with the Azir and a lot of CC with the Emperor's Divide. And yeah, Array, I mean, a lot of squishy members, like you said, not a whole lot of people stacking too much armor, except for maybe Breezy. So with that in mind, this Lethality Varus, there would be a lot of value coming out for Array in that damage, especially in that mid to late game. So yeah, I do favor Dragoon's Goon's ability to play the game post that 20-minute mark. There's that pressure on AoE.
Oh, we're also going for the more tanky option for the Azir in the mid lane. Sudsy going for Grasp of the Undying, so you can stack that up, stay healthy in lane, and it gives you the option to go for a tankier build if you want to, but you can still just use it for the laning phase and build AP anyway. But Sudsy decides to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, even going...
Yes,
yes.
Duck.
My goat.
It's a duck.
Yeah, what did you call it the other day? You called it a frog.
No, I said it was a duck, and somebody else said it was a frog, but the frog's below the duck.
You know, it doesn't...
I know what a duck looks
That doesn't suit my narrative, unfortunately, Steve, so it's not what I'm going to be pushing. What I am going to push, though, is for you in Twitch chat to vote who you think has got this one. A lot of people think Dragoon's Goons are going to 2-0, get themselves one step closer to NACL. AoE's got some fans. Do we have any more, guys? Any area of effectors? Oh, it's getting worse. Oh, God, I shouldn't have asked. I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
Let's talk about something else. Mid lane, mages. Woo!
Yeah,
oh, it keeps getting worse.
Gauntlet here as okay. Regline lands. Breezy is in trouble and gets out of there. Yeah, we've seen the Nasus Garen mid. We've seen the AD champions mid. Now we get the mage matchup in the mid lane. The meta is very exciting for mid laners right now. Everyone's got the ability to flex what's in their champion pool, and not just because of the Fearless draft. That's obviously going to be a byproduct in the longer series, but I mean, even in like game 2s and such, we're getting these very fun matchups. Ooh, that almost landed.
Spooky. Well, yeah, I agree. It is cool to see, especially in lieu of the patch changes that have been coming up. Seeing players not just flex their champ pools, just allowing us as viewers, casters, to see something a little different. Steve, were you loving 80 carries in every lane meta? Or is there something I should know?
I thought it was... Hey, so this is my personal stance.
Right,
anytime something funky, wacky, zany happens in the meta like that, I'm excited for about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Because the first week, it's exciting because it's new. The second week, it's exciting because people start to really figure it out.
Yeah.
And then maybe come up with counters. But then once it sticks for that much longer, I'm like, okay, all right. Maybe it's getting a little old
Right now
at
I'm
this
over
point. But yeah, that's also just, you know, My zillennial brain unable to maintain a
Okay,
interest in something
Zillennial
for more than 2
surely
weeks.
is not a real thing. You made that up.
It's a real thing. Check it out.
How old are you?
Well, that's a personal question to ask on broadcast.
I'm pretty
How old are
sure
you,
you're
Beat?
close enough to my age that you are literally just a millennial.
Okay, if you're born between 92 and 2000, I think it was, you get the extra nickname because
Really?
it's like, you know, you remember MySpace, but you didn't have one, right? You know?
I guess.
Or maybe, yeah, but it's Kai's trying to educate me, saying what a millennial is. Yes, I understand, but it's the combination, the overlap between millennials and Zoomers.
It's because you want to be
Like,
special.
there's like this like little couple years where it's like, you're not really either of them. As there's a 2v2 bot lane. How about let's talk about the League of Legends game happening instead of categories for age, demographics. Kizno 1v1 in City Witty. While there's the 2v2 happening down there, Kizno is able to stag Conqueror and trying to run away. Not hit by the deadly flourish, and he's just fine.
So we're just gonna go ahead and walk back to neutral. Dragoon is starting to oh, I like this from City.
Okay, City's jumping back in on to Kizno,
Unless-
who answers back in kind. Who's gonna get it? Flash from both. First blood to Kizno as the 2v2 bot lane's breaking out as well. Dapshin actually gets the auto kill on the mobility at the very tail end. What a wild series of events.
You know, I gotta say, I think it's really funny that Breezy went for the stun before flashing over the wall, as if that made a single difference in how that play turned out. But otherwise, Dragoon's Goons are very happy with that last exchange coming through. Right now, we're gonna watch this one again. How this play started overall, and you can see I'm pretty sure it was Dapshin just looking for the hook. He was probably looking for mobility. But at the end of the day...
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, but...
Said hitting Breezy, the tankier Leona member, but the big action was actually in the jungle matchup between City Witty and Kizno.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, that Deadly Flourish lands, Kizno is in so much trouble. But honestly, I respect the angle. I like the vision from City Witty, trying to take advantage of the isolation damage, but he just doesn't end up winning in the end. He also flashed and died, which feels awful.
And then right here, mobility flashing forward, and then just, oop.
And then again, the stun that meant nothing. It's about sending a message.
Yep. I'm just gonna say it because I think it's funny and could be said. Dapshin didn't need an auto to take the kill, but it's funny that he got it.
That is funny. You know what? It happens. Point is, you
does.
get mobility off of the map. I think that's the big
And as
takeaway.
a support main myself, I'm absolutely based. I mean, you take that every time.
I mean, yeah, because you guys
that's
deserve
your
kills
goal.
or something, right? I don't know what you propaganda
do.
you guys spread.
And respect.
One or the other.
No, I'm not getting either of that on this broadcast, but see if we can get out of this scenario here. Hex Flash charged by Dapshin, not going to go over the wall. Probably wise, the City Witty was nearby.
Yeah. A lot of action around this bot lane here. Not a whole lot around the grubs. I mean, you do have Cozy, who is able to get a decent amount of lane pressure, especially now at level 6, has the Dominus. So wouldn't be surprised, if City Witty moves towards that top side. Kind of feels bad. If you're a team that doesn't scale well, Dragon Soul, it's a pretty great way for you to help get you through the late game. But I think with how top plays out and how bot is playing out more specifically, AoE, top is their answer.
Yeah, it's been exciting in draft phases for the Cho'Gath. Maybe less exciting in the actual gameplay early on, but no surprise. You're just kind of stacking up early, getting the health as much as you can as Dragoon. But it's Dragon started up by Kizno. Ray and Dapshin had the wave shoved in bot side, so no contest here as City Witty's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and again, I'm expecting, especially when the information is going through, City Witty's just going to go ahead and rush towards the grubs. We aren't going to see his no path towards it. He's just going to back and head towards his side of the map.
Taking away the grubs here with the top lane priority. Trade of objectives, but a faster tempo play from Dragoon's Goons as Kizno's actually able to get that dragon much earlier and maybe even make it in time to contest. We'll see.
I don't think so. City Witty has
Does he want to
smite.
just beeline it? Yeah, he's going back to the... Oh, no.
He's going to smite. He's going to smite.
Okay.
I was going to say, I promise, Steve, he's fine. City Witty, he's going to be able to...
Never say never, Beat.
I mean, I actually didn't say never.
True. I said it twice, technically.
Yeah. So, jot that down. Cozy is forced to use the Dominus as he was under a little bit of trouble there from Dragoon. I think now, as things are just continuing to be a little slow since that bot lane skirmish, again, the hope for AoE is that they are going to be able to go for some of these dragon fights, but it is going to be hard for them. Now they have an angle for Grubageddon, which would be nice, but also their chances at sieging, I don't particularly like them.
Yeah. Well, as I descend into insanity, thank you, Beatdown, for bringing us back into the game state itself. Because, yes, you're right, and I do echo the sentiment. I love grub stanking when you have a comp that can actually walk up and hit the turrets. But it's not like you got the Corki. You definitely don't have something like a Camille that's going to, or like a, Ziggs, Jacked, anything that's going to want to just be in the side lane on a turret. I mean, Renekton will be able to hit turrets, but you're also trying to hit turrets into a brick wall, which is a Cho'Gath. So it can be difficult to actually pull that off. I will favor the dragon stacking, given all the variables of the comp.
Yeah, I will say right now, AoE are in a pretty decent spot to try and go for fights. Now that the mid jungle of this team have hit past level 6, I mean, they have the ults. Breezy has his ult as well, that Solar Flare. So the hope there is that they're going to be able to turn that into a pick, either onto someone like Array, onto Sudsy, if you could somehow manage it on someone as slippery as the Azir.
Good trade there from Dragoon onto Cozy. It's going to be so difficult for a Renekton to actually get a lead in a lane like this, because like I said, it is basically just a brick wall up in CS for Dragoon here, as now we are making a play mid lane. Flash out from Onat as Sudsy looks for the Emperor's Divide. Flash forward from Daption.
Oh, wow.
With the ultimate from the Nautilus. Now we're trying to lock down Breezy, who also has his flash available. He will use it to get under the turret when it becomes lightly. No follow-up from Kizno. Just a lot of summoner spells and ults burn. Oh, no way. Nah, Cozy's got the dominance. Dragoon doesn't have a shot of winning this one anymore. He's got to run away here. Rupture going to be dodged by Cozy, and now Dragoon's in a lot of trouble. Oh, flashes away, but City Witty predicted where he was going. I have to imagine he jumped right where Dragoon landed. And bot lane, okay, why not? Nobody can have flash. Nobody's allowed to have flash at this point in the game.
Yep.
You got to use them now. Array, Sudsy, I'm looking at you.
Unless you're a support. In which case you have Hex Flash, so you'll always have Flash in some way, Steve. Maybe this is part of your support propaganda, you know? There's something going on there.
There are dozens of us, Pete. Dozens.
Only dozens, huh?
As we do have a pause in the game, so sorry for that. Thank you for bearing with us, as we'll wait to have a confirmation as to what the reason for the pause was. Hopefully we can let you know. But it does give us more time to talk about support propaganda. Thank you for coming here, everybody. First off, respect your supports more. Second of all, you should try the rollout. It's really fun. There's a lot of different champions you can play, no matter what your play style is. I like playing Malphite support lately. Rafa thought he was outing me in Twitch chat earlier by revealing my secret, but I'll reveal it right now. It's impossible to run it down as Malphite, because you're forced to wait till level 6.
This doesn't mean you can't run it down.
Well, you know, fair enough, but it's more challenging to run it down when I can't just be like Alistair headbutt combo in at level 2. So that's my secret.
I have no words.
Have I convinced you, Pete? Are you going to play support now?
My words have failed me. No. I will not play support, Steve. I will talk about the series. As we have found out it is a player PC. I was having an issue, so they are restarting the good old classic, turning it off and on again, Steve. So, you know, Dragoon's good. You know, what do we think? AoE? Come on, talk. Give me something.
Okay, you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take the opportunity to bring the conversation back a little bit and get justice for the statement I made and I feel I was ganged up on by you and Kai. Zillennial is an actual term. Everybody, I just Googled it. It's Zillennials is a demographic on the cusp of the Millennial and Generation Z cohorts. You know, it's an official definition because they use the word cohort twice.
Steve, you got to understand. National Popcorn Day is also a real thing. It doesn't mean it's worthy of respect.
According to the Pew Research Center, generational cutoff points aren't an exact science. Beatdown.
Wait, show me that. Link me that right now. Link me where it says that.
It's a Wikipedia article. It's fine.
No, it's fine.
I can click the Pew Research Center blue thing on the Wikipedia article, like the little clickable link. Oh, no, that just brings you to another Wikipedia page. It makes sense. But between those born in 1992 and 2000, I was right. Because basically the way they describe it is, you know, like you knew what MySpace was, but you didn't have one. You used Facebook and maybe still do, but probably not. You went to Instagram. You remember what being outside was like before the Game Boy. You know, all these things I remember having dial-up, but I never used it. So
I did actually.
I feel like all four of my older siblings are clearly millennials, but I just feel like I don't know. I don't know if I fully relate. There we go. I was able to give justice to what I was trying to say earlier when it did not make sense to say it, but now we're filling airtime for the applause, so it's all right.
You know what? I'm glad. I'm happy for you, Kangas. You at least got to say your piece. Not that anyone's gonna listen, but you know, you got to say it. I think that's the takeaway. Where are we going?
Where we go? Oh, beat never change. Never change. It's very rare that I just lose my face and laugh on a broadcast, but sometimes when casting with you, it does happen. Anybody who's just joining us, we are in another technical delay here. A player's PC had to restart, so we're waiting to get back into the game, but we are currently 1-0 in the series. The Dragoons Goons are up against AoE and one win away from challenging CCG in a best-of-5 promotion match. And look at that! We bought enough time. We're back into the game.
Yeah, the casters have started the game. The jig is up, Kangas. They found out we wanted to just riff and make jokes for a couple of minutes, so we paused the game. I'm sorry, guys. You're going to have to forgive us.
They were all like, Zillennial's not a real term. Play the game.
No, honestly, my goat for saying that. You're right. If you say that in chat, you're a real one.
All right. Well, here, let's catch everybody up because we just were away from the game for a couple seconds, and we both know you and I have memories of a goldfish. So take inventory of what's going on the screen right here. Already, Sudsy has completed that first item. Everybody just finished blowing their flashes for fun, except for Sudsy and Array, who has completed the first lethality item as well. Not the Hubris. We saw the Hubris yesterday, but it looks like we are not going to get it today.
Yeah, I think Opportunity has definitely been a very popular one. Even before Lethality Varus got nerfed into Obscurity, so it kind of makes sense that we're just going to see them come back to that, even though it's been nerfed a little bit a couple patches ago. I think the thing most worth talking about right now, looking at Sudsy and Array, they've reached those first items, Steve. So they're in a pretty powerful spot. If we don't see AoE members try and back, hit their first items, I assume the bot lane isn't because they don't have that gold yet. It should mean that the second Drake's also going to go over to Dragoon's Goons. Again,
AoE's doing it right now, though. Mobility and Breezy are resetting as we speak. It's 10 seconds till Dragon. So, yeah, if the Goons start it right away, it can just be their second Dragon uncontested.
Yeah. I mean, it's looking like they actually might not be interested. I'm pretty sure I saw Kizno wrapping up. Maybe he's changed his mind. Yeah, he is heading towards that top side. Instead, he would rather try and deny Grub and get it.
I will say I'm happier, though, with the vision control of AoE in Game 2 than I was in Game 1. They do have wards placed down to that was a Hex Flash, I believe.
Yeah.
They have wards placed down around the Dragon. Last game, they really struggled to get any vision line down. This time, they do have that control as I think that's just one grub picked up by Kizno, and now they're going to walk all the way down. We're going to try and contest this Dragon.
Maybe fight after? Because it's going to go down pretty quickly, yeah.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, now we can try and fight on the tail end. Chain of Corruption does go out. Big damage on the dash, and the shuffle from Sudsy. That's what I'm talking about, baby. The Azir player showing up yet again, but it's City Witty diving onto the back line. Teleport coming in. Mobility was untouched. Triple kill for City Witty on the bug. The Kazakhs stepping up huge for a quadra kill after securing the Dragon.
I mean, Dragoon's Goons, they gave AoE everything they could have hoped for in that team fight. They allowed them to get the Drake, and the fight angle, it's just not good, Steve. Daption is here. Look at where Kizno is. He is late to this fight. Late. And look at how much health Daption loses in the process. Even the Shockwave. Really nice there. Onto Array. Allowed that damage to come through so City Witty could finish him off. And nobody is focusing the Kazakhs.
Yeah, it was a nice shuffle from Sudsy to start it off, but City Witty just untouched after the fact is able to clean it all up for a clean quadra kill. 5-1-0 now on the Kazakhs. And also getting that Dragon as well, because like you said, Kizno was too late to the play. I think Dragoon's Goons needed to either commit to a Dragon or just give up that Dragon and deny the grubs from the enemy team, because now they're going to have to contest for the grubs again. There's still the opportunity for AoE to go for one.
No, they're expired.
Oh, no, never mind. Just expired.
Yeah.
All right.
But I do agree with you. I do think it was either full commit to Drake because you had the power, or deny Grubageddon. And they kind of wanted to have their cake to eat it too, and it cost them. Now City Witty is very strong. He's pretty much caught up and surpassed everyone else on the side of Dragoon's Goons. So in these next team fights, look out for this Kazakhs to do a lot of damage. And I'm expecting that respect to come through from the likes of Kizno and Daption. You want to blow up this Kha'Zix immediately, Steve. If you get the angle, if this Nautilus lands the hook, kill him instantly.
And that was all after the fact of Kizno basically solo killing City Witty earlier, if you remember their little scrap in the bottom side of the map. But now City Witty's rocketed, slingshotted back into the game as the Herald's taken. Now Dragoon's getting dove here by Onat, Breezy, City Witty, who's tanking up the turret. Looks like it's Breezy. That is the ideal target here as Dragoon is just trying to survive for as long as possible. The Rupture does not land onto Onat, and they get the kill.
I mean, it kind of feels nice. You wasted a lot of time, and you forced a lot of ults out to make it happen. So I like this response. Dragoon's Goons immediately drop Herald mid. They have that pressure top, so they are going to collect a lot of gold off the display, and they have an easy pathway to safety. They could just walk towards their mid and support.
Second crash onto the tier 2 turret as well, so they have actually more turrets taken so far, and the gold is about dead even despite the fact that AoE have gotten a couple more kills in their pocket. The Goons are actually playing a pretty good global focused play right now. And a reminder, it wasn't a solo kill.
Yeah.
But Dragoon is now 0-2-0. So we're only 4 away from the meme being real yet again.
True, true. You know, we're working our way towards it this time around. But I will say for AoE, this is the problem you can kind of run into when all your eggs are in one basket. If you die first, or in the case of that last play, City Witty isn't around, then that gold lead we see and that huge advantage he has, it doesn't actually matter, Steve. I think Dragoon's Goons for these next couple of minutes just want to try and play away from Kha'Zix, and cool, his items don't matter.
I mean, they're playing into the Renekton instead. Full
it's
stacks
fine.
Rage Bar, and Cozy's going to be spotted. They see him there, and now they realize, wait a minute, there's a Croc flanking behind us with a Blast Cone, catching out Daption as Chain of Corruption will go wide. Also, Crescent Strike used by Kizno.
Yeah, and to no avail, too. Daption, you are this Nautilus. You are not the Leona, who is so much tankier, even with the Aftershock. You just get destroyed, ripped apart by City Witty on this Kha'Zix. So this is a pretty big advantage that AoE are actually working with right now, Steve. Even though it's a small gold lead, like how strong City Witty is, cannot be overstated. He's level 11 now. He's got a decent farm lead over Kizno, not to mention the 5 kills he has over him. And it means they're in a perfect position to fight for this next dragon.
He can only be in one place at a time, though. Yeah. Fighting for Dragon is a location, but during the play, yeah, they kill Daption, but they lose the bottom turret. Sudsy actually commits to the side lane push and is building up a sizable lead for himself here in terms of at least just gold from turrets taken.
Yeah.
Slightly behind in CS over Onat, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I feel like the Azir is still going to scale just fine into this game as Dragon is up in 5 seconds. City Witty can be in one location. He is here right now.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure I even like the idea of them trying to go for this fight. You do feel good about your power because Array is at 2 items. He is pretty strong right now. But City Witty's also 2 items. He has that Black Cleaver too, so he's got a lot of health that he's working. It's going to be a tough fight, but it's looking like they want it regardless.
Teleporting in the Renekton. Cozy is now joined up with the rest of the team. As Dragoon's Goons are going to try and find a way to get into this pit, but they just can't. That's another dragon picked up by City Witty.
And at least you force the teleport out from Cozy just to ensure AoE secure the Drake, because other than that, I mean, Dragoon's Goons got nothing for the fact that they lost that Drake. They weren't willing to pull the trigger, so instead, they just kind of looked at him menacingly, and that was the end of it.
That was, in fact, the end. Ooh, Dragoon flashing right there. That could have been your 3rd death power spike. Instead, he will stay alive to try and catch this wave.
True.
And probably just watch as the Krugs go down. I don't know if he can actually take these. Oh, he's opting for the Krugs instead of the wave, but now City's there, so Dragoon's like, wait a minute, maybe this was a mistake. Wait a minute, chill.
Guys, I was just kidding.
3 death power spike, it arrives.
Yeah, as promised, Steve. You know, Dragoon's halfway to that magical, mythical 6 death mark. Now it's going to be a tier 2 going over to AoE. I think they're in a really good position this game, again, because they are just dedicated to throwing everything they can into this Kha'Zix. And every play he's with is a success, so let's keep at it.
Out of their 9 kills, 8 of them are on the book.
Yeah, not even that he's part of them. He has 8 of them.
Yeah, he wasn't even there for the other one. Doesn't care. Did not register on his radar. Sudsy is the focus, though. I still, so far, have noticed from the side of Dragoon's Goons. Plays are happening on one side of the map. Sudsy goes to the other side of the map and just starts hitting the turret. Takes about half of the health of that tier 2 turret in the top side. Has his own passive turret to go up. City Witty is hunting him, though. Is there a team around? Can he get out of here? Onat's going to try and stop the back. He can just walk up to the turret. City Witty's now just clearing out the wave. With the help of Onat, Sudsy could look to try and TP away, but instead he'll look to shuffle away. And the Zenith Blade lands. Flourish misses, but City Witty is there. Crescent Strike a little late from Kisno. City Witty goes legendary. Taking down Sudsy. The Rupture doesn't land on the City Witty as Kisno look to jump in. Now Cozy's joined up with everybody. A double kill over to City Witty. The Kazakhs with another triple kill. This bug is not squished. This bug is online as the Baron is now the focus for AoE.
And it's not, they don't take this particularly fast, but they have the space to do so. They are so strong right now, and 3 members of Dragoon's Goons are out of the way. This is the perfect chance for AoE to be able to snowball this and take us to a 3rd game.
Lethality Varus poke, not enough. But maybe there's a miracle chance that the smite misses from City Witty and you can steal it with the Q, but not even in range. That is another fight win because of the Kazakhs resets and another objective picked up immediately afterwards. This time the Baron's going to be a much bigger gold swing.
Dude, 11-1, by the way. Steve, I'm gonna be honest. This is really good for AoE. They are really strong, but like I really need to stress how much is on City Witty's shoulders. After this replay, because we're going to watch this play come through again. And you know what? Sudsy, he played this quite literally as well as he could have. Watch the Zenith Blade from Breezy. If he flashes a little sooner, he literally lives. He's fine.
That's a rough one right there. Just slight misplays can be the biggest change in a team fight outcome, as the rest of the fight is the Kazakhs just jumping all over the place, picking up that triple kill. And a reminder that these are players playing remote, so ping can be an issue. Moments like that can sometimes actually be attributed. I don't know what Sudsy's ping is that he's playing on, but sometimes it really does come down to I clicked the button, it just didn't input in time. And Sudsy now going to really wish he had survived that one. The rest of the team trying to hold on the line here in this mid wave as AoE start a siege with the Baron buff.
Yeah, but back to what I was saying before too. 11-1 Kazakhs. I think we're gonna fight.
Okay, we'll get back to it because, like you said, gold's on this bug. Gonna have to be the one to do the damage. Right now, not comfortable enough to get onto Adaption, but with the shockwave, he is. Chain of Corruption hits Breezy, not City Witty. The second cast will. City's still over half health, so he's doing just fine. If I'm to complete beatdown's point that he's been trying to get out, I imagine it's if you go down a City Witty, the rest of the team will struggle. But if you stay alive and you can carry these fights, you're going to do just fine.
Oh my god, Steve, you do pay attention.
Yeah.
You do. Yeah, that was pretty much my point, that everything is on this Kazakhs. Guys, like, look at this. Look at what, you see what I'm seeing? City is fed. He's a big bug. So, granted, I'm pretty sure AoE in a great spot to win this game. The concern is you make a mistake. You give away that shutdown, it's 1,000 gold over to somebody. And you don't want that.
You know what I've seen, though, is a movie called Starship Troopers. All parts of Goons going to try and do their part here as they look to squash a couple bugs.
True.
But so far, they just don't have the firepower. It's looking more like the first act of the movie than the second act, or second half, where AoE's jungler will pick up a 3rd dragon for them. It is the Chemtech Drake. This is the one that you're an apologist for. Is that what you're saying?
When I say apologist, I mean there are actually situations where it's quite good. This game, it's fine.
I actually kind of like it for the Kazakhs build right now, but we got a fight breaking out here. Sudsy's not in the fight yet, but now we can get some damage onto the front line. Dragoon trying to be the front line for his team. Big CC chain there from Daption. Sudsy still has the Emperor's Divide, hasn't used it yet, but there goes Cozy trying to get onto the back line, and he's punished for it. Kill to Sudsy as Renekton goes down. City Witty very low. Flash forward from Daption. He gets the hook onto the back line. It's on the Mobility, who tries to flash away to safety, and he does make it out. Onat takes the kill onto Dragoon, as the Goons are looking for the Lethality Varus to do a lot of work right now. Sudsy's going to tank up these 4 shots from the curtain call, and the fight is over.
Wow, but it's a fight where Dragoon's Goons actually kind of made it out all right, 1 for 1, considering how things have been going these last 10 minutes. That is a win for them. I will say they weren't able to get the shutdown onto the Kazakhs, so, you know, they're not exactly back into this game, but we are going to watch this one again. You can see the core of AoE kind of out of the picture, as I really like how Dragoon's Goons do a good job moving this fight away from them as quickly as they can. So you have Jin autoing a tank basically this whole time, aka he's doing a whole lot of nothing. And Onat, there's no follow-up to his Shockwave. Again, this fight for AoE is just completely broken up into separate parts when they really need to fight 5 as 1.
Yeah, and I gotta say, great follow-up there from Daption. Can't believe the mobility actually makes it out of here. I feel like they just weren't quite ready for the follow-up from the side of Dragoon's Goons. Yeah. But all things considered, no shutdown gold picked up from City Witty. He also survived. That would have been fantastic to pick up 1,000 gold on the side of Dragoon's Goons. I'm also seeing something in chat that the producers were trying to tell us a couple minutes ago. I'd love to get an update on it. How many stacks is Dragoon at? This is now a 2nd level ultimate. 5 stacks picked up. 4 from minions, 1 from a monster. I gotta say, if you're at this point in the game and the game's been this slow for you as the Cho'Gath, you should just be at 6 stacks for minions. Like, usually that's how laning phase goes, is you just kind of grab all of those, but he's a little behind, I would say, in the stat counter for a Cho'Gath at 26 minutes into a game.
Yeah, it's brutal. It could be because of a lot of the fighting we've been seeing. Dragoon trying to use his ult on opposing champions, maybe not. Maybe just getting a lot of free damage on them. Not necessarily aiming for the execute. We'll have to keep an eye on that in the next couple of minutes here. But I think the next focus is the fact that we have another Baron spawning up very soon. I will say AoE, they do take Baron pretty slowly. The reason they got it last time is that they killed Gizno and Sudsy before going for it. I think they're going to have to do something a little similar before just attempting it on spawn without knowing Dragoon's Goons aren't nearby.
It's also tough to do it against a Cho'Gath who has the Devourer to just, you know, walk up and basically give your team a 2nd smite.
Oh, Beast.
Beast, there we go. Yeah. Yes. I'm getting it. Why'd they have to make 2 champions about eating things? Freaking Tom Kench.
Yeah, that's who it was. I don't know why I thought it was Nunu's, but his is consumed.
Oh, 3 champs about eating things.
Yeah.
Do you think we can make 2 more and just have like a whole team?
Briar doesn't. She eats people, but like.
Well, that makes me uncomfortable. That's more like a monster vampire kind of way, not like a giant purple monster kind of. I don't know why it's better with Cho'Gath, but it just feels better.
Is it because she's like humanoid? So it's kind of like.
I guess.
Looks like a person.
Yeah, I gotta think about vampires. You know.
Oh, you don't like vampires?
I'm a big Twilight fan.
I think we found the Oh, you know what? Respect. I don't say this often to you, Steve.
Yeah, okay, how about this? This is the real test of are you a millennial or not? Oh, how about Buffy? Where do we lie on that one?
I watched a bit of it as a kid, but not like religiously.
Okay. All right, classic Zillennial. All right.
What about Firefly?
Well, here we are. Dragons coming up in 40 seconds. Oh, that one's based. Okay, yeah, there we go. We got back there. Okay, Dragons coming up in 30 seconds. Baron is also on the table here. Do quick inventories. Ultimates and summoner spells available on every single player on the Rift, save for Flash on Cozy and Flash on Daption. Still only with the Hex Flash, so we're just going in on a Breezy right now. The Leona is the tanky front line, but the Blast Cone almost just seals the fate. And there we go. The Beast from Dragoon is enough. Big Shockwave, but it's only onto the front line. Not enough damage as Cozy gets onto the back line, but he's all alone. There's no follow-up. City Witty cannot get into the fight, and like you've said multiple times, that is the gold lead for AoE. The Kazakhs are just going to have to watch now as this dragon is taken away.
And I love that call. Again, that mistake for Breezy getting caught out like that. Dragoon's Goons, the experience really pays off because they recognize that, hey, straight up 5v5s, man, we lose. We don't have those. So what they do instead is as soon as someone's out of position, we just throw everything at that guy. So you can sort of nullify that gold lead by getting yourself a numbers advantage. It makes it harder for City Witty to move in without that kind of setup. So Dragoon's Goons, they feel good enough to go for this Baron now that Cozy is out of the picture.
It's going to be a burger flip.
Yeah.
City Witty, level 16 is going to go for it. Is pulled back with a dredge line.
Yes,
Rupture knock up. Silenced with the Feral Scream. Dragoon not going to keep him out for very long, though. Another Rupture, though. They actually do the CC. City Witty can't get in there, so the Baron is secured. Chain of Corruption goes wide again. Now can the Goons get out? AoE pick up 1, they pick up 2. City Witty with the resets is going to look for even more flash from Breezy. Does not land onto a Ray, but this lethality, Varus just got nowhere to go right now. As it looks like off screen as well. Yeah, Dragoon getting chased down by City Witty. Beast not available. It will be one member alive with the Baron. Yeah, TP canceled. It looks like that was a stun from Cozy, you have to imagine. As City Witty is just backing away, not going to give him the opportunity to feast, even if he had it. As Dragoon's buying as much time as possible, but AoE will claim another of the Baron buffs. It is only Sudsy walking away with it.
Yeah, that's tough. You are still pretty happy with being able to secure that upfront gold, but other than that, it's, as you say, only one Baron buff to play with. City Witty, I mean, playing out this fight really nicely, still holding on to his flash, still doesn't end up dying because of a great shockwave from Onat. So AoE are able to just play for the chase. They know that they want to run away, they want to recall. Let's not let them.
That's tough. A raised Chain of Corruption went a little wide there. If it had landed, maybe there's a world where they could actually turn and try and fight after the fact, but Dragoon started to try and back, and they realized maybe I TP. Oh, there's Cozy.
And at that point, you guys saw the rest. He goes down, it's very slow, it's very sad, and now Dragoon's Goons only have one Baron. I mean, after those kills, it does feel good for them to get that gold, but it kind of equalizes just because AoE are able to get so many kills in the process here.
Yeah, I mean, you see at the top right of your screen, the Rally Cry Baron buff. It's actually a negative 700, 800 now gold Baron play. So not exactly a power play. It's actually, the number's getting worse. Usually you want the negative number to get lower. Okay, now they're getting it. I think that's just CS numbers going up and down, but maybe they can get Cozy here. Slice and dice to safety, he's fine.
I mean, the real way to get that up is to knock down turrets, but unfortunately, if you look at the mini-map, Dragoon's Goons are very far away from doing any of those for the next little bit. So I will say, some things that they could be looking forward to. That fourth item for Ray, either the Cyril does, maybe it's going to be the Mortal Reminders. Sudsy is going for the Death Cap. That will be pretty big, and he also does have that Seeker's Arm Guard. So if he's the target of City, can buy time, make some space for his team to show up.
Death Cap on the Azir is such a powerful item power spike for the Azir champion, and I gotta say that is going to be a concern for AoE once they're at that point. But on the other side, Onat has 10 stacks on the Mejais, plus also 3 other items completed. So I think that the Orianna being ahead of the Azir is actually going to equalize quite a bit, as your Shockwaves are just going to kind of one-shot people in team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Onat is well past level 16, has the fourth item, like you said, in the Mejais, and now they have this angle where Adaption.
Yeah, the Nautilus is quite squishy, and they do just pop him. Kizno probably going to have to Crescent Guard. There we go. Flash away as well. Not taking the damage, but still gets slowed by the curtain call. Means that he did not want to get locked down by City Witty as well. And that is a solid pick a minute before the Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it's no wards. So even though it's a Chemrift where you have a pretty easy time clearing opposing wards, it's going to be really hard for you to actually get any vision setting up for this Dragon. I'm pretty sure AoE are going to have an easy time just getting to Soul.
I imagine so, especially with Kizno not having flash anymore. That's the big cooldown that AoE picked up for the play, more so than the kill and the gold from Daption. It's the fact that now we don't have the threat of a Xin Zhao flashing over the Dragon Pit wall, or even just trying to, like, Wind Becomes Lightning over it and then flash back over after the fact. It's kind of a one-way trip if Kizno tries to go in.
God, look at these Jhin traps. There's so many of them.
It's going to be a lot of slows, a lot of zone control as Cozy's on a big flank right now. The Crocodile is a threat as Ray and Daption walk up to try and keep him away from them. They're controlling this one little minion, and now it's gone. The cannon is killed by the side of AoE. Goons are going to have to walk straight into Fog of War with so little vision, so little information, but they will do it all the same. Daption's going to throw out the depth charge into the pit, but it's Jhin that secures it. That is Chem Soul, and a team fight already going a hell of a lot better in their way than the side of the Goons. AoE are slaughtering this one. Onat walking forward. They got onto Kisno as well. The Crest Guard will not keep him up. Sudsy might be the last one to live yet again. AOE just slaughter one more time. I think Sudsy just gave himself up there. This game is cooked. Dragon Soul plus an ace for AOE.
And it's a huge amount of gold that they just collected from Dragoon's Goons, and it's looking like with these spawn timers, they're just going to walk in this bot wave and try and take us to that game 3. Big deal here for AOE. And this team, again, never won a match through the regular season of the NACL, and now with this, they do have a chance to get their first win.
They're at least getting a game win here in this series. And everybody, say it with me, we got a series on our hands. Not just this one, but series 1 of the day as well. 6 games, the dream. AOE looking to close it out, but they don't have the minion wave fully with them. They are on Rampage now, and it is not cleared. That's another ace for them at the end of game number 2. 1-1 on the scoreboard. AOE take us to game 3.
And 15, 1-9 Kazakhs for City Witty. Fair to say, I think he is our player of the game, Steve. I don't know if you want to argue with me on that one. You got something else?
No, I'm good.
No, you good?
I'm good.
All right, cool.
Yeah, what about Onat, though, on the Orianna?
I mean, to be fair, Onat's Orianna was really good.
Yeah, but I think clearly the only death he had was the first death right away.
Yeah, that's true.
When he still almost outplayed Kisno, just not quite. But then after that, some of the objective team fights didn't go their way. Mostly that was other members getting caught out of position before City Witty was really able to position himself. But it still is City Witty clearly on the Kazakhs picking up player of the game because of that performance and the ability to just run away with that gold lead. Like, the resets in those fights was insane, and there's just no answer to the book.
He just did so much in that game. He did so much damage. He was part of every play that these guys were looking to make. You can see the stats, too. An insane gold diff. He was doing a lot of damage, and again, 15 kills. Feels pretty good, Steve.
4.9 thousand gold differential with his jungle opponent, and as well, 92% kill participation. This is an assassin, mind you. 814 DPM is also an insane stat for an assassin.
Yeah, it sure is, and it's a big deal too for AOE overall to be able to secure that win, Steve. There was a world where they go down 0-2, get sent to that lower bracket, and only have one left life here in the promotion tournament. So now they have another chance to stay in the upper bracket, to have an easier time to play for their spot back in the NACL.
That is what they are fighting to defend. There are 2 teams coming down from the NACL whose spots are open season for every team in this promotion tournament. They're fighting to defend their spots. Everybody else is fighting to claim them. Right now, it's an even series between 2 teams with very different motivations. We're going to send it to a short break before we are back with Game 3 to see who takes the series and challenges CCG in the best of 5 promotion match right after this.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Dermaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Developmental. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. As we're preparing for our Game 3 of this series and Game 6 of the day, we got the full dream of 6 games here for our upper bracket rounds in the promotion tournament. It's 1-1 on the scoreboard, as it's anybody's game to see who will challenge CCG in the best-of-5 promotion match. We still have AoE taking on Dragoons. As AoE do strike back beat, they got fight left in them.
Yeah, they sure do. And I mean, we can take a look at that post-game breakdown presented by The Real Cost, because you can see how, I mean, Array, wow, honestly, he did his best that time. I didn't think he ended up doing that much damage, but he did. And the goal difference over time kind of lets us know that the game was basically AoE's the whole time.
Basically, yeah. I mean, the Kazakhs being, what was it again? It was like
15-1-9, I think it was.
15-1-9.
Yeah, pretty good.
That is crazy. 24 out of 26 kills. They were present for City Witty, just having a monstrous performance. And that gold graph just kind of turning all red. Yeah, that was Kazakhs getting the first quadra kill of the game. All the resets at the Dragon, turning it into a Barret and just turning everything on its head as they just kind of ran away with the game. I mean, there wasn't a lot of fight left in the Dragoons Goons after that.
No, not really. And I think there were times where we would see Zaption get caught a little bit, and it's hard because he's playing in. We kind of joke sometimes that Nautilus, as far as engaged supports go, is kind of paper thin. But I think when a Kha'Zix is that fed, everyone's paper thin, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, not only just the Kha'Zix being fed, but Orianna. Don't forget that Onat was like 4-item Orianna at the end of the game and was just crushing people with those shockwaves, basically one-shotting everybody on the enemy team, save for Dragoon, who was not even like that tanky by the end of things. He was not stacking up the ultimate. It was not the Cho'Gath that we were hyped for, the Cho'Gath that we were promised from what we had seen earlier on in the NACL summer split, but it's okay. And for one big reason, we're not going to see it again. This is full Fearless best of 3. So as we're ready to hop into pick and ban, a reminder, you're going to see a lot of champions on your screen that are not available to draft anymore. And I'll say, Pete, new patch, already the meta is really shaking up. We're not seeing a lot of the usual champions picked up in the first 2 games anymore.
Yeah, I will say some of them still maintain a bit of presence. Like Brand has been getting banned a lot so far on the day. I think yesterday as well. But other than that, yeah, it's true. Kindred, Graves, who both received some buffs on the patch, have immediately already seen a little bit of play these past 2 days. And even the Seraphine, who got nerfed, also played today. Yeah, I like the instant shakeups when there are patch changes.
And I like how different the series have looked as well. The first series, we had a lot of Enchanters picked the first 2 games. This time around, we've had a lot of the Engaged supports picked the first 2 games, save for that Melio. So support pool is going to be much smaller for being the one to be the trigger pull, basically like Rakan, Alistair. That's all that's left right now if you want to be the Engaged support champion right now. Which means that maybe we do start to see more of those Enchanters and Marksman compositions come out. Speaking of, though, we do have that Kindred ban. So that's one that I do love to see paired with those Enchanters.
Yeah, now, I mean, Sejuani Hover, that's a bit more of the usual, kind of like you were alluding to there, Steve, and I think that'll be a pretty easy lock-in. It is interesting, though, because a lot of the usual pairings are not there. No Cassante, no Renekton, no Yone. So it will be little tougher. I think Dragoons will have to dig a little deeper to get that strong top jungle duo there. But I mean, is this Dragoon we're talking about? Darius is still up. Just saying.
Ooh, Ivern was also still up. So we're going Zeri, Ivern. Not an Enchanter support yet, but it's an Enchanter essentially in the jungle. Very, very strong pairing with all the different marksmen that are running around. And they still got one of the premier ones. I mean, Corki's off the table. But outside of that, the solo lane marksmen haven't really been taken away other than the smolder, I suppose. So Zeri could be mid for Onat, could be bot for mobility. We'll see where they decide to put it. And we'll see what Goons decide to lock in against it. It's Syndra for Sudsy.
Wow, okay, so already a lot of CC and playmaking potential between the mid jungle of Dragoon's Goons. I mean, this is a champ Sudsy's well familiar with. I've seen some great performances from him on it in the past. And he has that opportunity to sort of do so again. You have good damage, you scale well, and you have a lot of range with that scatter.
Yeah, you're stacking up towards that 120 stacks where you get big AP boost as well as execute damage on your ultimate. And Ezreal is going to be the pairing with it. Ezreal fantastic at setting up a Syndra because you're able to poke your opponent down in these team fight scenario setups so that she can actually get closer towards that execute threshold.
And I am interested in the idea of the Ezreal. I wonder if they want something like an Ezreal Karma bot lane. I mean, a lot of poke into Ivern. It doesn't feel as great, but it kind of feels like the direction they might be going.
And with Alistar locked in, I would actually love a Karma ban because Alistar can struggle a lot, especially level 1, into the range advantage of a Karma. Your level 2 is when you can actually start to do something, but even then, you're not going to have like a lot of burst to just kill the Karma outright. So avoid the ability for Goons to draft something that lets them control the lane, as well as just kind of potentially outplay you and kill you. But Darius is the ban instead, one of Dragoon's classic picks.
Yeah, I think that's good. I mean, I was alluding to it. I think it's a good pairing with Sedge, so you just want to make sure he doesn't have a signature champion with a good pairing. They're also going to do the Olaf, another one we hadn't mentioned. So, and with them banning Jace, there's really... I'm trying to think of, like, what else is there?
I mean, in terms of
melee tops,
solo lanes left, solo lane tops, it's getting really pinched. I still think that there's place for a Kennen. We don't have like an AP champion locked in for AoE, so maybe they would go for something like that, but it's kind of scary to lock that in blind. Rumble would be the next one, but it's Yasuo banned instead.
Oh, Rumble.
So let's see if AoE grab the Rumble.
Rumble's a melee champ. No, that would work for Dragoon's Good. Good job, Kangas.
I mean, I still think that AoE would love it too. Like, you can deny it away from them because you still want the AP on your side. But no, we're going for the Kai'Sa instead. So Kai'Sa Alistar with Zeri going mid lane. We are saving our top lane counter pick. Now that leaves the Rumble up for Dragoon's Goons if they want it. Even things like Ornn, though, I think could be up there in priority too, just for a secondary form of engage. You already have a lot of damage in the Ezreal and the Syndra, especially mixed damage between AD and AP.
I think you'll get out damage if you don't go that route. Okay, Aatrox works. I think that's fine. And at this point, maybe the Rakan just for more engage. So I think you get a lot of wombo combo going off.
Yeah, I mean, we said that the last two engaged supports were the Rakan, the Alistar.
Yeah.
Seems like that's just what we're going to go for. Daption and Breezy not interested in playing the Enchanters as much in this series. But I do like that Aatrox. The only concern is it's blind pick, so this gives Cozy the opportunity to try and pick something that can punish it. I don't really know what I would gravitate towards that would just naturally punish the Aatrox. So maybe like a Wukong?
Maybe. You would be all physical damage, even though Kai'Sa does mix. I think the Camille is actually a pretty good look, especially when you're playing into champs like Syndra, Ezreal. Yeah, I like that one a lot. Good inside
all right,
lanes.
it is going to be the Camille. You had mentioned, though, now it's all physical damage from the side of AoE, unless mobility goes for an AP poke build, I suppose.
Probably will. At least go a hybrid build. So you're in that mid to late game, you're relying a lot on your poke damage from the Prey Seekers. So yeah, you know, I don't think armor is like, OP insane value, but armor's still pretty good.
You can still build a lot of armor shred, or rather armor penetration on the marksman to try and get through that Sejuani regardless. But I think you're right. The hybrid build is what I expect from Kai'Sa. Probably not the full AP, because going full AP against Ezreal just feels like you're a worse Ezreal still. Like, your poke's not going to be able to land as consistently as his. So it's kind of tough to win that matchup. But eyes will be on mobility going into this game to see what he decides to do, as well as now Cozy, because this is the counter pick. Cozy playing Camille into the Aatrox. I have seen this lane go well for Camille. I have also seen this lane fall apart for Camille. It all depends on the execution of the player on the keys. Dragoon's Goons versus AoE for game number 3.
And of course, being that best of 3, this is the last game of the series, our last game of the night, to see who's going to be facing against CCG later on into the week to decide who our first promotion into the NACL is going to be. Again, we talked about it before. A loss here is very brutal, Steve, because you more than double the amount of matches you have to play to promote. So you have a chance to make your week really short.
A win means that you go against CCG in a best of 5. Win that, you're in. A loss here means you got a best of 3 in the lower bracket, then a best of 5 in the lower bracket, then another best of 5 for the second promotion match. Promotion. I really am struggling with enunciating, aren't I?
It's okay. I'm just busting your balls, Steve. And
are you?
Yeah, isn't that what that means?
It is. Yeah, I'm just surprised you went with that one, but it's all right. It's late in the night. It's at that point, everybody. And I want to say, shout out to the real ones. Anybody who is still sticking with us watching NACL promotion tournament right now. It is 8 p.m. Pacific time, 11 p.m. Eastern time.
There we go.
I mean, just the dedication of the fans that are sticking around for this series. The Dragoons Goons fans are showing up here in Twitch chat right now. But also everybody who stuck with us throughout the day. Thank you so much for the support. We got one final game ahead of us.
Yeah, we do. And again, Dragoons Goons, the fan favorites, and it makes a lot of sense. Hey, this is a team that, as soon as it was put together, I mean, these are names you and I all know. Watchers of Tier 2 and 3 are also very familiar, Steve. Just that understanding from pretty much everyone that this team is expected to promote. Very different from Ducky Getters, for example, where, you know, they were seated very low expectations, but they made it anyway. Dragoons Goons was expected to just have an easy track to the NACL. Honestly, some would say the first to promote.
A lot of folks did have them very high in expectations. You see number 3 seed under their name, but that's just because they're seeded naturally lower because they're one of the qualifier teams, not one of the NACL teams coming down. AOE was the 10th place team in NACL. Like you said, hadn't picked up a series win. This would be their first one in the summer with a lot of roster changes throughout all of that time. So the AOE that we saw at the beginning of summer, very different from the AOE that we are seeing now.
Also in the middle.
Regardless, all these players still showing, also the middle, a little bit at the end. But all these players are still showing up regardless for one thing, and that is to get back to the NACL and to show that they have what it takes to compete at this level.
Yeah. Now we're seeing City Witty already level 4 because Ivern's first clear. Oh, wow.
Was he able to take that, actually? No, Kisno's got it with the smite. So City Witty not able to prep it. Will just fight Kisno instead. Has the backup of Onat, so that's an early flash from Kisno. I do like that. I mean, rather than threatening or giving the potential of them killing you, just flash early and get out of there.
Yeah, 100%. Nope. You get the flash out of the Sedge. Does hurt her early gank potential a little bit here. And City Witty, while he prepped and took the Scuttle Crab, he's looking for an angle.
Still Fog of War. Dragoon is seeing what we see right now, or rather we're seeing what Dragoon sees. No information on where the Ivern is. Now he goes forward. The Umbrella Soul not finding anything. That's first blood for Cozy as Dragoon gets outplayed.
I gotta respect the reservation and not using the flash, because he flashes the hook shot, he's gonna get hit by the Root Collar. In the end, he just takes it on the chin, and it's gonna TP back to lane. First blood for Camille, though, feels really good. Cozy is gonna be a problem for the likes of Dragoons Goons later on into the game. So much damage, really good duelist inside, and you're gonna be able to lock down people like Sudsy and Array pretty easily.
Yeah, remember when I said I've seen this matchup go well, I've seen it go poorly? Well, yeah, it's going well for Cozy right now. That Umbral Dash, as soon as you see it come out of Dragoon, there's really no more mobility available for the Aatrox. So that was the signal for City Witty to walk forward and take that kill, but it's actually Cozy with it. So ahead about a wave of CS, as he's actually delaying the back quite a while before he TPs back into lane. Should get an award down. And will now make the purchase. That's a completed Sheen plus a Ruby Crystal. Yeah. Oh, actually sells it for a longsword refillable. Yeah, this is a really good start for Camille.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about seeing it go well and go badly. How often does it go badly when Camille gets first blood?
Well, this is a promotion tournament, so let's not jinx the players here,
fair.
But I would say there's a lower chance of it going poorly from this position forward. But remember, it's all part of the Dragoon meme. You know, he's got to die, what, 5 more times? That was
Yeah,
good.
true. I mean, you know, to be honest, he hasn't done that a single time this series. I feel robbed.
I do too. And I'm happy that you brought it up because I was too much of a coward to mention it.
What I'm here for, man. I got you.
Yeah. All right, Dragoon's Goons are on the Dragon to start things off, and now Daption walking up. Gonna be Chain CC locked down, flashes away, Battle Dance to Array, but the Dragon has not been taken yet. Great entrance from Daption, he will not get out, but he guarantees the team fight win for his team. They get the Dragon, they're gonna take down 2 more members as AoE are trying to lock the Goons into place. Sudsy flashes away, and they do get out. Crazy trade at the end of the day. It's Daption going down for 2.
I wondered if Onat was going to be a madman and dash over the wall for more, but he walks away happy with many flashes being taken, and they still were able to secure a kill out of that one. But I mean, props to Kizno. He secures the smite. They do get the Dragon, and I think that's something still for them to be very happy about. Dragon Soul, high on the checklist for Dragon's Goons.
Yeah, let's see if they can actually continue stacking it up this time around. But I'm just so happy that Daption was so willing to throw his life away there. It's one of those moments. Ooh, nice little dodge out. The Grand Entrance will get away from the headbutt pulverized combo. But a lot of supports would say, I got out, I'm going to stay out. Daption said, well, I'm going to die. But if I go back in, I lock him in place long enough for us to get the Dragon and then turn the fight. So might as well do it, get more gold for the team. I think it's one of those good death moments.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of, Dragoon might just give one over again here. Enemy supports nearby. Breezy hunting for the enemy top laner as Kizno's actually starting up the grub. So Dragoon thinks that he might be safe. Ops the World Ender, and Chain locked down by Breezy. Hextech ultimatum, he flashes away, and he will go down. That's a 2nd kill to Cozy.
Yeah, I really like that roam timer from Breezy, just to be able to set up this Camille again, especially now that you have the Hextech ultimatum. Means Dragoon's flash, it really doesn't matter, Steve. So that also gets you priority over those grubs too, even though you take them slowly as Ivern. When you don't have a top laner, speed's not really what you're worried about as Kizno.
Yeah, I think that at this point in time, the game's kind of falling apart on the top half of the map. Yeah. So if you're the Dragoon's Goons, you're going to be looking to play towards where you have gold leads right now, specifically mid and bot having their kills from the earlier Dragon fight. And they are sieging this bottom turret, not taking that 2nd plate yet. As Daption almost gets locked down. One more auto on it, they should get that gold, but Array's not confident enough to walk up.
Yeah, fair enough. Kizno, while the grubs are being taken, is going to be able to take away a blue buff, get a little something back. Speaking of...
Ooh,
oh, really
denying
nice.
the back on Daption with the Killer Instinct, Mobility, and Breezy. Nice little find.
Yeah, you could tell they were just like talking about it, saying, oh yeah, we killed this guy, we killed this guy. So really nicely done. You get a kill onto the Kaisa, and that's just another win for AoE. Steve, I mean, top to bottom, things are looking really good for AoE in this game 3. You have this Camille who is way ahead now at 2 kills, ahead in CS as well. Onat and Mobility have managed to secure kills, so they're staying even with their opponents. And when you have Ivern and double marksman, your late game is amazing.
Ooh, but Mobility stayed around a little too long, got greedy, trying to get the wave in. And Kizno will see that opportunity and take it. No flash or barrier burn from Mobility, just accepted the fate.
Yeah, I mean, I like the play, though, from Kizno. Like, pretty much the point I was building up to, where you have to just continue making plays, trying to snowball this game and get more gold into your carry's pockets. And speaking of, Zitty Witty making another trip to top lane town.
And shielding up Cozy to give that extra bit of damage. And that is going to be a 3rd kill for Cozy. 3 deaths to Dragoon. AoE's top lane is very far ahead.
Yeah, and you can see it again with the response. Kizno, when they made the play on the Mobility, he didn't use the Glacial Prison. So Mobility actually has to respect that and allow this big wave to crash in. That's why you're seeing City Witty insta-back, walk towards his bot lane just to allow Mobility to step up. I know Mobility might be stepping up a little soon, but they don't want to mess up.
Yeah, actually surprised that Kizno and Daption didn't go for that. I guess Array doesn't have True Shot Barrage, so that would have been the easy follow-up, as his back
nice.
is actually stopped there by the Void Seeker. But Mobility will make it back to the wave and catch a decent portion of it.
I mean, stopping that back actually could set up AoE for this next dragon too, Steve. And his back is delayed. Ray will be late, so there's an angle for City Witty to walk down. Once Mobility and Breezy have that wave crash to go in. But Breezy's backing. I guess they don't want it.
Yeah. You know, the golden rule of shoutcasting, predicting where jungler is going to go, whatever you think they could do, probably going to be doing something different. That's what I've generally found here. The City Witty is actually on the top half of the map instead. Going for an invade, and I guess we're just bullying Dragoon.
Surely he's not worth enough gold at this point. The last kill, it was only 200. It's going to be less now. Like,
I mean, I think that the turret is worth gold. I agree. Dragoon's not going to be worth that much, but it's just that easy. The Trinity Force completed, and Dragoon probably all chatting something along the lines of, why? As that is 4 deaths now for Dragoon's top lane.
Yeah, and at least Dragoon's Goose, they are going to be able to get that trade. City Witty shows. Easy Drake for this team. Halfway to a Dragon Soul. What is it? Infernal Soul? Oh, Steve. When I tell you they needed something like this, if they got Ocean Soul, or if I saw Chemtech Soul, I would have just cried for them.
Cloud Soul, really any of the above for right there. But the fact it is a win condition dragon is the saving grace here for how the top lane's been going. Now they're making another play into the bot lane. Flash with the charm and the knockout. Mobility has to use the ultimate to get away. Reposition still has a flash available, and Breezy actually survives too. It looked nice to start from Goons, but AoE absorbed the play.
Yeah, nice defense from Breezy, using the Unbreakable Will to keep his AD carry alive and keep his flash up. That's the big thing there, Steve. And now, I mean, they get this wave, guys. Let's stop pretending.
Yeah, I still gotta try and walk up and get that plate. I don't know. I couldn't quite tell there how much was left on it, if it had been claimed or not, but either way, the fact that they didn't pull that off means that they can't equalize anywhere on the map. Cozy is still just winning the 1v1 top side, and bot lane has a slight lead, but it's not enough. And I think that there's still enough on the turret. I can't quite tell. One auto, and it's definitely down. Minions should do enough as well. They're diving Breezy. No Unbreakable Will. So Breezy is in trouble here. He gets locked down. Still alive for right now, though.
I think that dive angle is kind of fake, unless you have Sudsy ready to teleport as well.
Exo cultivated from Corey, World Ender from Dragoon. He's actually healing up well for now, but not long enough. Cozy, unstoppable, relentless in the 1v1 top lane with the backup of his jungler.
Look at top, because now Cozy, he's staying extra because they have 6 scrubs. He's going to just be able to easily knock down this turret. He's got 5 kills. He's part of all the plates going down, and that's first brick over to AoE.
My apologies, Cozy, for even implying that this lane could go poorly for you. It has done anything but. 5-0, turret already taken down. This red 5 last pick, counter pick Camille, has paid dividends to AoE's win condition. This is the win condition right now. And yes, the dragon stacking's there for Dragoon's Goons, but the moment that this Camille gets into a fight, it's going to be over. And nobody fist bumped City Witty.
This happened earlier when he was playing Amumu too. I think they hate him. That's all I got. I think they hate him.
All right. Justice for City Witty. We got to demand it.
Gotta start a
Twitch
hashtag.
chat, you better be going furious right now.
Exactly. Or
if
just,
AoE
you know what?
win this,
I have it.
We're talking about that in the interview.
100%. No, guys, chat, just press U. Press U for City Witty.
Press U in chat. That's right.
Yeah.
Press U in chat for City Witty because his teammates refuse to. Right now, AoE are onto the Herald. They got 6 scrubs. This would be 100% top lane objective control. You can even factor the turret into there, since they've claimed that one already here. So City Witty has 5 assists. Cozy has 5 kills. No surprise there. These two have been connected at the hip.
Yeah, and I think for good reason. Cozy, I think as a player we were,
Okay, Onat locked down for right now. Will flash away, but still is taken out. Nice find from Kizno.
All right, pop quiz. What's Syndra's ult called?
Unleashed Power?
Yes. I thought the pressure would make you fold. Respect.
Ah, I got it. Breezy under the turret, though. Dragoon almost folds. Will survive that time around. The Herald has been summoned, and it takes a tier 2 turret and it will not charge the next one here. With Kizno there's no shot. It makes it. So still AoE laser focused on the top half of the map.
And they get a tier 2 turret too. So I will say, even though Cozy is astronomically ahead, I mean, we just look at the gold difference and see who's actually kind of trailing him. It is Sudsy, who actually has been farming really well. He's got 2 kills. That dive they did in the bot lane onto Onat, who also flashed before dying, actually got him just within, striking distance of the amount of gold Cozy has. So this Syndra is also working towards quite a lot of damage. Currently has 80 stacks, so just needs a couple dozen more before you get the death cap in your passive.
It's kind of crazy that it's actually that close when you look at 5 kills on Camille, but then you look at the 40 CS lead that Sudsy has, farming up a storm so far in this game.
Yeah, and also, wow, speaking of, again, 6 grubs, you just do so much damage. It's AoE again this time around. Putting a lot of resources there into Cozy. Just covering him, making sure he continues stacking gold, making full use of the grubs. And they're going to get another tier 2 turret. I mean, Cozy's been part of every turret AoE has gotten. So he is the basket in which AoE's eggs are all placed in.
Have to agree. The turrets, though, just keep melting. AoE with the 6 grubs, they take down 2 turrets top side, 2 turrets bot side. That leaves 2 turrets up in the mid lane, but the real prize here is denying the Dragon stacking. They are not going to allow Dragon Soul to be a win condition for Dragoon's Goons early on in this game. As Onat, okay. I thought he was going to play it safe. I thought he was going to play it respectful, but now he's definitely getting dove here. Kizno can tank it up. Turret, actually teleport from Cozy will deter the dive.
I mean, I was going to say, they want to fight, otherwise
no
why
turrets.
even do this?
There's no turrets. I mean, they can just chase this down. Mobility has the ultimate available, and now they're straight in onto Sudsy. There over the top goes Mobility, and Cozy picks up his 6th kill of the game. Might just get locked down. Array is here trying to be that DPS, but Daption is now in trouble. Onat chasing him out of there with Mobility in tow. Kizno low on health, Daption low on health, but they will live. End of the day, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Shutdowns, both Fed members are the ones that die.
Yeah, but almost certain Cozy had a much bigger shutdown than Sudsy, so we call that worth in the business here, Steve, as long as Dragoon doesn't die.
Right, he's got Flash. He's also got the World Ender. He's going to try and heal up as much as he can. Will flash over the Wolf Wall. This Kizno's here. Breezy could look to dive. Still has the Unbreakable Will. Knocked up. Uses the ultimate to try and survive, but he does not have the team behind him. He was looking for the flank, but Dragoon's Goons actually hold the trap on him. Takes a while, but they get the kill.
Which works out even better for them, Steve. Because not only does Kizno pick up Cozy's shutdown, which was pretty hefty, Array picks up another kill as well, getting closer to that second item where he is going to be pretty strong and impactful too. So AoE, a couple of stumbles, a couple of fumbles here in Game 3 scenario where, I mean, they really need to get it together because they have the advantage here. They are the team that scales really well. You don't want to be giving away random kills like that to this comp that is trying to get ahead.
Again, pressure's on for both of these teams. It's not an elimination match, but it is, like we've said a couple of times, a much easier road to the NACL qualification. Means you're not doubling the number of games you play. The loser here will have another life in the tournament, but it's going to make their job that much harder to actually get done. The Dragoon's Goons, the favorites from the OQs. A lot of people are saying they are the strongest looking team, but they are not looking leagues above anybody else that we've seen so far. I will say, I mean, dropping a game yesterday, they've already dropped a game today, and they're behind to AoE. So the folks that expected a Dragoon's Goons to show up and smash are not getting that version of the team, but they are still getting a competitive version of the team. This game is far from over.
Yeah, I think one thing we haven't really said much about AoE that is worth mentioning is that the AoE, this isn't the AoE roster that lost every game in the summer split, right? I mean, Breezy was there for all of that. Oh, yeah, bless his poor heart. But a lot of changes have come through, and we were honestly pretty optimistic about the roster that we ended up here. The additions of Cozy, City, Onat, and Mobility. Actually, a roster that, if they were together from the start, they wouldn't have gone with this.
I think that's a great way to frame it. We came in saying, yeah, it's a different roster. They had to get everything together. Things were not looking great, but it's a different roster from the thing that wasn't going great.
Yeah.
And maybe this is the change that the team needs. Maybe we should expect them to look better with this iteration of the roster. And I think they're doing a great job of making that argument, specifically Cozy in this top lane, playing fantastic as Onat might get caught here in a side lane, has to flash to get away.
Yeah, so that is a nice catch out. Again, Onat receiving a lot of pressure in these side lanes from Kizno. And again, it's usually costing either a flash from Onat, a TP from Cozy, a 2 response. So I'm imagining that's another angle they want to try and pressure in these coming minutes. AoE got that 3rd Drake, so they stalled. Dragoon's Goon's Dragon stacking a little bit, but we're a minute away from another Infernal Dragon, something that they want to get. We'll try and get towards.
And now
it,
no flash on Onat for that dragon
That's right.
fight, as Cozy will stop Dragoon's back
Hi, Dragoon.
and go for the all-in. 2 levels up, World Ender pops. He's going to try and heal up, but there's just no shot. The team can't make it there fast enough. Hextech ultimatum, Dragoon goes down. City Witty got it with the redemption. I'm pretty sure redemption just sniped that kill. And AoE find a pick on Dragoon in the side lane before the dragon.
I will say, for all intents and purposes, I'm going to call that a solo kill, and Dragoon's hit 6. So here it is, guys. Dragoon's Goons win the game. That's it. We fulfilled the prophecy.
All right, spam the copy pasta, spam the memes on social media. Dragoon has arrived now. Or rather, at least the team now should be able to carry him. I think that's usually how it goes. As AoE, we're maybe thinking about a Baron dance, but let's get a quick replay of this while Dragon's coming up.
At this point, too, as soon as Dragoon sees Cozy's on his screen, you're already like, oh my god. Because and this guy kind of owns your family.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, look at that damage, man.
Hey, tell me,
Just
like,
a
that
choke
redemption
at
needed to
every
be
couple
there.
seconds.
Cares?
Yeah, now let's watch it. Slow it down. Yep.
See the exact frame that Cozy is spam picking his jungler.
And a reminder, you know, anytime your jungler does something like that, jungle diff, whether it's good, bad, you know, it's applicable.
No. It's only when it's bad, remember. Jungle
Only
diff
when
it's
it's bad?
bad.
Okay.
You
Well, that wasn't
diff
really
if
bad.
it's good.
Okay. This is bad if you wanted the gold. Dragoon's Goons are just going to back away and not even contest that dragon. True Shot Barrage maybe for the Miracle Steal, but it is going over to AoE. So that means that they have 2 of the Infernal Dragons stacking, and stacked Infernal Dragons is going to make this even harder for the Goons to come back.
And now we're approaching a very dangerous game for Dragoon's Goons. And that game is AoE with 4 Infernal Drakes and the Soul. That's bad for them.
Is it?
Yeah. This may surprise you, but
Curious.
Infernal Soul, good in every comp, no matter what.
Also, I like what the observers were doing there, just showing Dragoon walk away. Oh, no, he's walking back. Oh, no. Although I see on the mini-map right now, Dragoon is back in a lane with Cozy.
He's literally
and
like...
I think we are all terrified of the implications of what could come next. Okay.
He's literally
We're
like...
good.
He's like, I knew it. I knew you
Yeah.
were in there. You can't fool me 7 times in a row.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on... Or shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on
Just let it
me.
go, Steve. Just let it go.
Fool me 3 times, shame back on you. There's a whole meme about that. There's a great comedian who did a whole bit.
Well, unfortunately, that great comedian is
City
not
Witty, now I
you.
get caught out right here
Oh,
as
they
the
got him.
engage from Kizno.
Oh,
It's
they
just an
got him.
Ivern all alone, so an easy pickup for Dragoon's Goons.
I mean, no jungler. You're in a really tough spot. Do they actually just send it for a Barret? Wonder if they're actually gonna... They don't take it very quickly. That's the worst part. Also, Cozy is a raid boss. Oh, he doesn't have TP, though. Never mind. I like Baron right now for Dragoon's Goons. Like, this is the best chance you're ever gonna get.
It's going to be a 4v3, and worst case scenario, you can try and have Daption go for an engage. They don't have the Glacial Prison, but actually, as I say that, Cozy is almost solo killing Dragoon under turret. So, can walk up towards this Baron.
Yeah.
AoE just need to delay. Goons need to take this fast, because look at Cozy now already in the
wow.
mid-wave
That's
on the turret. Just shows on the turret, so the Dragoon's Goons have to back off.
Man, that feels bad. I like the angle, but yeah, Dragoon's Goons comp, it just doesn't really lend itself to taking Baron very quickly. They were taking too much damage. They were going to lose so much more. And an insult to injury, even that attempt cost them their mid-tier 1 as Cozy grabs it in transition.
Cozy is just a nightmare to deal with here for the side of
He's
Dragoons
the
Goons.
nightmare.
They don't have anybody who can handle him in a side lane, even in team fights. They don't necessarily have a lot of burst. I mean, Syndra's going to provide some, but they just have to rely on the CC, basically, of Kizno and Daption, and Sudsy, too, to chain CC Cozy into oblivion. But 3.5 items completed already on this Camille, just monstrously ahead.
Yeah, and that third item being the Sterix. And this is going to be really funny. Watch the shield, guys. Never mind.
Yeah, they, I think wisely did not full commit to that. If you do, you're just in a world of hurt once Breezy gets in there, so. Looks like a dance around Baron, and it can be started up by AoE. Yeah, Goon don't take it very fast. AoE do. They have the
Extremely.
double marksman composition.
Yeah, and Cozy was really strong on Camille.
Your shot barrage will hit mobility. Cozy over the wall. Onat waiting for the opportunity to go in.
Oh,
Cozy sees the
my
angle,
God.
jumps right onto Dragoon, and now the engage from Breezy! The flanking Alistair from around the side. Cozy still onto the back line. Massive shutdown onto a Ray. 600 gold picked up as AoE run away with the fight.
And they're going to run away with the Baron too, Steve. 3 kills means this is going to be so easy for you to finish.
Baron buff can mean the end of the game, potentially. They've seemed decisive so far in the side lanes on these turrets. Taking Baron means that those inhibitors are now going to be the prize next on the mind of AoE members. The Goons will try and get anything they can, but Dragon's up in a minute, so as we had a look at this replay, the entire Rift will belong to AoE.
And this is just the seeds that AoE planted in the early game bearing fruit. Watch Cozy this whole time. So much damage. It was a really nice setup from Breezy, but Cozy is just running in there. He is unafraid with how strong he is at this point in the game.
Yep, Sudsy can do a lot of execute damage with the unleashed power. I imagine Sudsy's at full stacks at this point. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I would think so.
I would imagine, but you see there the unleashed power went out when Cozy was like over half health, and he wasn't even.
He's one more stack.
Wasn't even that close. One more stack.
That's
Okay,
pretty
Sudsy
funny.
didn't even have the execute threshold, but it wasn't close. I think it's I want to say it's a 15% execute threshold. I don't
20%.
exactly remember. It's been a while, but
20%.
Cozy might actually be in trouble now, though. No flash available. Hextech Ultimatum is up, but everybody from the Goons are collapsing. Get him out of here. Shut down for Sudsy.
And honestly, I don't think there's anyone at this point you'd be happier to have it on. Maybe a Ray, but Sudsy, yes, just ticked over to 120 stacks, literally in that engage. So did acquire the execute for the unleashed power, and now is at, we're looking at 3.5 items. So the pick potential is really strong. The problem is, the cost is still another Infernal Break. With each one AoE gets, they just get stronger and stronger. And now in 5 minutes, that soul is a real threat.
The problem is, feels good for the kill, feels good for the gold, but the enemy team's still able to do something on the other side of the rift. And now in 4 minutes, 40 seconds time, that Dragon Soul will be on the table for AoE, but also on the side of the Goons, at least they stalled the Baron a little bit more. It's going to take a while now for AoE to actually try and end the game. If Cozy had stayed up in that fight, maybe they could have gone for a siege bot side or something, but as it is, they lost to Baron, and everybody else's are going to be expiring probably before you can really start to siege anywhere else. But look at this teleport flank from Cozy onto the back line. Right as I say it, never mind. Cozy's actually saying, I'm out of there. Maybe I went too deep. Maybe I cooked too close to the sun. Maybe I'm just going to die again. Dragoons Goons punish Cozy for the attempt at the flank.
That's so strange. It seems like Cozy's like, guys, I have an angle. And the team calls it off? I don't know. That's so brutal that Cozy ends up going down again. You're just giving gold. You're giving space to Dragoons Goons because, again, your most fed member, your entire gold lead is literally on Cozy. So when he's off the map, there's so much more that Dragoons Goons are able to do. You see how comfortable they are now to actually push up. Now they can clear waves, and now they can set up some vision. And Cozy, he's got to be more careful because plays like that could actually cost you this game.
People are getting towards level 8 14 already. You see Sudsy level 17. Dragoon's only 14. I don't even.
That's not important.
Shouldn't have
Don't
even brought that up.
look
But anyway, look at Sudsy, right?
Yeah.
Look at the people that are actually collecting gold on the side of Dragoon's Goons. Only one death on both Sudsy and Array. They've been playing this fantastic. And they need to be the two to step up here because, I mean, Cozy is the raid boss. Cozy is the threat. But kind of like the last game as well, if you just kill the one person, then you're able to, eliminate basically that gold lead that they have, because most of that gold lead is just on Cozy, as Breezy might be caught out here as the Unbreakable will. But look at the flank from Onat, but then he's immediately out of there after using the Lightning Storm. Now Cozy over the wall. Now he's focused again. CC'd, chained down to Oblivion, but he is able to live this time around, and they find the kills. They find the fight. Unleashed power is not enough from Sudsy to clean anything else up. Onat on the flank, but he's in a 1v3 scenario because everybody else is too far away, so he's got to get out of there. And now Shoeshot Barrage. Oh, it takes out Breezy. Nice snipe from Array at the tail end of the play.
It's still a 1 for 2, and you trade up as AoE. Now, they are still pretty happy with that trade. They do still keep Dragoon's Goons on their side of the map, and it feels like that's just the state of the game these last 15 minutes here, Steve. Not very much for them to play for. Again, all eyes are on that Infernal Dragon, which will be AoE's Dragon Soul. If Dragoon's Goons can't do anything about that, I just start thinking about the lower bracket, man.
It is crazy to think how close this game has become, though. Based on the position AoE were in, they were like, once they got that Baron, I thought the game was just going to be over within 5 minutes. And here we are 5 minutes later. Dragon is going to be spawning, and that is now the big thing to fight for. The Goons have held on. They've held the line, and they are not going to make this easy for AoE. They want that opportunity at a best-of-5 versus CCG.
Yeah, and that opportunity to be one series away from just qualifying for AoE back to the NACL for Dragoon's Goons as a team for the first time, but for 3/5 of this roster, Dragoon, Kizno, and Sudsy, it will be each of them their third time qualifying into the NACL, and Sudsy looking for his first split of actual gameplay in the league.
I can't believe that he hasn't actually gotten that opportunity.
I mean, decisions have been made, decisions that we don't always agree with as this life's
true. But you know what? A great way to make an argument for yourself outside of promoting yourself and your team in multiple times is to have a performance like this. Sudsy so far has been popping off as the engages just kind of play around with each other. Breezy not hard committing, neither is Kizno. No ultimates used. Wow! That was a big old chunk of damage right there. As we were wondering what the build mobility would go for was, he's actually got a little bit of a hybrid, but a lot of AP with that Crypt Bloom.
Yeah, the pen is especially really nice too against people like Kizno, like Dragoon, who might index into some matches just later on into the game. But right now, Steve, you've been setting it up these last 5 minutes. This is that decisive moment here. Dragoon's Goons, they need this Drake. You're seeing the TP come through from Sudsy. He has completed the death cap, does synergize really nicely with the passive, so he's got a lot of AP to work with. And he has
Watch
the
for Cozy. Watch for Cozy.
Oh, never
AoE
mind.
are on the Dragon. Onat's mid, and Cozy is not even near, but there's no contest. Yeah, it's just gone. All they needed was mobility on it, and now Cozy's gonna maybe look to stop them in their tracks. And what a Hextech Ultimatum, knocking Sudsy back into everybody else. Behind the backline goes mobility. He's trying to live through it all, but Dragoon actually takes out Onat while that was happening. Naption trying to keep Array alive, trying to knock up Cozy to keep the 80 carry hit and keep Array pumping damage. Array has to live, but he cannot. And AoE, they'll get the Dragon's Soul and instantly take the fight, acing the opposition and sending Dragoon's Goons into the lower bracket. AoE are one best-of-5 away from defending their NACL starting position. The roster changed, but the fire remains. AoE advanced in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and that further proves, Steve, that this AoE roster would have performed better in that summer split. And now that they have finally come together, they are one best-of-5 away from proving that, being the first team to qualify. And it is interesting, too, that our two NACL orgs who came down, our 9th and 10th seed from the regular split, are the ones now playing later on this week for that first spot, because it is now going to be AoE versus CCG.
That's a guarantee that one of them is going to make it back into the NACL then. we will not have 2 new teams into the league. And I think there's a lot of question marks on if that would actually happen or not. But hey, here we are. Let's take another look at that final fight. Watch Cozy Hextech ultimating past everybody so that they get knocked back into the team.
Yeah, and I think this is just really unfortunate timing. Dragoon's Goons, I think, underestimated how quickly that Dragon was going to go, because you needed this fight before the Drake went down with the hope that you could get a steal into a fight or something. But as soon as you lose Infernal Soul, that's GG well played, man. Go next.
Daption played this about as well as you could hope. Array played it about as well as you can expect from the MVP, from the OQs, but at the end of the day, Cozy. I mean, we saw it on that graphic from the post-game breakdown.
True.
Topping the damage charts, killing Dragoon 5 times in the laning phase, and then becoming a monster in the game. What a performance. And congratulations, AoE, for advancing in the upper bracket. Does not mean Dragoon's Goons are out, just means they go into the lower bracket, where now they have many more games that they need to play if they want to qualify into the NACL for next year. But with that said, we're going to send it to a short break before we are back with one of the victors of AoE to hear from them on the series and their expectations going into the next match right after this.
Psst. Hey, did you know that kid is vaping the same toxic chemical that's used in taxidermy? Formaldehyde?
Formaldehyde.
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 Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde. Formaldehyde.
Here's a fact that'll stop you in your tracks. Teens who vape can be exposed to toxic chemicals like formaldehyde. Know the real cost.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are here with our Rally Cry post-game interview with the one and only Mobility, bot laner coming in from AoE after a victory here in this best-of-3 series. Congratulations, Mobility. You take the series, and now you have an opportunity to go and defend an early spot for AoE's position in NACL with a best-of-5 ahead of you. But I want to start off by going back to that last series, because Dragoon's Goons made you work for it, man. And those players have promoted multiple times in the past. Talk me through some of the highs and lows of the series from your perspective and the team morale perspective.
I mean, it feels great to win. I think, like, technically this is like AoE's first win all year. So it feels good to get them that. I think we were pretty confident. Like, I think, like, role for role, like player for player, I think we have better player in all 5 roles, but it just like it has to like come down to like team diff, you know, like playing together more than just individual stuff. I think game 1, I mean, I was just kind of choking. I won't even lie. Like, I actually just like I died like to Maokai or something. I legit just forgot I had cleanse because we were talking about cleanse before the game, and like I don't know, it's like unacceptable. It's a little too late maybe. I'm just too tired. But game 2 and 3, I like played a lot better, I think, and my comms were way up and everybody's just smurfing, playing together. And I think in game 3, it came down to R5 and I just told Cozy, like all of us kind of said, like just go the Kaisa. Like I played with Denethor for so long. Like we have the classic like Kaisa Camille, like just diving the back line, especially into an Ezreal. So I was pretty confident if we can just play weak side and just play through top, like I'll just be able to be on mid and clear the wave and then ulti to a team fight. So I think like game 3 was just draft diff and played good as well.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see that combo of the Kaiser Camille a couple of times in that last game. But you mentioned a couple things I want to touch on. The team coming together and, you know, how things have been clicking, because there's been a lot of roster changes for AoE throughout all of summer. So first off, I want to hear your story. How did you get in touch for the promotion tournament and then make the decision? What was it that made you want to come and compete for this team in this tournament?
Let me think for a second. I mean, I really did want to play with Breezy, because I thought even in NACL, whenever I first got contacted, at the time, it was like a 1% chance that we could make playoffs, and I was pretty confident that we could beat Fly and Supernova, even though it like looked. I mean, technically we should have won those games, right? Like I think if we had more time, I think we would have won those games, and I was pretty confident that me coming to a team, I can bring like a winning vibe or winning like maybe some leadership as well. And I just thought like me and Breezy would be instantly really good together and like one of the best ballings even with short time. And I thought like in those 2 series we showed that we can compete. Unfortunately we did like choke the game 3s both times, but like when I first got contacted, that's just all I was thinking of, is like me and Breezy will be really good and we still do have a 1% chance, and I was confident that could happen if I came to the team.
Okay, well, I mean, hey, it's already working out all right here in the promotion tournament for you. What are the vibes like on the team, and what are, I guess, the goals for the team? Obviously, making it back to NACL should be at the top of everyone's list, but there's been a lot of eyes on this tournament as well. And sometimes, even if you promote with the team, you're not going to be playing on the team. So what are your personal goals to achieve in this tournament, and how has everybody been clicking vibes-wise on the team in support of that?
I mean, I think vibes are really good. I think scrims leading up to this weren't that good, and I think 2 days ago we kind of just had like a sit down and we kind of just like, you know, got everything out, let it all out, and then our scrim yesterday before coming into the day was like a lot better and felt really good. So coming today, the vibes were really good, and we're like I said, we're really confident that like, I mean, I think we're by far the best team here. So like, there's been no doubt in our mind that we're just gonna re-promote, right? So I mean, that's should show in the gameplay as well.
Okay, well, we'll be rooting for you and cheering you on, Mobility, as you make that run back into the NACL. Any final shout-outs you want to give to anybody out there who might be watching?
Yeah, shout out. Oh, I'm blanking. Hold on. Shout out you guys for casting. Shout out AoE, everybody on AoE. We've been working our asses off. And shout out to anybody that has to play us. Good luck.
Good luck to everybody ahead of AoE in the tournament. It might only be one more match, as you could make an early re-entrance back into the NACL. Thank you, Mobility, for coming on and chatting with us. We're going to let you get going and prepare for your next match. We'll be bringing Beatdown back on to close out the day. Awesome to hear from Mobility. Love that guy.
It is. I really like that confidence that he has going into next series. Gonna have to see really quick, just a quick look at Mobility again. The aura really messing with his camera right there.
Yeah.
You know, it just happens, bro.
Yeah, we just couldn't let him get away from us that quickly. You know?
Also, he shouted us out, which thank you. Like, people don't do that.
Exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say, and not only do I love him for what he brings to the league, but also, I mean, I don't think I've ever had a player shout out the Cashers before. That was great.
Yeah, it's definitely happened like one whole time, because I'm better than you. But It was,
okay. Well,
yeah, that was good.
First for me, but I understand maybe other casters get
Dude,
shout outs.
a guy like
Miranda.
me, Steve,
Yeah,
like
makes
you
sense.
wouldn't understand, you know?
Yeah, one day I'll get to your level beat down.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of levels, let's talk about the levels of the teams remaining left in this tournament because they are now divided. An upper bracket and a lower bracket beatdown. CCG and AOE, the two NACL teams fighting to defend their spots in the NACL, will have a matchup against each other in a best-of-5 promotion match. Meanwhile, we have a couple teams in the lower bracket. Lotus matching up against Dragoons Goons and Polestar up against the Ducky Getters.
Yeah, that's right. So Ducky Getters and Dragoons Goons, you could just see the road they now have to travel. Try and be that second team that promotes into the NACL next split. And that's because it's tough too, because we're only going to have one new qualification. You already said it, Steve. You can see that promotion match number 1. CCG AOE, at least one of them are going to make it back, and there is still that chance for both of them to be able to do it.
And whoever loses that promotion match, best of 5, I believe will go straight into promotion match number 2.
Lower final,
in the
no,
lower
it's not.
finals,
You're right,
yeah.
Promotion number 2.
Yeah,
Wow.
technically, yeah.
That is actually insane.
Yeah, winning here was a big step forward because it means that you don't have to, even if you lose the next match, you don't have to play that 2 more best of series. We got the lower semifinals are going to be a best of 3, but then the lower finals and the promotion match are best of 5. So that's how the bracket's going to shake out. Make sure that you stick with us throughout the week because all of this action is immediately ahead of us. We got the lower semifinals coming up tomorrow. And that means that more League of Legends and more League of Legends in North America to support. Thank you so much, everybody who has supported us. We had a lot of technical delays and issues going on today, but everybody who stuck with us, you mean the world to us and the players especially for the support that you show them. Speaking of, thank you to the players for showing up every single day, every single week to strive to make it into the NACL and then the LCS. Thank you, Beatdown, for coming on and not roasting me too much. I feel like this was actually a relatively tame day.
I'm so glad you noticed that. I mean, Steve, do you have anything? Just gonna ask you. You got any shout-outs? This is you're done for NACL summer, right?
This is actually my last cast for the NACL
Me
summer.
too.
I will unfortunately not be around on finals weekend because I have other stuff going on. So Beat, wait, is this is also
This is
yours?
also my last. Yeah.
Oh, we can say whatever we want then. We can't. It's not like they can fire us. This is the last day. All right, Beatdown, you're a scoundrel, and nobody likes you, and they only stuck around because they wanted to support the players, and they probably muted us the whole time.
You know
so
what?
They might not even hear me saying this, Dig.
Fair enough, but deserved because the players, you know, we don't have this league without the players. So they should be supporting the players, which, by the way, you could do by subbing to the Twitch channel, by the way, just saying, guys.
Absolutely. Beatdown, do you want to say any final words before we never come back?
Thanks for having me.
Sweet. Thank you for being here, Beatdown. Thank you, everybody in production as well, for keeping the gears rolling and one-boxing us while we're saying really random stuff that probably nobody cares about. But that's it for the day of broadcast. Don't forget, we have the lower bracket semifinals tomorrow, so make sure to stick around and continue to support the players on their journey into the LCS. We're going to throw right over to Travis Gafford, longtime content creator and supporter of the League of Legends ecosystem in North America. So everybody give an 07 to Travis on your way there, and we'll see you next time.